keep going left onto the back straight down number 4. Left again, another big left around that island through 9. A right through number 7. Another right-hander into number 2 to take you into the speed bowl. And then it's another right-hander into 8. We're going to shoot right across the middle of the track to number 6. A left into 10, and then it's a big right-hander. So we'll go around the ALS Auto Island at the top of the course near the island, near the flagpoles. So go big right-hander around that island through number 5, back around number 10, and then it's a big sweep down the back straight around the speed bowl, all the way around the speed bowl into number 2, a left-hander across the middle of the track again to 7, through the middle to number 10, and then a big right-hander across the middle. It's a lot to remember. It's a lot for even me to get my head around, but we shall do that the more boats that come out. 61.3 that time around for Jeff. This time around, I don't think we'd expect to see them set the world on fire with it. It's a bit more a case of getting out there and just getting a feel, A, for the water. Believe it or not, the water is different. Getting a feel for the water and getting a feel for the way that the boat's set up. As we see Sean Stone. Sean wasn't at our last meeting in January, and Sean's got a new navigator on board the boat this time around in Curtis McDermott. So they'll just be tiptoeing around as much as you can tiptoe these boats. Right down the back straight. Oh, we're back making noise. All right, 62-64 that time around for Sean Stone. Jane Milam behind the wheel of Misbehavin' and Mandy Crofts alongside. The navigator in the boat is always the responsible one. If something goes wrong, the navigator's responsible. I see nice tight left-hander again coming across the middle. They'll go right around the island, back around, another right into the speed bowl. Keep turning the boat right. Shoot it across the middle of the track. Nice move, flat out down that back straight and around the speed bowl. Cut it across the middle of the lake. Into 10, across the finish line, wash the speed off in the spill out bowl. 63.86 for Jane and Mandy.
G'day, Richie.
Hello, Mr. Chris. How you doing, sir?
Good, mate. You were right up there out of the bloody boiling sun and in the air-conditioned comfort of the tower up there?
Oh, absolutely fabulous, mate.
All us people out here, mate, are feeling it. As you can see, there's not many people here yet.
Well, you know, it is warm, and one one can say that they can't really blame them for not coming
come
out,
on.
but of
Yes,
course
we
they're
can.
going to miss the best part of the day.
They are, mate. They are. We'll get a couple of big monumental moments tonight with Wade Davies at 61 years old. He is now officially the oldest man jet sprinting, older than me.
I didn't think there was anyone older than you, Chris.
Yeah, no, neither did I. I'm bloody
I thought
excited.
the only one older than you was Noah.
I gave him a kiss. He was sweaty too. Mate, I had a bit of a giggle on the way down. The weatherman on the radio station, he said, "It's very hot and sunny." Isn't that intelligent? Like, no, it's very hot and cloudy.
Well, he wasn't wrong, was he?
Bloody idiot. It's sunny. Who would have thought it was sunny?
Who would have thought that?
Yeah.
February in Western Australia and it's sunny. Goodness gracious.
And very, very hot. So, all good. We got a good bunch of boats tonight, mate, and the night's looking like being a beauty, eh?
Yeah, I was having a wander around the paddock a little earlier on, and everybody's keen, fired up, and I reckon we're in for a big night tonight.
Yeah, a bit of temperature to just spice things up. Makes things a little difficult with the motors and that. A little underpowered. They've got to put a bit more juice in, or
Well, Shane's just chucked the
take a bit
gauntlet
of
down
juice
there.
out, actually. Hey?
Shane's just chucked the gauntlet out where everybody was doing low 60s. He's just come out with 58, and he's the one at the moment to say, "Look at me, guys. I'm the one to watch tonight."
Look at me. Victorian, mate, that's why.
Absolutely.
Hey, good people, us Victorians.
Yeah, we've still got to build that fence higher. Have you had a look at the track? Pretty technical track tonight.
Yeah, bit tricky, but I'm just in the process of learning it now. But I should do that before I come down, really, shouldn't I?
Oh, nothing like preparation. It's overrated.
So what have you been doing between now and last event cancelled?
Yeah, well, the last event was cancelled, and I was lucky enough. I got invited to go out boating with a whole bunch of really cool people. Had a really pleasant afternoon out on the Swan River. It was lovely. What did you do?
Yeah, I got an invite similar, and went out and talked about jet boating and how we can make it a bit better, or jet sprinting, I should say. And it was a good arvo, wasn't it?
It was a lovely afternoon. Thank you for that, Chris. And we've got Ken Bull out there at the moment, the only one in our turbo class, running a turbo Lexus V8. Nick Neves is the navigator. Got a sneaker suspicion that Nick may not be too experienced in the navigating department. Love this part of the track, Chris, and later on tonight when the guys are feeling more comfortable with it, we'll be seeing them flat out around there, 130, 140 kilometres an hour down that straight, and all the way around the speed bowl. It's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, mate, that'll be get the little pooper valve going tweak. But I'm only halfway through learning the track. It is very tricky, you're right. It's all over the place.
61.47, it's almost like a big figure eight is probably the way that I would put it.
Yeah, with a lot of stuff in the middle.
Bumpy stuff. Apparently we've got a tyre. Oh, look at that. I think our mud rats were just looking for an excuse to get wet, but there they go. Our mud rats are just fishing a tyre out of the water. Well done. Thank you to all of our mud rats sat around in those tents around the edge. We can't run a show without you guys, so please accept our thank you for doing a really good job.
Yeah, I might go and help them.
It's a bit like that, isn't it?
Good job today.
But we have still digressed. To answer your question, what have I been doing? Really just working on putting my car show together for the last couple of weeks. We're only about 5 weeks away, and I'm probably only about 10 weeks behind where I should be, so I've got some catching up to do.
So tell us a little bit about it, mate. Where's it happening and all that?
That's the Max Pinjarra. It's at the Ross McClarty Oval, the Pinjarra Football Club, Sunday, 2nd of April. Gates open from 10 o'clock. Admission is $10 adults, kids under 16 are free. We should have around about 300 cars, hot rods, motorbikes. We've got the Street Machine Summer Nats Grand Champion, Happy Williams with his 1-tonner, will be at the event. I'm working on it. I'm told they might be there, but hopefully we'll have a couple of jet dragsters. We're going to have racing lawnmowers, a couple of nitro Harleys.
Racing lawnmowers?
All sorts of really cool stuff. So Sunday, April 2, maxpinjara.com.au, or just go to Facebook and look up Max Pinjara.
What's about the racing lawnmowers, mate? What do they have V8s or something in them, or what?
No, they're lawnmowers.
How fast do they go?
I have no idea.
Well, you
It's
haven't seen them
a
before.
fairly new club, and they're from up Boddington way. So I'll be interested at meeting the guys and finding out more about it as well. It does sound like a whole bunch of fun. Sounds like the kind of thing you do when you know, when you've had a couple too many beers with your mates. Let's go race our lawnmowers.
Yeah. Sounds like fun, really, but you want to be a bit careful, wouldn't you, in case you went under the blades.
Oh, look, I'm sure when they're racing there'll be no alcohol involved. One would hope not anyway.
No blades, like as in no grass flying everywhere.
Hey, once again, we've got our mates at Front Row Screens. They will be broadcasting live on the worldwide interweb, and look out, there's a drone heading your way.
Hey.
I don't know if it's pointed at you or not, but why don't you just smile and give it a wave?
Yeah, no, he's not pointing at me, mate. Not important enough.
Oh, of course you are, Chris. Don't sell yourself short.
So we're live to New Zealand as well, I believe.
Oh, well, we are live all around the World Wide Web, but particularly there's a bunch of guys in Taranaki in New Zealand who will be watching. Kia ora to our Kiwi friends that are watching. And, well, I hope you enjoy what you see out here today.
Yeah, get some good footage from that drone, and it was very impressive, the last event, for the first event we've ever live streamed. It was pretty damn good, I thought.
I've watched it a couple of times now. I do. I think it's fabulous.
You were only watching it to hear yourself, weren't you?
There was a bit of that.
Yeah.
There was, I will admit it straight up, there was a bit of that. I need to listen to myself back so I know what I'm doing, what I'm not doing.
How did we sound?
Shay Francis in Ultimatum, one of our LS-powered boats. Ash Jackson is sitting in the passenger seat. Here we go, right through the middle again. Finish it off into 10 and into the washout with a 56.72.
Sounds good, that boat. I love the sound of it. Good and gutsy.
One of the common threads that I'm getting amongst our racers is one of the beautiful things about racing these sprint boats is there's not a lot to do between race meetings. Some of them don't even change the oil.
Yeah, no,
It's like give the boat a clean, park it,
yeah.
and wait for the next meet.
No, it's pretty easy, isn't it? Yeah, just give her a hose off. Maybe check the blades. Have a bit of a look in the oil filter, make sure there's no shiny stuff in there, and if it's all good, put it away. Not many motorsports you can do that in.
Certainly not. The guys that run the methanol boats have a little bit more work to do in that they've got to clean out their fuel system, but aside from that, again, there's not an awful lot they do between race meets.
Here comes Rachel Swartz, mate. This is the lady that we all want to see on the world circuit. We believe she would be very accomplished.
Rachel Schwartz and Tanya Wren sat in the passenger seat.
Tanya
All
Wren
talk
being
boat.
her mother. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. Nickname Nantan.
No, she is not mucking around first run out even.
She's pretty confident.
She is a good peddler, this one. Better not put the commentator's curse on her.
Ooh, a little bit of a wobble there.
Yeah, big knife. So a bit of a moment for Rachel there. Hadn't slowed up any though, has she, Rich?
55.61. That is our quickest lap of the day so far. 55.61 there for Rachel.
Decided to throw down the gauntlet straight away. Intimidating when you're a bloke, and young Rach goes out and sets a time that's hard to beat straight up.
And once again, this is only our, suck it and see type of lap. So she's out there. She's serious about it.
Yeah, she is, mate. She'll get 4 or 5 seconds off that one. So we'll, what do you reckon? We'll expect a sub 50 with her, high 40.
Oh, I think we did see it at the last meeting, didn't we?
Yeah, different track though, Richie.
Yeah, true that.
Different direction. Here comes Dan the man. He is mad. Got the black windscreen painted on this time. Haven't seen that before.
Dan Patterson in the War Machine. Looks like he may be the last of our LS class boats. Mel Reid pointing the direction as they go in.
Unusual for Dan the man. He's usually out there and just goes berserk right from the word go. But he went out gently. But I do say he's winding it up now. Though. Look at him throwing it around. He's good fun.
Yeah, certainly picked the pace up a little bit. Love the way he's attacking those corners as well. He's not leaving anything there.
We will point out to the people on the bank that the first few runs out there, when the water's clear, there's not much mud in it. Surprisingly for you guys, the water is slippery. The boats do slide and slip. So yeah, it's a bit of a challenge the first couple of runs until it all gets muddied up, and then as soon as the water's carrying a bit of mud and grit and dirt, the boats hang on a hell of a lot better, and then you'll really see some speeds.
And a nice 59.81 for Dan the man.
We got Hammer next, mate. That's Adam Morris, come out of retirement. This boat is, well, that was around when Adam was a kid, but always been a good boat in its early days of jet sprinting, and Adam's had it in the shed for a while. He's a fly-in, fly-out worker, and yeah, I don't know, I'm not sure whether he's found himself on the beach now, but great to see him down here, and it'd be good to see the Hammer and how she goes. An old shotgun hull, Richie, just for your information.
I don't have a name there for Adam's passenger, so if you can find that out for me, that'll be fabulous.
Oh, what a go that TBA.
Oh, the sheet of paper in front of me says it's Luke Morris, so maybe it's Luke, but
actually it is. I think I saw Luke down there, so we'll call him Luke.
We'll call him Luke for a moment. Jason Belcher, is that what you're telling me? Yep. Jason Belcher is what I've got written on another piece of paper. So if you could clarify that, that'd be awesome. Thanks, Chris.
Oh, first job of the day, mate, eh? Love the way you order me around.
Oh, I asked nicely. I said, please.
You did, mate. Oh, Adam, he hadn't been out for a while, so that was a pretty tidy run for, probably hasn't driven for a couple of seasons, actually, so that was no slack event.
I know the Samios crew are really pleased to see him out there, so and they'll be happy with that 56.7 as well.
Yeah, second off Rach. I just gave him the thumbs up and said, welcome back. Well, Navigator's fairly animated there, mate. He's yelling out to me. He's got no idea that I can't hear, but he's very boisterous.
I guess that's adrenaline. It's going to do that to you after a lap in one of these.
Yeah. Actually, we teed up you for a run this event?
Apparently not this time around.
Why? Because you said you didn't want to go, or?
No, apparently our Ride of Your Life is pretty busy tonight.
Okay. Now this boat, yeah, give it a rundown, mate.
Is it Brett Nile and Know Your Enemy?
That's it.
Alex Lynn sat in the passenger seat. It's one of our Group A boats.
Yeah, it's a very, very quick boat, Stinger, and unfortunately every event it's raced in so far, it's gone home dented and busted up on the trailer, but tonight just Brett driving it, I believe. So Brett was the one that never bent it, so let's see if Brett can wind it up and be competitive towards the end of the night, because this boat certainly has the potential to be well and truly on the podium. New to the sport too, so yeah, when I talk about him, it's probably he's about his 4th event, so watch him closely.
Seems to be sitting pretty deep in the water in some places there, Chris, and I know you've told me before that you know, the less revs you've got, the harder it is to steer these things. Is that would that be part of the reason why this boat's sitting low in the water, in that he's not just got the revs right?
Yeah, definitely, mate. He just cruised around for that one, bit of a sight around, probably about 3/4 to a bit over throttle, and yeah, they are. They're harder to drive going slow than they are fast. The harder you go, the more responsive they are, the more you can throw them around, but of course, with that comes the risk of hitting the bank.
And that's exactly what we don't want to see.
And we got Aussie Apocalypse now, mate. This is the new boat. He put the other one away in the shed and took the motor out of it. Bought this one. This is a Sprintec, and very, very good boat.
Hey, just quickly. Hey, Molly. Yep. Somebody's let Molly out of his kitchen. And Molly, you tell me you got something pretty cool going on in the smoker for later on tonight. What's happening?
Yeah, we got the slow cooker for the brisket. We've entered in a barbecue challenge in the city this next month, so we're doing a few practice runs out here before we get up there.
So you want people to come up later when the brisket's ready. Make sure you tell us when it's ready, and you want their feedback.
Yeah, definitely. It should be ready about 6 o'clock. Definitely want your feedback, because we've got about 20 other teams we're going up against.
Beautiful. All right, that's Molly's Kitchen. Come and remind us later, but that brisket will be ready for about 6 o'clock. And now we've completely digressed. Sorry about that, Chris.
Yeah, mate, that was a bloody left fielder.
It was.
Do we get it in a sandwich or in a bun, or do you just get a lump of it in your hand?
No, it comes in a roll.
Comes in a roll, okay.
Shane Francis, this is the new Aussie Apocalypse.
Yes, mate. And as I said, Sprintec used to belong to Peter Rouleau. Same era as my Sprintec. The one I just sold went to New Zealand, but Peter Rouleau and myself used to have some good battles. Sprintec, for me, I think is one of the top hulls you can race in the world. So you got them, the Stinger. Stingers are good. And there's a couple of others that have been around for a while, but I guess these two, the Sprintec and the Stinger, are the two shining at the moment, with the odd Maccraft.
It's a good looking boat too. Good choice of colours and graphics. Yeah, it's a nicely put together boat.
Yeah, he said he didn't buy my boat because it was yellow, and I said, mate, you obviously don't know anything about marketing. If there's ever anything on TV, or if there's ever a photo published anywhere, it's the yellow boat, not the black one.
I remember when we started putting drag racing to TV, and I chucked a comment out that, yeah, if you want to get on TV, you've got to paint yourself really bright. So one particular racer went from a black car to a really fluoro orange. We ended up calling it the Retina Threatener. It was that bright. And one thing, he got himself noticed.
Yeah, mate, no, and the only other way to get noticed is turn the bugger over. Smash her up.
All right, Wade Davis in Excalibur out through the Samios Plumbing S-Bend.
Wado, 61 years old today.
Happy birthday to you.
Yeah. We'll sing it to him when he's listening. But not bad for a 61-year-old, is he, mate? He throws it around there. This is a bit of a sighter, and the Excalibur, very nice boat. He presents it beautifully, and he'll be right up there at the end of the night. He's one of those blokes that just sort of cruises along and does what he's got to do and saves the big ones for the end.
Age is just a number there, Chris.
Yeah, it is, and you get a lot wiser.
I know it gets a bit scary the bigger the number gets, but it is just a number.
Mate, I'm a couple of bloody weeks off the big 6-0. How bad? I just can't believe it. I look at myself and think, Jesus Christ, you're getting old. So then I'll go and have another wine. Looking tidy, looking tidy. Old Wado.
Nice lap there from the birthday boy, 56.91.
So what have we got? A few boats in the 55, 56 area now. So for the sighters, that's pretty good.
Yeah, Rachel's still the one to beat with 55.61.
Yeah, here's the bloke that's going to do it.
But then, yeah, we got 1, 2, 3 56ers, a 57.
Got Rob Wood out now, mate. Triple X. He's a maniac. This is another Sprintec hull. You know, top runner, the old Rod. So he's not a young man either. He's about 55, 56. Got a very, very pretty navigator, and I think half his driving ability is just showing off.
Yeah, it just looked like the water was pushing him around a little bit there as he come out of the Samios S-bend into turn 7.
Yeah, a bit slippery still, mate, probably.
Really tricky part there, which seems to be unsettling a few boats as well.
There's certainly a few boats knifing really hard in the middle there, or throwing them around, getting very untidy. Going to be quick down around there, as you said, Richie.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this later on tonight.
Good run, Rod Wood.
Oh, you said it there, Chris.
53.42. Oh, it comes into the pits at about 120. What are you doing, Rod? That's not allowed to do that.
Yeah, you talk about chucking the gauntlet down.
Yeah, so next out, Adam Mileham in the Ford, mate. You know a bit about Fords. Give everybody a rundown on this Ford. Only Ford around.
It is the only Ford around, and kudos to him for sticking with it. He is having his own sort of issues and reliability issues mostly with this engine, which I found out at my first meet, which is why he will only come out do one, maybe two qualifiers.
Yeah, I think he's freshened her up since then, so we should see him racing all night tonight, barring any problems, Richie. So that'll be good to see him out there for a while.
Thing about the Clevos is that they're heavier by quite a long shot to a lot of the small bloxes and LS engines by, you know, in some instances up to 100 kilo or so. And, you know, when we're talking 4 or 5 Gs or so through some of those corners, an extra 100 kilo all of a sudden becomes an awful lot of weight pushing you around those corners.
Mate, sure does. I've heard the same, between 40 and 100 kilos, depending on what they've got strapped in heavier. But you know, again, you know a bit more about it. But the Clevelands deliver the big torque, don't they? That's why Adam stuck with it. Is that the reason?
I don't know that, to be brutally honest. Yes, I do know that they developed really good torque figures, but whether that's the reason he stuck with it, I'm not certain about that.
Oh well, mate, it is. I had a chat to him there one day, and he said, yeah, very, very, very good torque at the revs that you know, the 6,500s at RPMs is right where you need all the torque, and they're a bit lower, so. Good motor. We got Joe Wilson, mate, wrecked the boat last event on his first event, and cardiac arrest. He's panel beated it out, looking a bit second hand, but he was looking very tidy last event, wasn't he, Richie?
Was looking good. Let's see how he gets out this time around.
I gave him a bit of a pep talk. I said, for God's sake, just go slow, feel it out, and save the big ones for the end. So let's see if he does.
Well, I think that's exactly what he's doing there, Chris.
He's playing with the throttle a fair bit, feathering and pushing it through, getting a bit of a cider, but geez, it's quick when he straightens up and puts the foot in, isn't it?
I'd say he's got the boat trimmed up nicely. It's looking nice and low and flat in the water.
Yeah, it's looking good. And he went through the middle there. I'm sure you noticed, like I did. Everybody else has been knifing and banging around, but Joe actually hooked up and went through there pretty tidily.
Oh, that engine looks smoky. That is not a good sign. You know what they say, Chris? When you let the smoke out, it's buggered.
Yeah, no, that's buggered.
Oh no, the smoke seems to have stopped now.
Threw a bit of oil around, you reckon, or? No, it's shut down, mate.
Yep.
Ah, rotten luck.
Yeah, no, he's stopped the boat. Looks like our mud rat's going to be going for a swim.
Yeah. I noticed all the mud rats straight in the water, mate. They didn't run around the bank to get to the boat. They were all swimming. It's probably got something to do with it being 40 degrees, do you think?
That certainly wouldn't hurt matters. Tell you what, it'll be getting bloody hot in that boat. I'm hearing the word is fire, and we've got the fire extinguisher on it.
Yeah, it might have just been he's blowing a bit of oil out somewhere and smoked up and caught a bit of fire. You know, got a bit of fire going. So let's hope so, mate. Eh?
It's a good job that we've got a really good pit reporter who'll be able to find out all this information for us, isn't it?
Who's that? Well, that's me.
Yeah, that's you.
Oh, okay. I've got to go down and find out who's navigating Hammer, haven't I?
Please.
You reckon Cavy's listening to us tonight, mate? He was on the boat too, wasn't he?
Well, he was, and he's over there in New Zealand, and I would almost bet the family jewels that he'd be there listening.
Yeah, a bit of a strange bugger, isn't he?
I might have to get onto the Facebook page and see if there's any comments going up.
Yeah, okay, mate. You go and have a look at that. But we'll talk about Cavy later. He's our case, and we've got to put a lot on him because all the New Zealanders are listening. So we've got to get a laugh out of him and hang poop on him. And
do you know, I've worked a couple of events over in New Zealand at Taupo Motorsport Park, and do you think I could get the Kiwis to tell me an Aussie joke? I run around for 3 days at this venue twice. I think, come on, tell me your best Aussie joke. But they just couldn't.
Yeah, mate. There we go. I can hear you again. Not sure what's going on here. But I'm not sure what you said then, Richie.
I was just talking about the Kiwis not being able to tell an Aussie joke.
Oh, no.
When I was working at Taupo Motorsport Park, I kept asking the crowd, tell me an Aussie joke, but they just couldn't.
Yeah, mate.
Or wouldn't.
But chip on the shoulder, all them Kiwis.
That would be a chop on the shoulder.
Yeah, like us blokes across the ditch. The ditch.
The ditch. You heard about the one, $6.66 a fucking chips. Bloke said, you're a Kiwi. I said, yeah, I know, my accent gives it away. He said, no, mate, it's a hardware shop.
Oh, dear. I came down here to wish a couple of blokes good luck, so hang on a sec.
All right, unfortunate finish there for Joe. Hopefully it's not terminal and we'll see him back a little later on. Like I say, that'll be our pit reporter's job to tell us what's going on there. So I think we're going to finish up with the last of our super boats, Nigel and Michelle.
Geez, you got a noisy crew in the box there with you, mate. I can hear them chatting away there. Are they
Can you?
doing what they need to be doing? Or?
Better make sure that we just keep the language family friendly, haven't we?
Yeah. You and I are allowed.
Problem is turning my mic on and off all the time just flattens the fat tree really quick.
I wouldn't worry about it, mate. You hear I'm a lot worse on telly nowadays, don't you?
You do indeed.
Yeah. Jeez, I just walked past Rod Woods. I'm a navigator, mate. God, she's hot.
Everybody's hot, mate. It's 40 degrees for crying out loud.
That's what I was getting at. I can't find Adam. Oh, there he is up there. Jesus, I've walked a bloody kilometre looking for him to find out who his navigator is.
I can tell you, I'm Jason Belcher.
Jason Belcher.
I've been told that twice now, so
Why did you send me to find out?
because it was fun.
Adam, I've been sent to find out who your navigator is.
Navigator. We got him right here. Oh, Jason Belcher.
Jason Belcher. You know, I've walked a kilometre to find out that you're navigating.
Oh, yeah. Ed.
All right, well, now we know. That's confirmed.
All right, Nigel Johnson behind the wheel.
Hey?
We done all right. We got the course. That's the main thing.
And his weapon of choice is a 410 cubic inch Rodeck engine.
Not mucking around, is he, Rich?
Not at all. Beautiful left-right flip-flop through the middle there. Didn't get unsettled at all as we've seen some of the other boats. This is where the fun starts. Foot flat to the floor now, all the way down, all the way through the Coast FM Speedball. A right, a left, a right. Across the finish line, nicely done. 5:0.78. Well done, Nigel Johnson, 50.78.
Yeah, that was nice to watch too, mate. As he went around the speed bowl, he was sort of went into it real fast, and then about halfway around, he put his foot down, and the boat lifted and went even harder. So I'm just here with Adam Morris, driver of Hammer. Mate, you've come out of retirement. Tell us how long it is since you've been in and driven.
Yeah, mate, 3 years.
3 years.
3 years. Been touring Oz for a couple of years and whatnot. So I left the old boat in the old boy's name.
Oh, mate, I was telling everybody you were working up north and working hard. You were just touring Australia.
Yeah, I'm working a little as well.
No, that's all right then.
Yeah.
But no, mate, good to see you back. Good peddling, and yeah, not bad for 3 years out of the boat. That was a pretty tidy run. You'd have to be happy with that.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, she's a new motor and that. I've Dougie the mechanic put go over say a new motor for us and that. First run for that as well. So
Yeah, good one, mate. All right, well, everybody on the bank, keep an eye on Adam. Boat 66, the Hammer.
56.70 was his first lap, so he's got plenty of room to move with that one as we see Jeff Steele back out now, subject to finance. Brian Jackson in the passenger seat. A 61.30 was his first lap. Still doesn't look like he's pushing it too hard around here at the moment, Chris.
No, mate, he's just cruising and going a bit quicker than last time, but he a lot of oil that last run, so oh, Jesus.
Oh, yeah,
again. Yeah.
Something's looking smoky there too.
Yeah, he keeps blowing his tappet seals, and so spewing oil all over everything, and obviously smokes up. So best to bring her home before she catches on fire.
Absolutely, and that'll be a big F for Jeff that time around.
Yeah, they've been working hard to get that boat back in the water. They've borrowed a motor last event and repaired their motor, and so yeah, they'd be disappointed about this, but at least it's not a blow up. It's just a leaking gasket. I just got Joe Wilson here. Put that up to your mouth, mate, and tell us what's going on.
Just blew an oil hose, mate. And,
Thought it was something like that, a bit of fire and a bit of smoke. So, but
yeah, well, I was trying to nurse it back. It was only smoke, and then yeah, we got engulfed in the front there, so it was time to bail.
time to shut it down, mate, before you become a barbecue.
Time to give it away, yeah.
Yeah, so cardiac arrest. Be back out there pretty soon, then, mate.
I got a call there. We're going to get us some bits now. Yeah, got 2 blowed braid hoses, so we'll just fix those, mate. We should be all right.
All right, then, good, very good. So looking forward to seeing big things from you today, Joe, babe.
Sean Stone out there in indulgence at the moment through the Samios. S-bend looked really bumpy as he went around turn 7. Once again, just seems to be picking the nose up a little bit as he comes out of some of those corners. Sean's first lap was a 62.64. Around the ALS Auto Island, all the way around, a quick left-hander, shoot down the straight. Into the Coast FM Speedball, there'll be a quick left-hander here, we'll shoot across the centre. Another left, a right, and a dash across the finish line. That's what you want to see, the boat going quicker each time around. A 59.66 for Sean.
It's hot here, Richard.
Hot everywhere there, Chris.
Yeah, but you're not, though.
Yes, it is warm up here.
I
I
feel,
can't even skite about a breeze blowing in through the door because there isn't much of one.
feel sorry for you, mate. At least you're in the bloody shade.
Yeah, my heart bleeds for me too.
And I saw a bucket full of water behind you. You're doing all right.
Jane Milam in misbehaving. Not misbehaving at all out there on the pond. Doing doing a nice job so far. Nice and easy. Her first lap was a 63.86. Big left-hander, then a right. Yeah, tight right, just into the bowl, down through the middle again.
Certainly a bit of a cider lap for Jane, but another one that's fairly new at the sport and very tidy. Got a pretty good, better than pretty good. She's a good driver, old Janie, or young Janie.
Yeah, the boat looked just a little unsettled as she come around the ALS Island in 10 there. Got a little bit bumpy, but she was on it. Nice down the back and through the bowl. Nice across the middle, and a 60.94 for Misbehavin'.
We'll wind that up over the night, and that we know is Adam Mileham's wife. Adam driving the Ford, short fuse. So he's in her boat. And I think her boat gets looked after better than Adam's, as you do with a wife.
As Miss Debbie walks across the front of our control, Debbie Stone, wife of Sean Stone, used to be his navigator, not anymore. For the moment. I think we've just got some wheels, some tyres that have been bumped loose. So our mud rats, I think they're just looking for any excuse at all right at the moment to get in the water.
Just watching Shane Allen in Predator, mate. He parked the boat back on the trailer up on its edge. Terrible driving. Hopeless.
Well, that's not this time around. He was due to be coming out next, or is he just decided to put it back on the trailer while he waits for our mud rats to do what they do?
Yeah, I think so, mate.
Have you checked out the paint on Predator? I really thought that was a wrap, and having a chat to them, it's very, very unusual finish on it. It's cool.
It is a wrap, though, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Well, some bugger painted that.
Yeah. Apparently it's some sort of powder crystal that they put over the paint and bake it, and it reacts to the paint and causes this cracked, almost marble type effect.
It looks to me like you could run a lawnmower over it. It looks a bit like turf, doesn't it?
And so, really cool finish.
Yeah, pulling her out of the water, mate.
And I know if you're sat around our track, you're only going to get a few seconds to have a look at it, but if you do go for a wander through the paddock, it's really worth a look. It's a great finish on that.
And that's the thing, mate. At interval, we open the pits up to everybody, so bring the kids down, eh? Shane-o, what are you doing, mate? You're in the water, you're out of the water, you just can't be bothered floating around there while you're waiting for the crash crew?
Yeah, in and out.
Bit casual.
Bit warm, mate. Bit warm.
Bit warm. It would have been cooler in the water, wouldn't it?
Would have been, yeah. Some tyres loose again.
Yeah, you're feeling out there.
No, love. There we go.
Yeah, felt good first run, or a bit slippery with the fresher water, or?
Yeah, it's a little bit slippery, but got the jet, so there we go.
Yeah, we were just talking about the finish on your boat, and I've always reckoned it looks like you got to run a lawnmower over it after every event. It looks like turf. But Richie was telling me it's all hand done with. Give us a rundown on it. It's really quite unique. I thought it was a wrap actually, but it's not.
No, it's actually paint. So the base colour of the boat is black. We put a thing that's called DNA crystals on it, mutant crystal. It goes onto the spray gun or a rag, whatever you want to put it on with. Hand pump gun. Then you put a mist coat of the green over it, stick it in the oven. Starts to go off, it cracks. Spot it there, it's just a nylon scour, and then clear coat it. So that's the finish at the end of it.
It come up really good, and it sounds like you did it. Did you do it, or?
No, I got a very good friend back home, Smiley. He owns Creative Edge. He does a lot of, he just restores vehicles and stuff, so he's been very supportive over the journey. But as you can see with the boat, it's never had polish on it, everything's straight off the gun. So we go to the States a couple of times a year to paint boats.
Good looking boat. So anybody up there in the on the bank want to come down in the lunch break? Come down and have a look at it and have a talk to Shane. He's a lovely guy. He comes from Victoria, flies over every event. His navigator's quite a character. If the motor blew up, she could talk the boat around the track. I've always said that. And she's fairly bloody noisy. I noticed you haven't got radio between the helmets there, mate. I wouldn't either.
No, we've got the comms, but we turn them off. It's just not worth the effort out there, mate.
Yeah, Matt would be just in your ear the whole way, wouldn't she?
Yeah, she does talk a bit, so she tends to make my ears hemorrhage at times.
All right, mate, I better let you get back to concentrating soon as you're going out to sort it shortly.
Cheers, thanks, mate.
You know, I said a bit when I'm talking to the racers down there this morning or this afternoon that one of the first things that I was told was that when something goes wrong, it's always the navigator's fault. Funny, I'm looking through some of the notes here, and when it comes to the navigator, we asked the navigator, what's your driver's most annoying habit? And probably 8 out of 10 of them are saying, blaming me for everything that goes wrong. Well, isn't that your job?
Yeah, no, that's our culture too. That's jet boating. I just got Rachel Swartz here. She can put the microphone up there. I haven't had to talk to Rach. You've done one run out there, girl. How did you find it? Bit of a tricky track.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard track today. We skipped a bit through the centre there, so we'll hopefully tidy that up through the night. And yeah, it should be a good one.
I did see you do that skip through the centre there. That was a moment. I just said that. I said Rach just had a moment.
Chris, if it's any consolation, she's not the only one that's doing it.
Yeah, no, that's a point. Richie just pointed out you're not the only one there. I think everybody's got very untidy coming in out of 7 and into the centre there. So you're not on your own, Rach. Cool. All right, girl.
Like, that makes me feel really good.
Yeah.
On your age, 55.61, so she's the quickest in her LS class at the moment. That's all you need to do. Keep it going that way, Rach.
Yeah, she will, mate.
Okay, we've got the boat back in the water. Shane Allen behind the driver's wheel of this Predator boat. Nice. Not huge revs off the start line, but just good, constant revs right at the moment. Nice and smooth through the Samios S-bend, across the middle. We'll be chucking a left here, into 9, right. Round we go, right through the middle of the channel. Beautifully done. A little flip-flop there across the middle. Tight ride around the LS Island. Little bit of a hiccup. Just did the entry of the Coast FM Speedball that time around. Looked like he had to check the boat at bed. And a 56.63 that time around for Shane. So once again, looks like he might be the quickest of our 350 class.
Can't hear. Just here with Rod Wood, Triple X. Mate, there's a microphone. Put that up to your mouth. How did you find it out there?
Oh yeah, it's fairly good. We just got a problem. We just put in motor's just been redone. Just put it back in. Just a few settling issues when it's come off the dyno. Obviously, we always need to change the jet, so we're just rejetting it right, rechecking the timing, a little bit of movement and that in there.
So jetting up, jetting down. Not sure.
They're going up actually at the moment.
They're getting bigger.
Yeah. So yeah, often when it comes off the dyno reads. We seem to always be a little bit leaner on the dyno than when we come down here. We need to fatten it up a little bit when it's on the track. So we just did the first run, test it then and see what we can do with it.
So just quickly before the next boat starts, tell us this is the A motor. So what's the difference between that and the B motor you've been running for a while?
This one's theoretically a little bit quicker. The main difference is to get under the 410, it's got a unusual crank and a shorter crankshaft and a larger bore to give us the same capacity but give us more torque.
All right, mate. We'll talk to you through the night, but best of luck out there.
Yeah, we'll need it up against the Ford tonight.
You'll be right.
Ken and Steve Bull.
I'm just going to change batteries.
Ken's the man doing the wheel work with our only turbo boat in the class.
I just bloody come back here, Rich, and I got a couple of crab pots in my car, and the bastards, they're blowing, they're crabbing in the pits here.
Hopefully they'll catch something. Bit bumpy there for Ken as he come across the middle. again, that right-hander through the wash of of his earlier pass through there, bumps him, throws him around a little bit. They'll be feeling all of that one. Ooh, out a little bit wide too at the exit of the speed bowl. Flip-flop left, right, cross the centre, through the finish line, and a 60.56 for Ken Bull. I was talking to Deb Stone earlier, who was telling me that, yeah, you know, once you've got yourself, your race face is on, you're rolling towards the start, the light turns green, and all of a sudden a turtle will pop its head up in the water. She said that can be quite distracting. I imagine it would too. Oh, you weren't there a minute ago. It's nice to see the lake's got some a good lot of wildlife in it as well. Now, I do believe, I haven't been up there yet, I'm not sure if it's up and running yet, but there is a big screen set up next to Molly's Kitchen. Or if it's not there yet, it will be getting set up. As we see Ultimatum, the first of our LS boats. Shay Francis behind the wheel and Ash Jackson in the passenger seat. Once again, very, very bumpy there into number 4 onto the back straight. A few bumps across the middle. Around number 2 into 8. Across the centre we go. Right-hander around the ALS Auto Island. Another right-hander will keep going around to the right, across the middle. Left onto the back straight. Once again, his nose comes up. The boat sort of wobbles around a little bit. Had to check through the centre of the Coast FM Speed Bowl. Across the middle, into 10, and across the finish line. 55.63.
Good tidy run, mate, and you'd be amazed how much better these earphones work when they've got batteries in.
Yeah, it's funny about that, isn't it?
Yeah, nothing worse than being deaf. So did you hear me? They're crabbing. They're using me crab pot, mate.
Well, as long as they catch something.
Yeah, it might be a feed afterwards.
Hope so. Take them up to Molly's Kitchen and say, Molly, can you cook these for us? Thanks, man. Rachel Swartz and Tanya Uren should be our next boat out. The all-talk boat certainly let a boat do the talking the first time around of 55.61. She's the quickest of our LS boats so far. Beautifully presented boat. You'll see the boats come idling up to the start line. They're watching the lights just on top of the bridge there. As soon as they turn green, that's it. Give it a boot. That's their signal to go racing. Nice lines around the island. Nice and smooth around onto the back straight as well. See the last couple of boats having to check themselves through the speed bowl. Pretty good that time around.
She said she was going to tidy up that middle there, mate. She did a beautiful job of coming home then.
53.97. Tidying it up, she did.
Just here with Nigel Johnson, mate, in Weapon of Choice, Superboat, and our president, the president of our club, which is being run very well, Nige. So, yeah, just getting a bit, sucking up a bit there, mate, but how you going out there?
Yeah, no, we're going all right. We've just had one little quick cider in the boat, so the water's still pretty slippery. Most of it's all rainwater from that 90 mil of drenching we had last race day when it got cancelled. But
So it filled her up, did it? The islands all went under?
We've had the pump going for about 6 or 7 hours to drain about 100 mils out of it. But but no, look, we'll wait for it to stir up a little bit, and we'll put the boot into it and see what we can do.
What do you reckon about this, mate? We're on camera and we're worldwide.
Yeah, it's a bit daunting, isn't it? We've both got heads that were good for radio, but not much good for TV.
Yeah, that's why I was sucking up to you. See, I like this job. All right, mate. Best of luck out there for this event, and we'll talk to you through the night.
Thanks, Chris.
Wow, that is sounding very, very angry that time around for Dan. He just stomped the War Machine on the green light. Lots of revs. I think he's out there for business this time around.
He doesn't muck around, our friend Dan. Dan the man.
Nice through the centre. The flip-flop seems to upset them sometimes. Did pretty good that time around. A little bit bumpy around Al's Island. Nice onto the main straight. Foot flat to the floor. 140 kilometres an hour around the speed bowl. A quick left. Flip-flop right, left.
Smoke out there, mate.
Another one.
Thank you, mother for the rabbits. 5-0-31 that time around for Dan and the War Machine.
Yeah, I'll have to find out whether that's a bit of spilt oil or whether things ain't looking too good. All right, just here with Joe Wilson again in the pits with cardiac arrest. Mate, blew an oil line and all that, and you've been working away there feverishly. And how's it looking?
Well, I'll get this off and
Look at the camera, Joe.
from what we can see at the moment, it's only one oil line, hopefully. So, yeah, if we get that all changed over, mate, and try and clean all the oil out of the boat, and then we'll have another crack.
Had a spare one in the car, or did you have to dash off and get something?
Somebody's gone shopping for me right now, but yeah, it wasn't what we expected.
No, mate. So they'll find an oil line. It's not too hard to find one for this type of thing down the street at this time of day.
Oh, it is at the oil lines and that. We got spares for that, so
Okay.
yeah, it's just a new fitting, mate. We'll put that on, and hopefully it won't happen again.
All right, Joe, babe. We look forward to seeing you out there again, mate.
All right, cheers, mate.
Good.
It's hammer time. Oh, looking really bumpy and wobbly out there. Through 7 into 2.
Oh, that boat is flighty there, Rich.
Sitting up very high, isn't it?
Yeah, bouncy through the middle there. Just got up at speed. You're going to have to be a bit careful of that one through the course of the night. She might let go. Boats are out and in the air, don't steer too well.
$56.44 that time around for Adam Morris, so only a couple of tenths better than his previous lap. But yeah, just seemed to be sitting up really high, really bumpy through some of those corners.
Just here with Wade Davies in Excalibur here in the pits, mate. He's just strapped himself in the boat, pulled the helmet on. How'd you find it out there the first couple of runs, mate?
Yeah, mate, it's a nice track. I'm enjoying it.
It's a pretty busy track. I'm
It is.
surprised you said that.
It is. No, it's a busy track, but I like it. It's quite good. So, yeah, we'll see how we progress during the night.
All right, mate. You look pretty tidy out there, so best of luck for the rest of it.
Thanks, Chris.
Good on you, mate.
Brett Nile just seemed to be a little bit hesitant on the accelerator through the Samios S-bend. Really bumpy there as he come out of 9, across 7, through the bowl into 8. That little flip-flops where some boats have been getting a little unsettled.
You can see that boat. He's he's well off the throttle, but when he gets it straight after a corner and he's got a bit of a couple of 100 metres, or not a couple of 100 metres, but a few metres to the next corner, he boots it and it really gets up and boogies, doesn't it? Oh, doesn't that sound good?
Yeah, I just wonder if it's still just get a feel for the boat.
Yeah, I'm for sure I'd say, mate.
A 60.28 that time around for Brett Nile.
Aussie Apocalypse just backed off the trailer, heading your way, Richie.
We're in our Group A class, of course. Aussie Apocalypse, Shane Francis behind the wheel, Michael Cook in the passenger seat. Did a 57.47. It's a new boat for Shane. I think the engine combo's come out of his last boat, but it's certainly a new hull. And I reckon it's a good-looking boat too. Nice through the Samios S-bend. Nicely done around 7 through 6, that little flip-flop there. The boat looked nice and settled that time. Very bouncy though as he comes into 9.
Vastly improved on his the last boat he had. Richie, you can see that straight up. You know, I know you've only seen the one event prior, but with the boat he had before, he wasn't nearly as quick as this. So obviously feeling good out there. The Sprintex handling well, and he's feeling confident.
57.47 was his first lap of 55.80 that time around. So you reckon we'll see this in the high 40s by the end of the night, or you reckon we'll still be low 50s?
Sorry, mate, was turned off. Yeah, no, I reckon he'll.
We should have Birthday Boy, Wade Davies, and Excalibur. Next boat coming out the pond. Here we go, waiting for the green. There it is, Wade Davies. Nicely done through the Samios S-bend, out into 7. The boat looking a little bit bumpy through there, but not enough to slow him down any. Nice tight left-hander. There'll be a right, a little bit of a left, another right. Straight down the middle. Left-hander around Al's Island. Boat looked a little bit bumpy through there. Tight right all the way around. Another hard left onto the main straight. All the way around the Super Bowl. Left-hander, head across the middle of the track. Into 10, it's just about all over there for Wade. He did a 56.91 before. How do you like a 52.97?
Good run.
Was a nice run. Looks like that is the quickest so far of our Group A boats. In fact, it is the quickest of our Group A boats. I'm led to believe Triple X and Short Fuse aren't coming out. Neither is Cardiac Arrest.
Yeah, Cardiac Arrest, mate. Still working flat out in the back of it, so they'll be out as soon as they're repaired. I'll go and find Adam and find out what's going on with Short Fuse.
Nigel and Michelle Johnson just coming off the trailer now into our pit pool. We'll see them idle up to the start line. They'll get to around about where the flag is. It's at about, I don't know, 20 metres or so from the bridge. Watching the lights on the bridge. Starter flicks, gives them a green. Green light to go. Nigel Johnson. Rodec powered weapon of choice. Very, very quick around that first series of bends. Oh, Chris, he's not leaving anything on the trailer.
No, mate, as he said when I just talked to him there before, he said it was a bit slippery. The water was still a bit fresh after all the rain, but looking to me like it's hooked up now, and he's as confident as anything. He's full noise nearly. Here's another guy I just can't wait to see when we go over to South Australia in about a month. Just see him up against the Eastern States boys, and if there's any Kiwis that come over, he'll make a really good account of himself.
48.3.
Hey, he's not flat out yet either, Rich.
No, you kind of get that feeling, don't you?
Yeah, no, he's just hanging it out there. He's saying to all the other Group A boys, come and catch me if you can.
Round 3 of qualifying. Now we start to see the drivers, Chris. They'll be starting to get a better feel for the boats. They'll be getting a better feel for the track.
Yeah, mate, they're right on. I'm just here with Adam Mileham in Short Fuse, mate. Group A, Ford motor, the one we were talking about before. Mate, looks like you've just been down to Super Cheap and bought half the shop. What's going on here?
Oh no, just oil pressure dropped off a little bit too much for where we want it to be, so it's going to go a little bit thicker on it, and maybe put the oil restrictors back in the valve train, and see how we go. Try and tune it a little bit better. We've struggled with it so far all season, so we're just trying to change little things at a time and see how we go.
Yeah, so there's smoke there before. That was it was more in the motor than you had a bit of smoke as you were going around, I thought.
Yeah,
You're looking at me. Oh, okay, wrong behave.
I hope not.
Don't look like it.
No,
But,
the oil didn't get too hot, so I don't think it would have smoked. So.
Yeah. So you're just going to, what do? Drop the old oil out and put in thicker gear, or?
Yep.
That's a bit of a chore in one of these, considering the bottom of the motor's literally 30 centimetres off the bottom.
Oh no, it'll be right. We've got a vacuum pump, so we'll suck it out. But we'll take the flex plate off just so we can put the oil restrictors back in. So yeah, maybe 15 minutes work.
Yeah. Only 15 minutes. That's pit crew stuff. Formula 5 stuff.
It's for the pit crew to do.
All right, mate. You're going to go and sit under the tree. And pretty hot, isn't it?
All right. Cheers.
All right. There you go, Richie. A bit of work to be done here on Short Fuse. A lot of blokes around. Lots of equipment.
Also looks like Jeff and Subject to Finance still have some work to do as we see Sean Stone back out on track again, and his indulgence boat. First season of racing for Sean. He's already had an excursion out of the water. Nice work from Sean that time around. Good smooth lap and a 59.38.
Just here with Shane Francis, Aussie Apocalypse. Mate, new boat, a Sprintec. What are you feeling out there?
Yeah, no, it feels good. Feels a lot better than the other one.
I noticed already you're a lot more confident out there. You're going harder than you ever did in the other boat.
It feels good. It feels good. So now we're going to start pushing against the big boys.
Start winding her up, mate.
Yeah, we're going to start playing her with a bit of throttle and whatnot. So it feels good.
So a good move. You were the proud owner of 2 jet boats there briefly, but are you still? Did you manage to sell the oldie or what?
No, we had 3 at one stage. But the other one's still for sale. If anyone wants a good deal, cheap bargain, come see me.
All right, mate. Still real cheap, 12.5.
Yep, no, that was the other one. The Macraft by itself with the jet unit, trailer, licensed, everything, 15. Or we've got a 350 sitting at home in the shed we can put in it for, say, 17,500 all up.
Mate, really good deal. And for everybody watching on the camera, Shane's sucking it all in, looking good. On you, mate.
$58.81 that time around for Jane Milam.
Just got Dan the Man in the war machine. Just down here in the pits and we're on the camera.
Yeah, how are you, Chris?
How you going out there? How you feeling?
Oh, mate, we're having a ball. Yeah, we got out, put out a pretty good time the second lap. We're pretty stoked with it.
Yeah, you look tidy and you got the old boat. Last event you improved a heap. So done a bit of work on the boat, done a bit of work on the motor or something? What's improved?
No, mate, we haven't touched the motor. We just put the thing on a bit of a diet.
On a bit of a diet? Which means what, you guys?
No, there's quite a few parts that we decide were surplus to our needs.
Okay, so you lightened it up and it's made quite a difference, hasn't it?
Yeah, and I think there's a few more to go yet too.
Yeah, what about Navigator? You won't change him out, he's pretty heavy.
Nah, Mel's doing a cracking job, mate.
Oh, mate, you won't be going for the 45-year-old gorgeous-looking girl. See you, mate. I said 45-year-old girl instead of 45 kilo.
Winner of our last meet was Shane Allen. He and Nat out there at the moment. Shane's quickest lap so far has been in the 56 seconds. Looking nice and smooth. I see he goes through the little flip-flop across the middle. Seemed to unsettle a few boats. That looked pretty good for him that time around. Nicely done around the island. Quick left onto that long main straight. $57.17 that time around for Shane Allen. Not sure what they were doing with the boat that time. A little bit slower by around about 0.5 of a second. Certainly quicker than his first lap though.
Just a heads up, mate, too. The live stream tonight is being sponsored by Grant you've got the details up there, the auto people.
Have I?
Yes, mate.
Okay, I'll find them.
All right, I'll put Nige on. Nige can give us a bit of a rundown on Grant. Grant's a great guy. He's up there. He takes the photos, and he's well known all out through Perth, sporting events. So,
from a simple
give him a rap, Nige.
Wait till Kenny's finished, but no, we put out a bit of a call to get a few few companies involved in putting on the live stream here, and Grant, who's Grant Lauterbach, who's heavily involved with the boats down here. He's our main video guy and photographer. He's come on board with his company, which is Grant's Car Stereo in Morley. So really appreciative of that. So he sponsored this round with the live stream. So any other guys out there who've got companies that want to get involved, get on board, because these guys are doing some awesome stuff. And massive thanks to Grant. So if you've been for car stereos, cameras, anything to do with your sound in your car, go and see Grant in Morley, opposite the Galleria. He's a good bloke.
You've been into his shop there, mate? I haven't. It is an amazing shop. There's all sorts of things in there. You can spend a couple of hours just walking around thinking, geez, I love that.
Yeah, well, no, Grant's had my car in there. He's added a few bits and pieces to it, a few upgrades. So, but it's usually you pick your car up from Grant's and you spend the next 2 days driving your car, because it's so much nicer being in there with a nice sound system, GPS, and he's got some good gear in there.
And a real tidy workshop out the back, which is busy.
He's always busy, but go in there. He's always got a coffee and a bicky and a chat, and he's got videos going. He's got some awesome pictures in there that he's taken some awesome pictures for V8 supercars and jet boats and the Wildcats. He's heavily involved in local sport. We'll really appreciate coming on board with us, Grant, and keep it moving.
All right, mate. That's good. Grant of Morley Car Stereo.
Complete Custom Systems. Stop in and see Grant and the
And,
boys at
one
61
other photographer
Russell
down
Street,
the other
Morley.
end there is
Or visit us
Gentleman
online
Neil,
at
we call him, who's,
carstereo.com.au.
just a volunteer, a bloke from up Raleigh Stone, and always down here on a whippersnipper, doing the work, doing the stuff, and takes multitudes of photos as well. So between him and Grant, we get a number of good photos on the website. All yours, Richie.
I was going to say, the website does look good. Plenty of good pictures, and even a few in the program as well. So hope you got yourself a copy. Some good words there about what it's all about as well. As we see Shay Francis and Ash Jackson out there in the Ultimatum. LS powered boat, Neptune Skip Bins, Gold's Gym, J&S Drilling, and Grant's Car Audio, supporters of this boat. $56.63.
Mate, we got to talk them into putting a photo of us in the program.
Oh, imagine how that would boost sales.
Yeah.
International bestseller straight away.
I'd say so, mate. We'd be go worldwide. But and another bloke up there in the bank, of course, who needs always a pat in the back is Steve. Steve does all the videos, so he's up there about halfway down, just opposite the what do you call it? The windy bit there.
The Samios S-bend.
The chicane. And he's just there. He videos all the events, so any video that usually gets about is Steve. So been with us many years, like Neil and Grant. So good mob of fellas.
It's nice to get the feedback after our first live feed as well from people from all around the country saying, wow, and all of a sudden Western Australia's on the map. We're becoming trendsetters almost.
We are, mate. We are. We did a good job.
Rachel Swartz and Tanya Uren. You guys think that Chris and I are all talk? Well, this boat is all talk. That's the name of it.
Had a bit of a rough old start to the season. Got smashed up, so totally rebuilt over Christmas and back on the water. So we won't put the mockers on her, but she can drive, this girl.
I always thought that was just a nice red-silver paint job, but no, it's just a bare aluminium finish.
Yeah, mate, didn't have time to paint it.
Of the repairs.
There's even a better accident before that one, which I'll tell you about after a run.
53.97 is her best lap to date. We've seen a couple go backwards by a few tenths this in this third qualifier. Let's see what happens with Rachel this time around. We have a 52.50. No going backwards there at all for Rachel.
Good time, but yeah, the story is old Marty, that's her husband. Very lucky man. He was towing the boat home after having it in the shop, getting all, this is not after this prang, but early days when they first got the boat and they were prettying it up, making it look good for the races, and old Marty was driving home and got T-boned. The car just smashed straight into the side of the boat and the trailer and smashed it off the road, and that was it, back to the drawing board. Rachel was not happy.
Marty's put on his piece of paper, Marty's claim to fame, best job of all being Rachel's hubby and an awesome boat builder. I wouldn't mind betting Rachel wrote that.
Yeah, I don't know, mate. Shit, and if I was married to her, I'd write it was a pretty awesome job.
Dan Patterson and Mel Reid in the War Machine.
As we heard, Dan's pulled a few kilos out of this boat, a few bits that he didn't reckon he needed in there, so that's interesting. And he has. The last two events, he's just been a lot quicker. He's right up there with Rachel, usually.
Well, he's been, he was a little bit quicker than Rachel on that second qualifier. Tell you what, he's looking pretty damn good in this third qualifier.
He's both looking good too. He's looking real good in the water, and he's not throwing it around like he normally does. He's a fair bit smoother. Look at that. Normally he's just smack. Oh no, blue smoke everywhere.
50.59.
So that's an oil leak, thank God. It doesn't look smoky at all back here, but there's a fair bit of smoke out there in the middle, isn't there, Rich?
It'd be interesting to know where that come from. Like I say, it's all stopped there now. Maybe under revs, it's pushing oil out of a catch bottle or something.
Yeah, we just threw hand signals. That's exactly what is happening. We're pretty good at hand signals, him and I. As he goes by. I'll go down and have a chat to him shortly.
Yeah, we'll get our pit reporter on the job, shall we?
Yeah, mate, yeah. I'm going to have a bloody drink, though. Jesus, it's hot out here. How are you up there?
Fabulous, thanks, but you can call me Richie. A very good afternoon. Welcome to you. It looks like we've got a nice crowd just starting to roll in. If you've just got here in the last couple of hours, we're about halfway through our the qualifying session number 3. We'll run a couple more for another hour or so, and then we'll have a quick break as we just wait for the sun to get a little bit lower. There comes a point in time where the sun's just that little bit too low, makes visibility difficult. Subject to finance. Corrine Steele and Renee Hall. I think this is the first time we've seen this boat on the water this afternoon.
A lot of blue smoke their last run, mate. So they've been in the pit there, replacing gaskets and things on the covers there. So looking good out there. No blue smoke this time, so they'll be in for the night. New motor, rebuilt.
Looks like a nice, gentle, just suck it and see lap too. Well, nicely done for Corrine. She was busy behind the wheel there, a little bit of checking and maybe some oversteering from time to time, but a good lap, 65.95. I think they'll just be happy that the smoke stayed inside the engine.
Yeah, mate, and a couple of problems maybe for Hammer here off the trailer out in the pit there, and lights out. She's stopped, so they're trying to get her back to the trailer without getting wet. Normally the navigator, mate, jumps out of the boat and pulls it in, but these navigators not playing game.
Let me remind you again, I know it's really cool to sit up there close to the fence and get really close to the action. Unfortunately, sometimes there is a chance you might get too close to the action. If you're sitting or leaning on the fence, we'd really like it if you could perhaps step about a metre or so back. There have been instances where boats have gone through the fence, and we really don't want you to become part of the hull should that happen. So please, if you sat close to or leaning on the fence, move yourself back by about a metre or so. We'd really appreciate it. Thank you. So those are the notes that I've got. Short fuse, weapon of choice, cardiac arrest, not coming out for this qualifier. So this is Brett Nile and Know Your Enemy. So, Chris, just listening to the boat, there's lots of accelerator work going on with this one, and you tell me that really the best way to drive these boats is full noise without getting on and off the accelerator.
Yeah, well, Brett, he's fairly new to the sport. He's not fairly new, he is brand new to the sport. This is his first season. They've missed the last 2 or 3 runs, so not a lot of boat time, mate, and so Brett's just getting the feel of it. I went to have a chat to him there before, but the batteries went dead, so I'll have a chat with him when he comes back on the trailer now, mate. But
I was talking to Sean Stone from the Indulgence boat earlier on. Sean's come from an autocross background, and yeah, he was one, being a car racer, it's like get off the accelerator into the corners and accelerate out of the corners, and he learnt very, very quickly that's not the way to drive a jet boat.
No, mate, take your foot off the throttle, you lose your steerage. And Brett's the same. He used to, right up until recently, he raced Porsches over in Europe. So very much a bloke who's used to banging the wheels over the curbs and jumping off the accelerator, dabbing the brakes and things like that. It's something we don't have here. You can't run over a curb and you can't dab a brake. You can't take your foot off the throttle. Scary.
Shane Francis and the Aussie Apocalypse out there now. 55.80, Shane's best lap. Looking nice as he comes past Owls Island. Left-hander onto the main straight. Looking nice and low in the water through the Coast FM speed bowl. A right, a left through the centre, right-hander across the finish line, and a 55.34.
You got a boat out there? No. Just a word from the pit boss here, or the race organiser, Dita. We're going to, after each round, due to the heat and we're running through the boats pretty rapidly, we're just going to take a short, only 5 minutes, but just 5 minutes to just see if we can, a couple of the boats will cool down a little bit more and keep them out there because, as we know, it's bloody hot. You don't know. I know that, Richie, you're up there in the shade, but it's hot down here, mate.
I would imagine that most of these boats would run a cooling system of sorts, wouldn't they?
No.
They don't?
No, mate, most of them just have a bit of plumbing from the jet unit.
Yep.
So it picks up the water, belts it through the motor and straight back out again, so out the side. So, yeah, when you come back on the trailer, some of the blokes will sit there and idle for some time until it cools the motor. Other boats we've got a shut-off valve that keeps the water in the motor, because obviously when you pull it up out of the water on the trailer, the water drains out and there's nothing cool in that motor except what hot water is in the motor. So a bit of a trick.
There's a bit of a mishap there for Excalibur. Wade Davies, as he come out of the Samios S-bend, just, I don't know, looks like maybe he might have got a little bit close to that outside bank. The boat just seemed to stand up a bit. Might have cost him a couple of tenths. Oh, very, very bumpy. Out of 10 into 11. Not the prettiest of laps we've seen from the birthday boy. 52.97 is his quickest lap. I don't know that we're going to get there this time.
61, mate. The brain's going. I never said that.
Here we go. 54.34 that time around for Wade.
So slowed up a bit.
Yeah, like I say, that first time, though, out of the Samios S-bend and into 7, just looked to me like he might have gone a little bit wide, hit the outside tyres or something, might have bounced him around a little bit.
Yeah, just quickly, I'm with Brett Nile from Know Your Enemy. Brett, you haven't raced a lot. You've missed a few meetings lately. The boat's been bent every time by your B driver, Cliff. You're here on your own tonight, so how are you feeling out there?
Yeah, we haven't been in the boat since December, like you said, so missed a few rounds. I don't think we actually completed a round last year either for thanks to our B team. So yeah, it's something. Just hopefully get a nice consistent night. We made some. We've improved on our times consistently tonight, but we've still got a bit to go to be competitive.
Yeah, mate. No, you'll be on it. I'll come back and chat to you during the night. We've got a boat out there on the thing, but good to see you out there and good to see you winding it up. Actually, good on you.
Rodwood and Short Fuse. Would you believe? No, it's Triple X, sorry.
X, mate. Ooh.
Hang on, I'll just put my glasses back on. That's better.
You just gave that a big bump there. I don't know whether you saw that, mate, as you're putting your glasses back on, but yeah, big thud down them through the middle there. Bit of rubber on the boat, I'd say, from those tyres.
$52.05 for Rod.
Got the A motor in, mate. He's definitely faster out there, so he'll get into the high 40s before the night's out, I'm sure of that.
If you see our drone buzzing around, might be pointed in your direction, give it a wave.
Where is it?
We'll make you famous. Of course, we are streaming live thanks to Grant's Car Stereo in Morley. If you've got your phones, get on the worldwide interweb, go to YouTube, look up Front Row Screens, and you can watch. And hopefully soon I'll get a monitor in here as well. So if we've got replays, I can talk you through replays as well.
Mate, quick update on cardiac arrest. What do you reckon, Joe? How's it going?
We've replaced that hose, mate, and yeah, we're just cleaning the boat up now, get the oil out of it and clean it up a bit before we go back out.
Back out there shortly. Okay, mate, that's great stuff. Good to hear, and do well.
Yeah, we'll try our best, mate.
Good news there, Richie.
All right, I think the word that I'm getting on the radio is that we're having a break.
Just a quick 5-minute one, mate, just to let everything cool down a little bit. There's a lot of hot motors down here, so I'll try and fill the 5 minutes with a few chats. Bit of an update, Adam, on how you're going there with the oil and that in Short Fuse.
Yeah, all good. We just sucked it out, changed the restrictors, about to put the flex plate back on, and then back in so it does.
Well, restrictors. Tell us a little bit about restrictors if you've got time.
It's just to direct most of the oil to the bottom end rather than to the valve train. So these being mechanical roller setup, they don't need a whole lot of oil. So
put it all back down the bottom into the summer.
Yeah, we thought that was half the problem why the oil temp was getting so bad. So we took them out and thrown bungs in there. So we've gone halfway between where we were and where we went, and see what happens.
All right, mate, and we've just introduced a bit of a 5-minute break between runs. So just to let the boats cool down, that'd obviously suit you a little by the sounds of things.
Oh yeah, definitely. Another 5 minutes will be ready. So by the time they come back around, we'll see what it does.
You'll be out there.
Hopefully.
All right, mate. Good stuff.
Cheers, Chris.
Rod Wood, Triple X. Mate, how was that run? I saw you. Got a bit untidy in the middle there. I think I heard a thud.
No. I don't think Ari navigated into any tyres, did you?
It was Aria just hitting the dash, was it?
Yeah. So it's making a bit of wincing noise.
Wincing noise.
No, it's all right. We've still got a little bit to go. We just haven't got something right here yet with the engine. So
Yeah, 52, mate, and you haven't really improved on that. So
yeah, the engine was better that time, but it was not what it should be.
So still jetting up and putting more fuel in, or going? What are you up to there?
I don't
What's
know.
Pete?
The boys are cowards. They're letting the engine cool down before they pull the plugs out of it.
Yeah, I noticed Pete there, mate. He's got gloves up to both elbows, and he's in there. He's pretty keen, but Jesus, there's nothing worse, is there, than getting in there? You and I don't know that, of course.
No, I've seen what it can do.
Yeah, you can burn. So he's just checking out the plugs there, eh? And just trying to figure out why it's not on song.
Yeah, doing a plug reading on it, probably timing check or something. I'm not sure. We just got to get it down and find out why it's not crisp. It's not what it should be.
Yeah, and what's the computer telling you?
Nothing really of interest at this stage.
Yeah. All right, mate. Well, let's hope Pete, very good, very accomplished around the back end of a jet sprint boat and race cars and all sorts. So I'd imagine he'll find something there, and by the end of the night, you'll be on song, mate. You've got the big,
you got him
the big Dougie there too.
Yeah, Dougie built the engine for us, so he's going with Pete. So probably got two of the best minds out here passing around spark plugs, whatever that means. I just look interested.
Yeah, you've got to do that. You know, they nicknamed me Shoemaker, my crew, because they reckon I just lobbed in, took all the glory, drove, and then just went home and left them all to it. So it's not a bad way to race, really, is it?
It's a lot better, isn't it? A lot better than doing all the work.
Oh, yeah.
Right, cheers, mate.
All right, mate.
It's called a steering wheel attendant, Chris.
That's it, mate. We're filling in a bit of time here, so I'll put the microphone in Big Dougie's mouth. Well, not in his mouth, but...
Why don't you go catch up with Wade and wish him a happy birthday?
Yeah, I will in a sec. I've got Big Dougie here, Sledgehammer Motors. Mate, you're building a few of the motors now. You've just put this together.
I'm worn out, mate, to be honest. But no, this one's been a bit of it's I don't know. There's no nice way of putting it. It's a slug.
It's a slug. This is Triple X we're talking about
on
here.
Top of it. Yeah, it didn't come up the way expected on the dyno.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the previous owner's not very helpful with information we needed. So yeah, we're a bit in the dark, but there's a couple of things we would have changed, but everything in this motor, it's one-off special, wait 4 to 8 weeks to get it. So we couldn't do the change-outs we wanted to do to make it perform better.
So you pulled it down a little bit.
We found issues with it when we pulled it down, and now we're just starting to lean on the motor now. We picked up nearly another 2 seconds in. We'll probably get another 2 out before the end of the night.
So
but it's still not up where it should be.
Yeah, Doug said it's just not crisp.
Never where it was. We were told it was.
Righto, and Nigel's motor, you had your problems with that.
Beautiful, mate.
Yeah, it's going like a
ticking away.
Beautiful, mate.
He's not even hard on it yet, so yeah, we're just once the cool air comes in. Yeah, I think everybody will love it when the cool air comes in. It just makes horsepower. Everything goes a lot better. No, it's all good. No, I'm a little bit up. It's not very often a motor, in French terms, pisses me off, but this one did.
It is, mate. It is.
It's just, you know, you've been there. You know, you just get one, and when we've dialed up things, got figures, and on the dyno, we just laughed because it was just ridiculous figures we were getting on different stuff. And thought, what the hell is this? You know, so it's and I mean, I don't consider myself to be a total know-all, but I'm not a dill either, and things just don't gel.
Yeah, okay, mate. So a fair bit of work to be done on it.
Oh yeah, we'll sneak up on it tonight, and I've always told Ron at the end of this there's only 2 more shows, and then we'll make we know that the build part of the motor is really good. The bottom end's solid, the top end's good. We know we want to throw the cam in the bottom end of the creek for an anchor, and that's what we'll end up doing. That's the major problem with it. Makes massive torque, absolutely massive torque, probably the torquiest motor down here, but doesn't make the horsepower.
So put it
so
down
it makes it a bit not responsive unless you're working it really hard the whole time. It's it just dies off a bit.
Yep.
But anyway, we put a little bit of a smile on Rodney's face then, so hopefully by the time the cool air comes in after 2, we'll be able to have him absolutely smiling. So we'll just work with him, and
that's it, mate.
We'll just go from there. Yeah. So it's
you're obviously
all good. Can't be better.
Obviously supportive of this small. We've never done this before, but because of the heat, we're having a little 5-minute break.
Everyone's having a little trouble. Yeah. So it's like we just played with Nigel's engine. We just bombed that a bit, and yeah, it's going perfect. So once the air comes on cool, you know yourself, you pick up another 20 horsepower for nothing really. So and that could be the difference with this when the cool air comes in. It's a bit like running a Tamora at the moment. You know, you got no air, and we haven't got good air at the moment. It's only 90, 80 DM at the moment, so it's not real flash at all. So this thing's come off the dyno perfect, but it's massively lean. So we'll get into it and we'll fatten her up and
All right, mate.
give it a kick in the bowel.
Okay, we'll be watching you.
That'll be good. Thanks for the chat, Chris.
All right, mate. Good stuff. That's Big Dougie, we call him. Oh, sorry.
Looks like we've got boats in the water again. Now, Chris, we talk about the water being settled and slippery and everything else. This little break that we've just had, that would probably be settling the water and just putting it back to where we started from, wouldn't it?
Yeah, not that quick, but you're right. There will be a little bit, but yeah, mate. No, it's well and truly. If you look down into the water there now, you can see she's pretty sludgy.
Oh, it's very muddy.
Yeah, so yeah, 5 minutes ain't going to hurt it. So these guys have been having trouble right through the night. So just going out there, feeling it, and seeing if they can stop that oil leak, eh?
Yeah, very tender around the track, aren't they? You can just see that in the attitude of the boat. Listen to the revs. He's not in it. Probably shows as he comes out of some of those corners as well. The boat just looking very, very unsettled.
Yeah, just going a bit slow, mate. Hard to drive, but if he gets around with no blue smoke, I dare say he'll come in with a big grin.
Of course, Jeff Steele and Brian Jackson out there in the moment, subject to finance. Jeff's a self-employed carpenter.
Chippy.
And indeed, that is very promising. All the smoke still inside the engine. And yeah, not a fast lap, but a good feel the boat lap. 73.91. We are in round 4 of qualifying now.
Righto, just down here with Wade Davies, the birthday boy, and Nick Scalaba. How you going out there, mate?
Yeah, not too bad, Chris. Last run was a bit untidy.
Yeah, I saw that. 61. You sort of go off a bit already, or what?
No, I just clipped the tyre and bent all the skegs, and just didn't want to go around corners then.
Yeah, mate. So, big day, 61 years old. That's pretty well. That's officially over the bloody other side now.
Oh yeah, mate. But basically, it's just another day.
We're going to sing you happy birthday later, mate.
No, you're not.
Yeah, we are. All right, mate. Richie said. All right, Richie, over to you.
Sean Stone out on the pond at the moment, enjoying his indulgence. .59.38, the quickest lap so far for Sean. Sean's first season of sprint boat racing as well. A little bumpy out of 10 into 11. Nice around the island though. A left-hander onto the back straight. Nicely done through the middle as he comes out of 10 and across the finish line. And his quickest lap to date, 58.53.
Just here with Adam Morris in Hammer. Mate, few problems. You pushed it off the trailer there before. We're floating around in the pits and nobody would go in and get you. Jesus, I was nearly going to go in. It was that bloody hot down here. It would have been good to have a swim.
Yeah, we were thinking about it. Don't worry about that.
So what's the problem with it, mate?
Mate, just the starter and the ring gear wouldn't mesh properly with the flywheel, you know. Yeah, she was just skipping on the outside.
So loose starter or?
No, spaced out too far. So we just took off spaces out and we're just going to test her.
So just hopefully it'll disengage now.
Yeah, we're hoping. That's what we're going to look at.
All right, Adam. Good stuff, mate.
Boat number 288, runner-up at our last meet, Jane Milam. Mandy Crofts in the passenger seat. Couple of years in jet boats, but this is her first season behind the wheel of a boat. She's in a small block boat. 350 class, running a 350 cubic inch Chevrolet, of course, as the name suggests, limited to up to 360 cubic inches. Little bit bumpy out of 10 onto the main straight. Nicely done there through the speed bowl. Nice and smooth through the middle. Try to make it as straight as possible. 57.89 for Jane. Sorry.
Yeah, just here with Marty. Marty's the pit boss and pit crew and chief mechanic of All Talk. Rachel Swartz's boat, mate. How's the boat going out there tonight?
Yeah, it's pretty trouble-free tonight. It's going good. The worst I've got to do is tie up a bit of oil spill, but that's about it.
Yeah, so Rach is peddling it around really well as usual, so everything's running like clockwork, mate.
Yeah, it's going good. It is a tough track, but yeah, we'll keep pushing on. We've got to catch Dan.
All right, mate. What?
Boat number 99 is Shane Allen and the Predator. Winner of the last meeting. Not really our quickest boat out there just yet. Still early days though. Boat looking nice through the water across the middle of the track. Looking good on the last half of the track through the speed bowl. Across the middle runs 56.42.
Keen competition down here between All Talk and War Machine, mate. Rach has always enjoyed just having the edge on all the LS boats, but Dan the man's taken it up to her, so that's their aim. Catch Dan.
Dan is the one. He's the quickest boat out there in our LS class at the moment. 50.59's his quickest qualifier. That was done in 50.31 is the quickest. That was in round 2. He went a little bit slower in round 3. But yeah, Rachel, she's a couple of seconds behind, and on this short, really tight, really technical track, I imagine that could be quite a big difference.
Yeah, mate, I think you're right there, but just keep an eye on this, Rach. She'll, towards the end of the night, she'll just start putting the big ones down, I'd say.
And of course, as we all know, it only takes just one little mistake to upset everything, and you don't have to be necessarily have to be the quickest boat on the day. As we see Shay Francis in the Ultimatum boat, our LS class. Running a 5.7 LS1, this LS class, of course, restricted to LS engines, but they can run up to the larger 6.3 litre. And indeed, a couple of boats out there on the pond do. Nice through the first half of the lap. Shay's best lap of 55.63. Still a little bit off that with a 56.33. So, Chris, we've seen a number of boats that come out in their third qualifier and actually went a little bit slower. Would that be just a case of perhaps just over-adjusting from the previous lap?
Yeah, quite possibly, mate. Everybody's mucking around a little bit, and pretty much the first three runs will be where most of the guys do, a lot of the changes, the tuning and things like that. And then after that, you got to get down to really good, you got to get down your best qualifying time to go forward into the finals.
Yeah.
So they by the fourth sort of run, fifth run, they're not tricking with them too much. So what you probably are, you're dead right. The boys have made a few changes and just experimenting, and a lot of them will go back to what they had prior, possibly, and some of them will improve. So it's a real game they play down there.
Well, Rachel Schwartz is one of them, getting quicker every time. And wow, was she quick in that first section through the Samios S-bend, just flying across the middle.
That last run too, she sorted out the middle on the way home too, Richie, so you watch that. She's probably one of the best drivers coming home now, so that'll pick her up, good, probably half a second. Going quick.
Very quick. Her best lap's a 52.5 in this class. The best lap so far is a 50. We're looking good. We're at 49. We're at 50. 51.75.
So what's that? Shaved a second off? Second and a bit?
Yeah, nice lap. She's just been getting better and better every time that she comes out in this boat. You'll be loving this, I'm sure.
Just here with Shay Francis, mate, in Ultimatum. How you finding it out there, Shay?
Yeah, no, the boat's handling well. It's unfortunately we're just down on a bit of horsepower, so it's till we get the new motor in it, this is probably about as good as it's going to get.
Righto, mate, and you're a man out of the cars into the boats just very quickly before this next boat starts. How are you enjoying it?
Yeah, no, having a blast, mate. It's definitely got the bug. We won't be going anywhere. We'll keep working on this boat and get in the mix.
New motor means staying.
We'll be staying in LS, but yeah, we should get a couple extra 100 horsepower out of it for next season.
Right, way to go. All right, Shane.
Well, if there's two boats to watch in the LS class, this is the other one. It's the War Machine, Dan the Man Patterson. He was runner-up last time around. He wants to go one better and pick up a win this time around. He is the quickest of the LS boats out there so far. Oh, nice. First of our LSs to go under 50 seconds, 49.92. Awesome work there for Dan Patterson.
Mate, good run by Dan. I'm just down here with young Bully, as we call him, Ken Bull. I love the boat's name. It's called Who Cares? But how you going out there, mate? Do you care or not?
Well, it's a bit hard to care when there's only one of these types of boats here today. It's, a couple of them are missing.
Couple of what? Oh yeah, you're on your own. So you've won tonight, but that's pretty good, isn't it?
Well, win's a win, I suppose.
Win's a win, and so the boat's going well. You had a little while out of the sport too, but back into it, and well and truly got the bug again, eh?
Yeah, circumstances led me away for a little while, but kept the boat, managed to.
Yeah, it's still trying to get the bugs out of getting back in. There's one corner out there that keeps catching me out tonight, but I'll try and master it before the end.
All right, mate. We'll keep an eye on that. Which corner? Down the bottom?
What was that?
Which corner?
Coming out of 4 into 9.
4 into 9. We'll keep an eye on that, won't we, Rich? All right, mate. Great to see you back, and keep enjoying it out there.
Okay, Hammer and Short Fuse not coming this time around, so this must be Brett Nile, Know Your Enemy. I think I actually just missed it as he went past me on the start line. Oh no, this is Corrine in Subject to Finance. And that time around for Corrine, 67.03. So it might be another one of those that are perhaps just tweaking things in the wrong direction.
Just down here with Shane Allen, mate, in Predator, our Victorian competitor, mate. Had a chat there before. You were just getting used to it. How's it going out there now?
Yeah, pretty good. Tried a different couple of jet nozzles and put it up, but put it down that lap. It'll probably settle on that and settle its one up a little bit.
Heat's not bothering you too much, the heat?
What can I say? Yeah, it's killing me at this stage.
Killing you personally, but the motors, everything's all right, not running too hot or?
Yeah, boat seems pretty healthy, so hopefully it's starting to cool down a little bit now, so things can only improve, I hope.
All right, mate. We'll keep an eye on you.
So Adam Morris not coming around. This is Brett Nile. As we move into our Group A boats. Group A is an international class, mildly modified V8s, not bigger than 412 cubic inches, 58.16 for Brett.
Yeah, we haven't quite got it sorted yet. We destroyed an engine a couple of meets ago. This is the first round back with the new engine. We seem to be blowing all the smoke out the exhaust, as you've noticed.
So that's not a leak?
No, there's no oil leaks or nothing. It's all going straight out the exhaust, sucking it out the breathers. So we're trying to just put a small nozzle in a few minutes on the engine and see if it clears itself out a bit. So we get any rings or anything like that. So yeah, we'll just rip the covers off it now, just go over the clearances and that, just make sure we're happy with it all, and wait till night time when you can't see the smoke and get to it. Yeah, no, it's actually just blowing it, sucking it straight in the exhaust and blowing it straight out. So, yeah, but no flame, so that's always a good sign. That's the idea, but yeah, thanks, Chris.
Go on, mate.
Shane Francis on the pond at the moment in his new Aussie Apocalypse. Beautifully turned out boat. Another one of our Group A runners, as I was saying before. V8 engines, restricted to cast iron heads and blocks, single 4-barrel carby, runs a 54.69 for Shane that time around. Yeah, single 4-barrel carby, running on pump fuel, or they can run avgas. And it is an international class, so this is a class that runs all the way around the world. Up next should be Wade Davis in Excalibur. Would that be looking about right there, Chris?
Yeah, mate, Excalibur coming up now, the oldest man in jet sprinting, but I'm just here with Dan the man, Crazy Dan. Mate, you're out there. You've got the fastest time of the LS class. You've got to be happy.
Yeah, mate, we're having a ball.
Yeah, and I just talked to Rach there before, and she said the name of the game is to catch Dan. And we haven't heard that for bloody year.
No, I don't remember hearing that ever, to be honest.
I thought she said cat scan, actually, but she said catch Dan.
Yeah, no, she's been the one to beat for a long time, mate, so it feels really good to take it up to her.
Yeah, no, good stuff, mate. Keep it up, and we'll keep an eye on the pair of you over the night.
Yeah, no worries, mate. We'll keep punching on.
Very bumpy out of the Samios S-bend and into turn number 7 there for Excalibur. 400 cubic inch Chev, sounding nice and strong on this boat though. Beautifully done out of the bowl into turn number 8 across the middle. Looked like he might have gone just a little bit wide, maybe just tagged the tyres. Not sure about that. Looked awfully close. Nice and smooth. Out of 2 into 7 across the middle and a 53.49.
Mate, tell us all about Grunt Stereos, mate.
They're in Morley, and they're the people that you need to go and see when you want car audio for your car, and of course they're sponsors of our fabulous live streaming as well. So thank you guys for getting behind us.
Yeah, mate, it's not the cheapest exercise putting it over the internet, so very grateful to Grant and his business. I'm going to have a chat
Grant's
to
Car
Wade
Stereo
in
Morley,
Excalibur when he gets
proudly
back here, mate.
supplying
So,
and
we
fitting
might
quality
just
car
prepare the
stereos for
tonsil.
over 15 years, selling top-name brands like Alpine, Focal, Rockford Fosgate. From a simple upgrade to complete custom systems, stop in and see Grant and the boys at 61 Russell Street, Morley, or visit us online at carstereo.com.au.
Carstereo.com.au if you want to find out what they can do for you. Thanks again to Grant and the guys at Grant's Car Stereos. We see Rod Wood and Triple X out on the pond at the moment. Doing nicely through the first half of the lap. Looking good out of the Coast FM Speed Bowl. Nice across the middle. Last turn into 10 and across the finish line of 51.94. That is his quickest lap for the day.
Well, Dougie said he'd get a couple more seconds out of her, so they're working on that boat. I'm just here with Wado, but we're waiting for him to get out of the boat, mate. I think he's a bit shy, but you're going to sing happy birthday, aren't you?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Me?
Yeah.
Really?
Bloody oath.
Oh, you don't want to hear that.
You said you were going to.
Did I really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Come on, mate.
I thought you said you were.
You bloody liar. Nah, Wado's bloody...
Have you got him?
No, not quite, mate. We'll have to call this boat around and we'll sing him happy birthday after that.
Oh, that didn't sound happy at all. Joe Wilson, Kane Wilson in cardiac arrest, and yet that boat just sounded pretty unhappy there on the hit.
Sounded messy, or is still sounding messy, mate? I'm down the other end. Is it looking all right or what?
No, I wouldn't suggest so. It's very bouncy through a lot of those turns.
But the motor's sorted, eh?
And Yeah, well, he's kept the smoke inside the engine this time around, but yeah, really just perhaps not sounding. It sounded almost like it was fuel sloshing around, and the engine seemed to be missing a little bit. Not too bad through the last half of the lap.
I'm just watching the tail end of it, mate. He's off the pace a bit, isn't he?
.55.69. But given that's the first time they've managed a complete lap, and yep, they kept the smoke inside the engine, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. But it didn't sound good right from the hit.
I'll go and have a chat, mate, see if we can find out what's wrong. Now, I got Wado here, 61, mate. You've been married at this track. I happened to be in your wedding party out there on the muddy island where Yorkie fell flat in his arse in the mud, which was one of the funniest things I've ever seen. But, mate, Richie up there in the tower, he's going to sing you happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Wade Davies. Happy birthday to you. I'm not going to do 61 hip hip hoorays, but hip hip.
Hooray.
Happy birthday.
Well done,
mate.
Hey, I sung well as well.
Yeah, no, I'm talking to you too.
You bloody looked over there and you bloody said, thanks, mate. You didn't look at me. Anyway, mate, 61, birthday here at the track, married here at the track. So it's been a big place for you, really.
Yeah, just not having any kids here, but.
Yeah, no kids in the mud, mate. Ugh. But how you going out there that last run? Did you get around and tidied it up a bit?
Yeah, it was better than the previous one. We bent all the skegs on the previous one. Didn't want to turn corners, so straighten it all up. No, a lot better.
Good one, mate. So, all right, well, let's hope you get on the podium for the 61st, eh?
We'll try.
And the last of our fourth qualifying session, Nigel Johnson and his weapon of choice is the quickest of our superboats. Nice, love the way the attitude of that boat as you come out of the speed bowl. Into 7, across the middle, 48.56. So it wasn't his quickest lap, but it was certainly up there, 48.56. Well done, Nige.
He's just doing what he's got to do at the moment. I'm just here with Joe Wilson, cardiac arrest. Mate, out there, you looked a bit untidy and you didn't look like you were on it. So problems or just sort of sitting back into it?
Just a bit frustrated, mate, more than anything.
The little red haze came down, did it, mate?
Yeah, it was, yeah. So I've got that out of the way now. We'll be all right.
You're all right, tidy, you're up, and the boat's going all right. Everything's good now, eh?
Yeah, we just putted it around that time. Just wanted to make sure nothing else was going to go and everything's all right. And yeah, well, it's just a bit of frustration there, mate. I was throwing it around to see what to do.
Yeah, all right, mate. The joys of a new boat, eh? You got to find out what hoses are good, what aren't, what works. Last event it was the steering gave out. That was pretty exciting for you, and you ended up denting her a bit, and you became a passenger in her. But this time a blown nose, but you're back out there.
Yeah, well, that's it. So no, we'll be all right, mate. I think it's all good now. So we'll plod along. Got my frustration out now, throwing it around a bit. So we'll be all right.
All right, mate. We look forward to watching you for the rest of the evening. How many donuts have you got tonight, Richie?
12.
Have you? God, you're
No, that's not true. We haven't had any, actually.
There's a go-kart truck here.
But you have, sorry?
There's the go-kart, the bloody, what do you call them, donut thing here?
Yeah, absolutely. Tony's set up there over on the, what would that be, the northern side of the track, on the sunny side.
Oh, come on, that's the eastern side.
Is it?
Yeah, you got this back to the beach.
All right. Well, I have to, yeah, of course I have. Okay, so he's on the eastern side. On the sunny side, anyway. G'day, Tony.
How can it be?
And, yep, if you want some donuts. I saw the coffee van rock up earlier on, so there's coffee over the other side. I saw an ice cream van around here somewhere as well. So we've got it all going on for you. Of course, Molly's Kitchen is open, and apparently Molly is doing something pretty special with some smoked brisket, and he's going to tell me when it's ready a little later on. He said around about 6 o'clock. But anyway, I'll wait for the word. But Molly's Kitchen's open if you want something to eat. The burgers are beautiful. Cold drinks. And, of course, yeah, as I say, we've got donuts, we've got coffee, we've got ice cream. We've got it all going on. No reason for you to go hungry or thirsty. It is really good to see lots of kids running around, but mums and dads, just be mindful. There are cars moving around here as well, so keep your eyes on the kids and just make sure that they're watching what they are doing. We can't always be sure that drivers are watching what they're doing, but between the two of you, between parents and drivers, if we're all watching what we're doing, hopefully there'll be no car and people contact and it'll all be a good thing. So please just keep an eye on your kids if they're running around and enjoying themselves. So we got a short break.
I'm just going to quickly...
Adam
Morris, are we still racing? You backed it in, you tried it, does it go?
Yeah, mate, we're all good to go. Yep.
Starter motor's working.
Yeah.
Good stuff. All right, back to you, Rich. Sorry, mate. Adam Morris in Hammer is back in the water.
Grant's Car Stereo Morley. Proudly supplying and fitting quality car stereos for over 15 years. Selling top-name brands like Alpine, Focal, Rockford Fosgate. From a simple upgrade to complete custom systems. Stop in and see Grant and the boys at 61 Russell Street, Morley. Or visit us online at carstereo.com.au.
Just a short break, everybody. We don't normally do this, but just tonight with it being so hot, there's a few hot motors, a few hot drivers and navigators as well. So we're just taking a short break between each run through, which, as I said, we don't normally do. But just 5 minutes, so bear with us and we'll be back out on the next run. You there, Richie?
At least I think there I am.
Jeez, mate.
It's all right. I was awake. It was just waking up the microphone.
Yeah, I think it's time we talked about Cavi, mate, because the Kiwis are over there. It's, what are they, 5 hours in front of us, so they're well and truly knocked off racing.
Oh, goodness gracious. They'll be well into beer o'clock.
Yeah, they'll be sitting there listening to us, watching the event on the live stream. So, what do you reckon of Cavey? He's a bit of a wild man, isn't he?
He certainly looked like a wild man.
Yeah, this is officially hang crap on Cavey 10 minutes, okay?
I don't know. I found him fun and interesting to talk to, and I do genuinely look forward to an opportunity to work with Caveman somewhere further down the track. But yeah, interesting bloke, and I'm sure he's having a good time over in New Zealand. They're racing at Taranaki at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to let a bit of a secret out of the bag. Every time he comes over here, like over there, he's obviously got an image that he's got uphold and everything over here. But when he comes over here, he stays with me. And, you know, every Saturday before we come down to the races, we've got to go to the goddamn hairdressers. Where he has his
really?
Fair income.
Look at it. Looking at him, I wouldn't have thought he'd seen a hairdresser for some time.
No, I know, it's surprising, but he's fallen in love with the lady there that gives the hair massage.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, he sits there and he looks like a big Buddha sitting in the chair there, and he just leans back and she goes to work on his scalp, and it's a bit worrying because you're not sure what lives in there really. That's the hair. I don't know what is in the beard. The beard would have to have stuff in it.
Well, they don't call him Caveman for no reason, I'm sure.
Yeah, so that's the old Cavy, and he's over in New Zealand calling their event tonight, and he does come here occasionally, but yeah, been calling the jet boats for a while, but it's good to get a little bit back on him because he's very quick-witted and doesn't mind hanging it on you.
And that's what it's all about, as long as we've all got broad shoulders and can give it back.
That's it, mate, that's it.
So, yeah, very good welcome to our friends at Taranaki who are watching, and, of course, all our friends around Australia, and might be a little bit early in the morning for friends anywhere else around the world. But, hey, if you are tuning into us on the World Wide Web, courtesy of Grant's Car Stereo in Morley, and the gang at Front Row Screens, then welcome along. I hope you're enjoying yourself, and I hope you're enjoying our coverage. And if you're sat around the track here, welcome to you. I hope you're enjoying yourself as well. Once again, forgive us for this short break. The heat does play a bit of havoc with the boats, so best we give them a chance to rest. And we'll be back underway with more sprint boat racing in just a few minutes.
Just here with Nigel Johnson, the president of our club, and also the driver of Weapon of Choice and the Superboat. Mate, just while we get a break here and we're filling a spot, give us a bit of a rundown on a jet boat. Like let's talk about the jet unit for a start. So, we're talking about a Scott unit, so give us a rundown how it works, where how it sucks in through the bottom, how we trim them, how we tune them, and so on and so on.
Well, to simplify it, it's just a big spinny thing turning a pump. Basically, you've got something in there, and if you've got lots of horsepower, you can spin a big pump really fast, and if you haven't got a lot of horsepower, you spin a small pump.
So the spinny thing's being impellers?
Being the engine.
Being the engine spins it. So
can't simplify it any more than that.
Yeah, mate.
Basically, you're sucking water in from the bottom of the boat, and you're spitting it out the back at a pretty fantastic rate of knots. So that's sucking the boat down into the water and allowing you to turn do the G's in the corners that you can't do in a car. We're hitting some of these corners at about 120 kilometres an hour, and the boat just, you're not off the throttle. The boat just handles them and goes around beautifully.
And they're corners not to be compared with car racing.
No, you can't do it in a car. You couldn't do it in a cart. And some boats are doing these corners in 6 to 7 Gs. It's a pretty awesome feeling, and when you're not used to it, when we do the paid rides after the break, it's a pretty daunting thing to see this corner coming up at you, and all of a sudden you're through it and you're around it, and it's hard to describe until you've actually done it.
So we've got a grill underneath where the water's sucked in, and that's got bars in it that they're sort of fine and sharpened and everything, but basically they stop any rocks or foreign objects getting sucked up into the unit and denting the impellers.
There's
or the blades,
there's no university course in doing it, but there's so much that goes on. Those grills are also directional. There's lots of things that are going on with there, and look, us over here, we're only scratching the surface with it. Some of the chats that we're having, the Kiwi guys, they're so advanced with it. And it's I get a bit of a migraine when they're talking about it, but
when you go in the worlds over there, which I know you've been over and had a look at, it's quite amazing, isn't it? They do a run, and then they basically strip down the whole jet unit, and they're out there with the little grinders, and that's stuff we don't do ever.
Yeah, well, I went over to Timor and raced there last year, and because you get a fair bit of time in between qualifiers, guys are stripping their jets, they've got their grinder out, touching up blades, and I'm looking at that thinking, we just don't get the time to do that. We barely get the time to get out of the boat, debrief and fill it up, and all of a sudden we're back in the water racing again. So it's interesting seeing how it happens everywhere else. And but yeah, look, it's a pretty cool sport, and phenomenal bits of engineering and what these things can do.
Yeah. So again, on the jet unit, so it's sucked up through the grill. Goes through a series of blades, two blades.
Two impellers.
So they're at different pitches?
Look, that's each pump's different, and everyone sort of has different theories on it. But yeah, usually different pitches, and it sort of all funnels down and gets compressed down into a nozzle at the back, and that nozzle's part of your trimming process, where you can trim the boat up and down by changing the pitch of the nozzle and also the size, which will bring your revs up and make the boat turn more direct or basically turn like a tugboat.
Smaller the unit, smaller the orifice, the tighter the steering, the larger the orifice, the looser it is on the track.
Yep.
And I think it's interesting to sort of also say that the ID of those of the nozzle you know, we change them as little as 1 millimetre, 2 millimetres, and it makes a difference.
Well, I just went from a 114 and a half, sorry, 114 mil and a half to a 114, and that made a massive difference to my turning. It slowed me down half a second, but so much more direct.
Yeah, and so, you know, that's the sort of thing we're talking about for everybody there on the bank. They're tiny, tiny little changes just make a big difference to these boats. And then also we trim the nose off the jet unit by angling it down or angling it up. And again, it's done in millimetres, isn't it? And that just massive change to the boat.
So while I'm trying to sort that out and playing with that, the moment I come in, Big Dougie McPherson sticks his head in the cockpit and says, "You want me to lean it out?" So you got the mechanic who wants to push the motor a little bit, and me who's trying to play with the jet. And it's as I said, this jet boating games, it's not one thing. It's 5 or 6 things that all need to work beautifully together.
Yeah, get them perfect.
So it's change one thing at a time and see what works and what doesn't.
And even setting them up, you know, when we build them, Nige, it's a hell of a thing getting it balanced perfectly. You know, the motor in the right spot. Again, we move the motor forward, you know, millimetres, and it just, you know, it'll be the difference between the boat being, you know, really competitive and not being competitive, or just put it back, and you know how low it is in the boat. And there's a real science to it. Even the seating, you know, like, you know, the boats that we race nowadays, you're just about lying down, which is again moving the you know, the centre of gravity down.
Yeah, look, there's also the safety aspect of lying down. I'm still a fan of these sort of seats. A lot of people say, "Oh, you can't see over the front." No, I don't have a problem seeing. So, no, look, there's just so much to it, and it's advancing. It's all advancing very quickly. It's
yeah, same computer systems as the V8 guys, you know, the supercars run. So that, you know, it's really high tech stuff.
Yep. So. Sorry, I was just trying to watch what was going on there. But yeah, look, some of the things that we'll talk about that later anyway.
All right, mate.
Thanks for your patience. We are back again, our 350 class, and looks like Jeff might have parked up his subject to finance boat for the evening. Sean Stone and Curtis McDermott out there in the moment with their indulgence. Small block Chevy, now 350 class. 4 qualifiers down. Best lap so far is a 58.53. Doesn't look to be a super quick lap, but certainly looks nice and smooth. He's got good lines right across the middle. It's flat, it's not being bumped around, and we have a 60 flat. So that wasn't his quickest lap, but certainly looked a lot smoother and a lot cleaner than some of the other laps that we've seen.
Just hot off the press here, Richie. I'm handing the microphone to Dieter, our race controller, mate. Tell us what was happening over the next few runs.
Right, so we're going to get to the end of our 350 class here. Couple more boats to run. We'll get my nice hot sweaty mug on the live stream. Couple more boats to run in 350. Like. Right, well this is me. And then we're going to go to our parade lap and a bit of a dinner break. We're getting the sun to a point where we're getting a bit too much glare off the water into the driver's eyes. So we'll make it a bit safer, have a bit of a break and come back when the sun's moved a little bit further.
And we do the ride of the life, so the paid rides.
Exactly, some excitement.
All right, mate, so 350s through, 1, 2, 3, 4 boats. Jeff Steele, I believe, is out, so 3 boats. And
correct, 3. So I think boat out there now, then Predator, and then into our parade laps.
All right, mate.
Thanks for that, Deet. Superman, as we see misbehaving. Jane Milam out there at the moment. Another small block Chevy powered boat in the 350 class. 57.81. Still one of a handful of races that are getting quicker each lap. Some of them seem to be going backwards, but Jane's gone from 63 qualifying 1 to 57 in qualifying 5, so she'll be happy with the way that boat's going. That one didn't really look all that quick, but obviously nice and clean, and got around there in her PB time.
Just down here with Jeff Steele. Sorry, mate, to butt in there, but Jeff, I just heard on the grapevine you're out.
You've been lied to, mate.
You're still in?
Yeah, we're still in. We're going to sit that round out, just go over the clearances, make sure we're happy with it, and we're happy with it. So.
Oh, mate, bloody good news. I was disappointed for you.
I would have been too, mate, but yeah. Thanks for telling me.
All right, mate, so you're going to check her out, and you're back out there after break.
Yeah, we will be, mate.
Good stuff.
No worries.
All right, and that was me perhaps misreading information, thinking that, okay, he's not coming out, meaning he wasn't coming out anymore, just this round. That's good to hear. I hope you get that sorted, Jeff. As we are watching Shane Allen and the Predator out there at the moment, Nat Dunk is the one pointing the direction. And we're looking around 56.33.
Just here with Jane Milam, mate, and Misbehaving. How you going out there tonight, Jane, or today?
Really good. The boat feels good. Steering's been set up a little bit different, which is working for me. So
what'd you do there?
I believe a 57 something.
No, what'd you do to the steering?
I just made it more sensitive.
So much more direct.
Yeah. Not as delayed.
So that's always a bit scary when you go into the first corner, isn't it? You turn the wheel a fraction and you turn rapidly right or left.
I did take it a bit easy the first couple of runs, just getting a feel for it and running the engine in, but onto it now and having fun.
And new to the sport, Janie, or you've been around for a while navigating and all that? Hubby's and you have gone to the expense of putting 2 boats in the water, and how are you enjoying it?
I'm loving it. I'm not so much on a hot day like today, but it's a good challenge, and we have heaps of fun doing it.
It's good stuff. Good. It's a good family sport, isn't it? A lot
It
of people
is.
share it.
Yeah, their kids come down each round and they love it as well.
Yep, and you get the kids when they turn 14, they can navigate, and when they turn 16, they can drive them.
Yeah, I think my youngest will be straight in the navigator's seat.
Yeah, so something to look forward to, eh?
Yeah.
All right, Janie, that's doing well out there, girl.
Thank you.
So we're going to go into a parade lap. We shall introduce you to our boats and our drivers, and we'll have a little break, and then it's the ride of your life. We have some lucky people who we're going to chuck in the passenger seat and throw them around the track. If you are thinking, well, I would like to do that for my loved one, then head on over to the paddock area where you see the tent, Ride of Your Life, and sign up. I don't think we've got any room for tonight, but we've got 2 more meetings before the end of the season, and you might be able to get and you'll get the opportunity to get in the boat. As we see Ken Bull and his turbo class boat out on the pond at the moment, running a turbo Lexus, the only one running in this class at this point.
There's normally 3 of them, Richie. One, Darren, is a fly-in, fly-out, unfortunately, so it does miss the odd event. And the other one, young Tommy. I don't know what's going on with Tommy. I know he had a bit of boat trouble, and we haven't seen him for a while.
Ultimatum is Shay Francis, one of our LS class boats. Beautiful shots from the drone looking over the pond here at Baldivis. For those of our New Zealand visitors or watchers, Baldivis is about 30 minutes south of the CBD, an easy drive straight down the Kwinana Freeway.
And we'd love to see you all over here one day, racing in the Worlds.
Absolutely, we would. Rachel Swartz in the all-talk boat. Tanya Uren is her navigator.
I keep saying it, that's Mum.
Nothing like keeping it in the family, is it? As we see Shane Francis. Gets a bit confusing. We have a Shay and a Shane. Shane Francis and Michael Cook in the Aussie Apocalypse. One of our Group A boats. Group A, an international class, limited up to 410 cubic inch. This is a brand new boat for Shane. First time out with the boat, and he seems pretty happy with it at the moment.
Seems real comfortable. Sprintec hull, so nice handling, the Sprintex.
Dan Patterson and Mel Reid in the War Machine. The quickest of our LS boats out there at the moment, run a 49.42, the only one of them to run under 50 seconds. Was runner-up at the last meeting, and I'm sure he wants to go one better this time, especially given that Rachel Swartz was the winner at the last meeting. I think he wants to beat Rach.
I think you're right, mate. Here's the hammer. They've got that back going. A few starter motor problems, but he's back out there, so out on his parade lap.
Adam Morris and Jason Belcher. And the gang at Samion Plumbing, they'll be waving frantically. Oh, looks like the noise has gone out. Nope, we've got it again.
Yeah, not looking good.
Albeit briefly.
Yep. She shut down, is she? I'll have a word to Dita.
Yeah, it sounds like the noise has gone away. And it doesn't sound like it's... Oh, there it is.
Going
Nope.
again.
No. Yes, we may need to get Superman out there and might need a bit of rescuing.
Superman's on the radio there. We'll just figure out what's going on, but that's going to screw up the parade lap.
It will hold it up for a couple of minutes. You know what that means?
What's that mean, man?
I get to eat my donut.
Oh, bullshit. You got a donut.
I do. Thanks, Tony.
Yeah, that's not fair. Hey, mate, what happens when you give a politician Viagra? Come on, Richie.
Do I really want to know?
He gets taller.
Yep, okay.
Yeah. So you're going to vote for Mr. Barnett?
Who?
Mr. Barnett or
Who's he?
McGowan? Oh, come on. You must be sick to death of McGowan by now, eh?
Mate, I'm just sick to death of both of them.
Yeah, it's interesting.
I don't know where politics has gone nowadays. It's not about looking after your state. It's not about looking after the people. It's about just feathering your own nest. Sorry if I'm sounding cynical, but
that is
goodness.
pretty cynical. No, we won't get political here tonight. We'll just let it go through. But
it's a tough thing, you know. Colin Barnett has inherited a tough situation at the moment. Well, he hasn't inherited it, but, you know, some of it was out of his control, so...
Yeah, you're right there, and I reckon tough times he's done pretty well. You know, I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but it's a bit frustrating listening to McGowan. He's got every chance in the world of knocking him out, but just hasn't got anything concrete. Just promises, and...
yeah, but I mean, what's he saying? Anything that Colin Barnett's going to do, he won't.
Yeah, and then he's going to do something else, and he's going to throw another few $1 million at it, and the old state's broke. I don't get it. Hard to follow. But still, that's probably a bit heavy. So we've given both some Viagra, eh?
You know they mixed Valium and Viagra, don't you?
My fault, mate.
Yeah, no. I'll tell you later.
Oh, okay.
It's probably best we don't go there. All right. Disappointing there for the Hammer team of Adam Morris and Jason Belcher. I really hope that they can sort that out and perhaps come out and do at least a couple of laps tonight.
Yeah, that is starter motor problems, but that seemed to be firing up and shutting straight down again, so that's not a starter motor, is it, mate?
You wouldn't suggest so?
One of my grandkids came up to me the other day, mate, and they know that I collect the odd joke for this night, and he's only a little tacker, but he I think he was G'd up by the parents, but he came up to me and he said, how do you make someone feel strong? You meant to ask me how.
Mm-hmm. How do you make someone feel strong?
Fart when they hug you.
Out of the mouths of babes.
Hey?
My little girl must have been all of, I don't know, 5 or 6, and she come up and she says, Dad, how do you make a pool table laugh?
Yeah.
Put your hands in the pockets and tickle the balls.
Oh. Nice. Kids. So I'll go down and have a talk to Adam, see what happened, and we'll be back to the parade lap with who's coming out?
Our drone shots showing...
Know your enemy. Brett Nile.
Some movement in the pit pool.
Oh, Dita's not there, so I better go and signal the blokes to come out.
This is Brett Nile and Know Your Enemy.
Brett, fairly new to the sport, mate, as you know, so he's settling into it. Nice bloke.
Alex Lynn in the passenger seat.
Okay, up next we've got Excalibur. The birthday boy.
Birthday boy Wade Davies. Give him a wave and salute happy birthday as he makes his way around. Glenn Britton is the passenger. He's the responsible one. When anything goes wrong, he's responsible.
That's it.
Best lap so far, 53.49 for Wade. Nice boat running in our Group A class.
Next out, Predator, mate. Our Victorian friends. Upset everybody in the pits by putting up a big wake. Drowned everybody, but that's okay. We'll let him off.
They'll get over it. Shane Allen and Nat Dunk, winners of the last meeting at 56.33. They are the quickest in our 350 class right at the moment.
Cardiac arrest out next, mate. Had his problems tonight, but seems to be on top of it. So he's got the anger out of his system.
Joe and Kane Wilson behind the wheel of this. This is one of our super boats. Only managed one complete lap so far, and he's up in the mid-50s. Sean Stone and Curtis McDermott. Sean used to own and operate an Ultratune store in Bunbury, and Curtis at one stage was his apprentice.
And then what happened?
Sean gave up the Ultratune a couple of years ago. I think he sold that. And I guess Curtis is still hanging around.
Aha.
Obviously, because here he is playing boats.
Yep, love the sport, these two, so it's good to watch. All right, mate, that's the last boat out, so we just go to our lunch break now. So, and the reason for that is because the sun is setting in the west there, and it is very difficult to see on the track, and we can't afford to have the drivers going around, coming around a corner and being blind. So while this break is on, anybody who is a paid ride, will they please come to the pits now and see Michelle? All paid rides to the pits and catch up with Michelle and get your race overalls and everything like that, and be prepared for right after the break. Right after the break, we do what we call the ride of your life, folks, or a paid ride. So it's people gift the rides and all that, $150, and it is the ride of your life. Honestly, it really is. And if you ever, I just advise everybody, if you're a bit of a thrill seeker, do it, because it is the most adrenaline pumping thing you'll probably ever do, especially when you take off and especially coming into that first corner, because my God.
I think when you pay $400 or $500 or so for hot laps in a V8 supercar, $150 is really good value for money. And I tell you what, I mean, I haven't been in a boat. I've only sat up here and watched, but I reckon it'd be the most amazing experience. I think you put it in your column in the magazine, like being shot out of a cannon was the words.
Yeah, mate, it's a bit like that.
Strapped unbelievably tight into your race seat, a helmet placed and pulled down firmly on your head, and 600 plus horsepower strapped to your backside. You are violently thrust back into the seat. Your stomach is back at the start line. It's though you've been punched in the chest with enormous force as the boat seems to leap completely out of the water. G-forces pushing you back into your seat. G-forces, that's 4 or 5 times your body weight pushing you back into the seat. You really feel it. And then lateral G's as you're moving around the corner. You are going to feel every single second of your lap. So if you are one of our Ride of Your Lifers, get around there now. We'll get you ready to go. If you want to buy a Ride of Your Life, then perhaps get around there and talk to Michelle or whoever's at the tent, and they'll get you signed up. Not for this meeting, I think we're full, but certainly at future meetings. So bear with us. Go and grab yourself something to eat from Molly's Kitchen. It's got some nice cold drinks there. Grab some donuts. They're delicious. We've got coffee. We've got ice cream. Grab yourself something to eat, drink. Chill out for a few minutes, and we'll be back with more soon.
Grant's Car Stereo Morley, proudly supplying and fitting quality car stereos for over 15 years, selling top-name brands like Alpine, Focal, Rockford Fosgate. From a simple upgrade to complete custom systems, stop in and see Grant and the boys at 61 Russell Street, Morley, or visit us online at carstereo.com.au.
Peter, we've been doing a few interviews around in the breaks and things like that, and that's a microphone, mate, and you put it up to your mouth and you look at the camera there because you're actually being live streamed all over the world at the moment, so nothing like preparing you, eh? Take the glasses off, suck in the belly, mate, look good.
How's it going, Chris?
Good, mate, good. Now, we talked to Nigel before, and he talked us through the jet unit and how all that worked, and how we trim the boats and things like that, but I thought there's probably no better bloke than the pit boss and the head mechanic of Triple X. Mate, talk us through the motors. This is a Group A motor, or Group A boat. So Give us a bit of a rundown in what's in one of the motors, horsepower, RPMs, that we deliver to the jet unit where it's, at its best. And
the jet unit's really only working around about 6.2 to 65,000 RPM. So it's no use getting a motor that's going to do 7.5. The Group A motors are 412 maximum cubic inch. You're restricted to your cylinder heads. They have to be the correct angle and everything else. The carburettor size is restricted. Good engine will put out 620 to 650 realistically. And torque plays a big
horsepower,
thing.
mate, yeah.
Horsepower, yep. And torque you'd like to see about 550.
And that's what's important, isn't it? The horsepower, the torque.
The horsepower torque combination is what you're chasing, yeah.
So it's not the big rev, it's more the
Nah,
let's get
the
this
jet-
jet unit cranking.
Exactly. The jet's got to work in conjunction with the motor. So
Yeah. So and the jet unit's best spun at about, 6.2, 6.8?
6.2 to 6.5. Yeah.
6.5?
Yeah. Some of the New Zealand ones are spinning a lot faster, but their tech's up a lot more than ours.
Yeah, we've got a lot to learn from those fellas, haven't we?
We certainly do.
Yeah, so the motor behind you, Sledgehammer Motors, Big Dougie builds them, and I know he hasn't built this motor, but he's just starting to work on it. But talk a bit of technical stuff, mate, because I'm lost there, but there'll be a lot of people listening to this who, don't want what's inside the motor.
This one's a pretty different one, runs a different stroke and a different bore, runs lightweight crank and everything else in it. It's very pretty inside.
Yeah.
But we're just trying to get a little work at the moment, that's all.
So, talk about the crank and the stroke and things like that, like short strokes, long strokes. Sort of run us through it all.
This one runs a shorter stroke and a larger bore. They're chasing torque with that. So, as we talked about, the torque range of the engine. A lot of the other guys, they'll run a longer stroke and a smaller bore.
Yep.
And they're just chasing a few more revs and get it that way. So
yeah, there's all sorts of different combos, and the carby, these things were restricted. Just tell us a little bit about the carbies, what they are and who they are.
The carbies are restricted. You can do a little bit inside of them, but the barrels and the butterfly and everything is all exactly the same size through. You play with the jets and everything else inside of them.
Yeah.
And that's where a dyno comes in handy.
So tell us what they're a Holly, are they, or they're a...
variations. There's
Yeah.
Braswells and you have the Holly basic carby. The HP is generally the most used one, but then you change your meter barrel, 4-barrel carburetor, usually a square bore.
So, and what are you running there? That's not a Holly, is it?
It's basically a Holly, but the metering and all that is different.
Yeah. So and they run on avgas?
Just avgas, yeah.
And where the super boats run on methanol?
Methanol, yeah. Super boats hold different world. They can run what they want.
So, give us I know you probably know a little bit about Nigel's motor, do you?
Not really. Big Doug's a man to talk to about that one.
Yeah.
So.
All right, mate. Well, thanks for the bit of a rundown there, but we'll maybe talk a little bit about the computer. What sort of feedback are you getting from the computer? We know they're the same systems as the V8 supercars run, so...
Basically the same system. We use... we can graph our tracks out there. Each time we can lay a run over the top of another run to help the driver. But we monitor jet pressures, oil pressures, fuel pressure, temperature, the same kind of thing for everything on the temperature ranges. You can measure your G-forces and it goes through everything. So it really helps me out because I can keep a track on whether it's starting to run lean or rich, whether I'm losing oil pressure or fuel pressure. But we can also work out for the driver where he approaches a turn, where he's losing a bit of time, and help figure out his driving style as well.
Yeah, I know it's sometimes makes me smile when Rod gets out of the boat. Jeez, I was bloody flat out and I just can't get any more out of it. And then you look at the computer and then you pull him over and you say, mate, you're 3/4 throttle there, you're half throttle there. Get your ass into gear and get out there and go hard.
Hey, Chris.
It's not good with the driver.
Yeah, mate, what's up?
Chris, can I just ask a question?
Yep.
You were talking about carbies there before. With the boat, and there's so many lateral G-forces, the boat's moving left to right all the time. How do they get around a problem of fuel sloshing around in the bowl and keep a constant supply of fuel up to the engine?
They run metering extensions on one of the like the secondary or the primary. and just the different floats that keep the combination up there and your fuel pressure.
It's easy as that.
Make it sound easy. Thank you.
And probably one of the other questions that comes on that too is the oil. You know, that we baffle the hell out of the sumps because it's so hard to keep the oil, you know, down in the motor and, you know, where it can be sucked up instead of it all buggering off from the pump. So tell us a little bit about all the baffling and that goes in there.
Everyone has their own different ideas on that. Group A, we're not allowed to run a dry sump. We can run an external oil pump, which helps quite a bit. You can then baffle your sump so all the oil is at the back of the sump where the pickup is, and you can direct your fuel pressure. You run an accumulator so that when you do get a bit of oil surge, it can pump oil straight back in and gives you a split second of extra oil.
Actually, not a lot of blokes run the accumulators. I know, you know, my crew, when I was racing, we always ran an accumulator, but you see a few now, but yeah, I think we were the first to ever put them in, the Crazy as team, but yeah, still a lot of blokes don't run them, and I don't understand why.
No, nor do I actually. You know, this boat came with the accumulators in it, so we've always run them.
Yeah, no, it's a real good backup if it's looking a bit dry, isn't it, on oil?
It certainly is.
The next thing they just go bang.
Yeah.
All right, mate. Well, thanks for the chat, and we'll leave you alone.
Thanks very much, guys.
All right, Pete. Thanks for just jumping into the deep end there. Just hanging around the Triple X boat here, and so we've talked to Pete, who's the head mechanic and puts it all together, and we talked to Nigel before about the jet unit, Pete about the motors and the carbies and, you know, everything that goes into it. I've now got Rod Wood, who's the driver of Triple X, and as we've talked, it's a Group A boat. So, mate, driving one of these, just you know, give the people at home and on the live stream there a bit of a rundown on, you know, the idiosyncrasies of a jet sprint boat, you know, like a big thing. Take your foot off the throttle or whatever and you're a passenger. They don't steer anymore.
Yeah, they are the most fun thing to drive. I've raced a bit of speedway, I've raced motorbikes, ski raced and, you know, driven some fast boats and that. Speed is not all that quick, 139 kilometres an hour, but the acceleration is amazing.
And you got to just point out that 130 kilometres per hour is in a track. It's a kilometre long. We do 22 odd corners, 24 corners, and the track's about, what, 10 foot, 3 metres wide? So
yeah, and the faster you go, the narrower it looks, I can tell you that.
Right, so, you know...
So it is fairly exciting, and you go out there and, you know, honestly, you take about 2 breaths in the 1 minute, and you think sometimes, how the heck did I get back here? And you certainly know you're alive, and it's amazing to drive. It's about 1 inch either way, or 30 mils for the young people. Either way in the steering wheel, that's lock to lock. You don't come off the accelerator, you may roll off a little bit, you don't want to drop any revs, but you may come back about 15% on the throttle. That's about it to try and accelerate into your next turn, and then you try and use every bit of the track you can to come out the turns high and fast and go into the next one.
You know, one of the things is it's important to accelerate, you know, just that fraction or a lot through a corner, isn't it?
Yeah,
and sucks them down and
and
makes them
before
hang
you
on.
actually get into the turn too, unlike most things you race where you'll decelerate to the apex and accelerate out of the apex, these things you're accelerating prior to the apex. So for people who race other things, it takes a little bit of time to get your head around it.
No brakes.
Oh yeah, no brakes, and if you do take your foot off the throttle too much, you just go straight ahead anyway.
Can't bump the curb.
Oh yeah, you do occasionally. Sometimes you get away with a lot, and sometimes you can just do the minor bump and wonder, how did that put me up here?
Flick you out of the water, yeah.
So you don't quite know what's happening.
So, you know, as a driver, you get down here and, you know, we're a bit different than all the other states and tracks where they go to, you know, when they turn up at a track, they know they always go the same way. They know the boat's set up, but there's nothing really new for them to learn where We're totally different. Every time we turn up to the track, it's a different direction through that track. So you as a driver, how do you go about learning that?
Yeah, I've been racing about 7 years now, so I can sort of look at the track and pick it up in about 30 seconds. However, when we're out there, the first 2 or 3 runs, you really rely on your navigator. That's just when you take that look out of the corner of your eye, and Ari's, like today, she tried to direct me the wrong way, and I thought, no, I'm not going to believe you. So the first couple, you really rely on your navigator just to get it right, just to get you through it. And then after that, you should know where you're going, because you need to have the boat set up, 1 turn prior to be in the right line for that turn. So if you rely on your navigator to say turn left here, it's too late.
Yeah, it's all over, mate.
And but we still like to blame the navigator if we go wrong.
Hey, excuse me, Chris?
Yeah, mate?
Yeah, sorry, question without notice. Car drivers, car racers, motorcycle racers, they'll tell you that they're always sort of looking at the turn ahead, not where they are. They're always thinking a little bit further ahead and down the track and what's coming up. These sprint boat racers, the turns are really close together and they're really fast and really tight and really quick. Do you have time to think ahead, or you're really sort of focused on where the front of the boat is?
No, you're very much focused on where the next turn is, because you've got to be coming out of the turn, setting up for that next turn.
In fact, if I can jump in here, there's a lot of times you're actually the next corner up, your 3 corners, you're doing the one you're doing, you're shaping for the next one with the idea of hitting the third one. So you're actually out a lot further.
Yeah, you're out, like 1.5, 2.5 turns on, where you're setting the boat up to make sure it's set up the fastest line for that turn, 2 turns ahead. So Chris is right for a change.
Hey, I've just been told too, Chris, you're doing great work down there, but we need all drivers back to their boats.
All drivers back to the boats. Well, we're just filling a hole in the...
Carry on, sir.
In the feed here. But, so, mate, what was your single biggest challenge? You stepped out of speedboats and, I know you drive a bit of a flash car, or used to have the AMG Mercedes, and you like to bloody throw that around. So, stepping into one of these, what was the hardest thing for you to get your head around to make you competitive?
It wasn't hard to have a go, but I partnered up with Chapo first, and if anyone knew what Chapo was like, he had 2 speeds. It was flat out a stop, and if I backed off on the throttle, he was giving me a lecture that I was wimping out. And then I'd have Nigel in my ear saying, you're rubbish, mate, you're rubbish, give this away. So, it was all the banter, and that was probably the hardest bit to get my head around at first. But, no, I really enjoyed it once I got used to it and got used to the idea of accelerating through the turns and trying to actually make them smooth. And it's easy to keep your foot flat out through a turn, but to try and come out the fastest way out of the turns, I guess to take me a while to get my head around.
Yeah, and the old Chapo, we all know Chaps, he used to wreck the boat quite regularly, didn't he?
Yeah, I kind of got to the top 6 a few times and couldn't go out because Chapo had totaled it because he'd gone out before me.
So, mate, talking about that, you had a very big accident down here, and for me, probably the worst accident I've ever seen, not boat-wise, but injury-wise. You really got smashed up, and so, yeah, we not to linger on that, other than you're a bionic man and you've got to have a letter on you when you go through the blooming thing at the airport, the radar or the metal detector. But, mate, coming back from that, I was quite surprised, where both of us are, elderly gentlemen. And, as you get older, you do get a little bit more aware of, the things can end badly. And, you just got back in and really, honestly, Rod, you blew me away. You just, I think you were a little bit hesitant the first one, and then after that, the red haze came down and you were just back at it.
Yeah, it was quite difficult actually to come back. My wife obviously didn't want me to come back. She thought it was a stupid idea. I was fairly sure I wasn't going to, and Nigel kept saying, "Come on, come back and have one go." And a few other people sort of said how to go. And Peter did a fantastic job. He put the whole boat back together, got it, and he said, "Look, it's up to you if you want to race again, but the boat's sitting here ready to go." Came down. Kylie Morris, who's sitting up on the bank there somewhere, she was good enough to jump in the navigator seat, and she and I were both fairly nervous as we went down to the start chute that time. But I got out there.
I know her husband was fairly excited. He went, "Aha! Take her out there, Rod."
Yeah. And we sort of go. The problem is the boat won't handle it half, 3/4 throttle, so you take off and think, well, it's all or nothing. So once the green light went, you had to have a bit of a crack at it.
Yeah, and I don't know whether you're like me, but when you're racing it, you're in control and it feels, you're handling it and everything like that. I used to always be amazed when I stood on the bank and watched the other fellas. I used to think, they're bloody crazy, like.
Yeah, I sit back sometimes and go, gee, they're quick, and go, oh, it's a slow time than mine.
Yeah, you scare yourself a little bit, but well, that's good, Rod, mate. You're doing well out there tonight, and you're struggling a little bit with the motor, and I know Big Dougie and Peter full on trying to get a bit more out of you. You've reduced the time a couple of seconds not the last run, the run before the last, and then you've reduced it a little bit more, so they're actually finding a bit in the motor. But
yeah, we still got something's not quite right, but between Doug and Pete, they'll get it sorted out. May not be tonight, but hopefully for the next race.
We're just looking there. 51.94 is qualifier. That's top of the heap at the moment in the Group A class.
So what's Adam's time, mate? Just as a point of interest.
Yeah, his last. He hasn't been out for last few, but that was 56.44.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, Adam's just foxing. He does that each week there. Pretends there's something with his boat, saves it, and brings it out in the last two races.
But well, mate, you're on top of the heap at the moment, so that's good.
Yeah, I think that's a bit more by luck than anything else. I think Shane is starting to get some good times as he's getting used to driving Peter Rillo's old boat, which he's going to enjoy so much. You and I both race Sprintex and know how nice they are to drive.
Yeah, and just to see the difference in Shane's driving from, I can't remember what boat he had. And
it wasn't that craft, but it wasn't a Sprintex that craft.
Yeah, so, but the Sprintex are a beautiful boat, and so he's just come ahead leaps and bounds in one race meet.
He'll be enjoying it more. You'll feel so much more confident in the boat. You know he's going to go where you want it to go.
So, and we're giving Sprintec a rap, which I'm sure Pete's loving.
I've got a free boat coming over after this.
But, we got to be honest, probably the boat of the, at the moment is the
Stinger.
Stinger, that's it. Thanks, mate. Yeah. Stuck on that. Stingers are doing really, really well and truly challenging and for the top spots. So,
I think they've got better speed than the Macraft. I think they're a little bit more. I've only driven Nigel's once, and I found it a lot more difficult to drive than the Sprintec. And not being my boat, I didn't want to push it either. So,
all right, Rod, mate. Well, we're back racing, so we filled the gap. So, thanks for that. And,
no worries. Thanks, Chris. Cheers, mate.
Best of luck for the rest of the evening.
I thought, considering his T-shirt says "I'm not always grumpy, sometimes I'm sleeping," it did pretty well there, Chris.
Good stuff, mate. Good stuff.
It's just nice to hear how the races tackle this as we are going right of your lifing, and that boat just about leapt out of the water that time around. I think we've got the Predator out there at the moment. Shane Allen and some lucky passenger. Hopefully, Chris, you'll get the chance to have a chat to him when he gets out of the boat and gets his nerves back. That's assuming it's a he, I suppose.
Yeah, mate, got no idea, but I will find them and see how they went.
We got some thumbs up there, so he's obviously enjoying it. And who said they back off for Ride of Your Lifers? No, they don't. 56.91 that time around for Predator, and that's certainly up there with his qualifying times.
Just walking up to Ultimatum. Looks like we've got a paid ride in here. A lovely young lady. I can't really see you for the helmet and the balaclava, but tell me how you come to be in the boat. I'm not sure whether you'll have to speak up.
My other half got me the ride today.
Did he?
Yes, he did.
He's
up on the hill watching with the kids.
Yes.
My youngest one gave me a hug, said, "I love you, Mum."
So they sent you on your way, but what, birthday or anything, or he just bought you the ride?
Yeah, I think just trying to, get buy one of these.
You've just renewed your life insurance, haven't you?
So I like, yeah.
I was just going to get into the life insurance,
Yeah,
Betty,
that's
wasn't
it. He goes,
no.
yeah, can I take your rings, babe? I'm like, no, it's all right.
So what's your name?
Chelsea.
All right, Chelsea, we'll have a talk when you get back. But,
Thank you very
yeah, that's a lovely husband. Mate, good stuff. She's very cool for a lady about to go out in a jet sprint boat.
I'm just looking at Ken Bull's boat, just idling up to the start line now, isn't it? I'm just looking at it on the screen.
Yeah, mate.
Passenger in that looked very, very comfortable. Sitting there, arms folded.
Yeah, I bet they unfold them in a bloody hurry when it takes off.
But those eyes will open up nice and wide too. Looks so peaceful and sedate and serene there, doesn't it? Wait a second. Light go green.
Wait, tell me what he does.
There it is.
Oh, what a gentle takeoff. Has he unfolded his arms?
Yeah, didn't quite leap out the water the way that we saw the Predator do it. But I tell you what, he's jumping through those turns at the moment.
Jumping through the turns. I found the paid ride in the in Predator. Just pulling the gear off here. Going to hand him the microphone. Put that up to your mouth, mate. You've just been out in Predator. Probably the first time you've ever been in a jet sprint boat.
Yep. Yeah, good.
All good. And tell us how you felt when it took off and, you know, what you were heading for the first corner.
Oh, I didn't think he would make it. Didn't think he would make it.
Didn't think he'd make it. So you haven't... What do you... have you been in anything that sort of raced before, or...?
Only the missus driving.
Only the missus driving.
Yep.
So, what do you reckon you'll be able to talk her into buying one?
We'll see about that.
Yeah, and what's your name? Sorry, I should ask
Brendan.
that. Brendan? So, and who bought you the ride?
We won it for the radio station.
Oh, mate, there's always somebody who wins that. So, what'd you have to do? You don't have to answer a question or anything, I hear. You just phone in, first in.
Fourth caller or something.
Fourth caller?
Yeah.
All right, mate. Well, you're not shaking or anything. You're pretty bloody cool, actually. Most people are shaking or unable to talk or ghostly white, but you're looking good.
No, it was good.
All right, mate.
Thank you.
He seemed very casual about it. 51.59. How do you like that? That's Ken's quickest lap of his night of the night so far.
And he hasn't got a woman in with him. If it was a woman, he would have gone faster. You bloody show off.
Just goes to show, see? Maybe the navigator really is there just for ballast. He didn't need a navigator around there. So, Jane Milam out there now, and this was the young lady you were talking to, was it?
Yeah, mate.
Oh, now there's a first for Jane. She actually gave a little bit of a lift off the throttle onto turn number 4 then.
Yeah, I was just going to say, she's not mucking around, but what I can see from back up here. The husband will be sitting up there in the bank. Holy moly, what have we done, kids? We've sent mum to her death.
You know what'll happen?
What'll happen?
He'll go back. He'll say, how did that feel? She'll say, that was awesome and scary. And he'll say, well, that's how I feel when I'm sat in the passenger seat.
Yeah, I told a big lie. The lady I interviewed in Ultimatum, which is going out next, mate. So, screwed that right up. So, husband, here she comes now. 82's just coming off the trailer. Ultimatum with your wife in it.
They are not holding anything back. 57.55. Once again, that's Jane's quickest lap of the night.
All right, I'm just with the guy that... Grab hold of that microphone, mate. Put it right up to your mouth. I'm just with the guy who just got back in. What do you call your boat? Bully? I don't care, or whatever it is. Who cares? That's it.
Who cares?
And mate, what's your name?
David.
David, and how do you come to be sitting in a jet boat?
I had a go in one when I was a little tacker.
Yeah.
Just to putt around.
You're
and
not that bloody little now. You're about 6 foot friggin' 4.
Yeah, near on. And yeah, we've been coming here and we saw it flash up on Facebook. And I thought,
gotta have a go.
The olds, get us a ride on one of these.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't think I breathed that entire lap.
No, you usually hold your breath. So you took off from the line, heading towards the first corner. What were you thinking?
I was thinking, when am I going to turn?
Yeah, most people think that.
Yeah, no, it's come into a 180 and I was thinking we were going to skip like a rock, end up over the cars.
All right, mate, you reckon you'll be able to talk the family into buying one?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Good stuff. We'll see you down here. All right, glad you enjoyed the run.
Thank you.
Shay Francis. Shay's best lap's around 55 seconds. Once again, looks nice. Clean through the middle into the last half of the lap. Around Al's Auto Island. Turn 10 onto 4, all the way down the straight and right the way down the Coast FM speed bowl. And watch him weave his way through the islands across as he heads towards turn number 10, final turn and into the spin-off pool, 55.91. Once again, that's not too far from his best lap either. Hey, I've just been told too that some people have been jumping the fence to retrieve balls. It's probably not a smart idea at the best of times, but if there's a boat in the water, then it's especially not a good time to do it. If you do happen to lose something over the fence, go up to one of the tents and ask one of our mud rats if they can retrieve it for you. Please don't go jumping the fence. And while we're talking about the fence, if I can just remind you all, rather than lean on the fence, there have been instances in the past where boats have gone up over the tyre barrier and through the fence. So please, we would rather you not lean on the fence. If you want to get close, stay about a metre or so back and everybody will be happy.
Just waiting for the paid ride in Ultimatum, the young lady I talked to before, so it'll be interesting to see what she's written.
Rachel Schwartz out there at the moment with her paid ride. Rachel is one who's been going quicker all afternoon. Now as the night will start to cool down a little bit, we should see these boats start to go quicker again. We probably won't be having too many more stops in the course of the night, so the water will be getting nice and stirred up, nice and heavy, and we'll be seeing the boats go quicker and quicker throughout the night. This looks good from Rachel. Nice all around the bowl. She'll go into 7, across the middle, through the little flip-flop onto 10 and a 53.16. Nicely done there from Rachel Schwartz.
Just here with Chelsea, mate, boat 82, Ultimatum, just back. I talked to Chelsea just before she went out. Her husband bought her a ride. The kids kissed her goodbye and were pretty worried. So, Chelsea, you're back. You're safe.
In one piece, Shay did amazing. That was awesome. I think that's about as much fun as you can have with the clothes on.
Oh. So,
that was awesome.
Did Shay tell you to speak highly of him or not?
What was that, sorry?
Did Shay tell you to speak highly of him, give him a rap?
No, he didn't. No, he did good though. Thanks.
Yeah. So, what were you thinking? You're cruising up there. You're not cruising. You're just idling up. So you've not been in one before, obviously.
No, I haven't.
You're watching the light. It's orange. And then
I did. He said, "Are you ready?" You went, "Yeah." I wasn't expecting it to take off as hard as it did, and then on the corners as well. That was pretty cool.
Yeah. And what were you thinking as you were heading into the first corner, Shay?
I kept on laughing. I think I.
Chelsea, sorry.
You
were laughing.
Oh, it was awesome.
Good on you, mate. Did you reckon you breathed on the way around?
Maybe a couple of breaths.
Yeah, most people I took a lady out once and she came back and I looked over at her with a great smile on my face thinking she'd had a hell of a ride and she'd vomited inside
no.
her bloody
No vomit from here.
messy.
Although the car trip on the way home is going to seem pretty slow.
Yeah. All right, well, we're
Thank
glad you liked it and
Yeah.
you better give your old man, your husband, a bit of a thank you.
No, I will do, definitely.
All
Thanks.
Right. See ya.
Hammer time at the moment, Anna Morris. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Oh, she died again.
Yeah, that's not happy. That sounded great too, and he just come into 11 and started farting around, and then it just didn't want to play. Sounded like that was probably an ignition problem.
Just here with a fella called Jay. He just got back in All Talk. Rach took him out for a run. So, Jay, I must admit, you're sitting there, you're not moving much. You're looking a bit bloody shell-shocked, mate.
I was probably a bit quicker than I really wanted to go in the water.
Bit quicker?
Yeah.
So, obviously you haven't been in a jet sprint boat before, but you've been in a race car or anything like that?
Nah, just first thing like that.
Yeah, and okay, you're idling up to the line. The light's green, light's orange, and then suddenly it goes green. What do you think from there on?
I don't know.
You get a hell of a surprise, wouldn't you? The
Yeah.
way it took off, and what were you thinking as you came into the first corner?
I don't know.
I think Jay's a bit shell-shocked here, Richie. You don't know? Did you think at all on the way around?
Not really.
Not really? Did you take a breath?
Well, hope so.
All right, Jay. Mate, glad you enjoyed the ride. You're sitting there almost comatose, so you had a good time. All right.
So it's the ride of your life. Imagine yourself being strapped unbelievably tightly into your race seat, a helmet placed and pulled down firmly on your head, done up tightly, a neck brace fitted around your neck, an arm restraint fitted to your wrist in case of a rollover. You'd be thinking, oh my God. Yes, this boat has roll bars. You watch a driver reach out and hit the start button, the motor leaps into life, roaring incredibly loud just centimetres behind your seat. You realise the brute power of the motor as the entire boat vibrates and shudders from the idling motor. Yes, just the idling motor. Now you really wonder, what the hell are you doing? You think to myself, my God, the motor fills 2/3 of this boat and I'm strapped into it. Yes, 600 plus horsepower strapped to your backside. That is the ride of your life, but it gets better. You idle to the start gate. You're starting to relax a bit. You're just meters from the gate. Then suddenly the light flashes green, and in that instant your life ends forever as you know it. Gone. Oh my God. You are violently thrust back into the seat. Your stomach is at the back of the start line. It's as though you've been punched in the chest with enormous force as the boat seems to leap completely out of the water. The G-forces pushing you back in your seat. The next instant, your head is slammed to the side. You suddenly take the first corner at an incredible speed. It's at this time you think, what have I gotten myself in for? Are you excited about this yet?
Mate, sounds good. The bloke who wrote that is bloody gifted.
Absolutely. I can see that your ride for lifer is excited about this.
Mate, she's sitting here. I think she's gone into shock after listening to that. But her name's Deb. She's sitting in Excalibur.
Hello, Deb.
Hello, Deb, he said. So,
Give me a wave. I can see you.
Yeah, no, she's trying hard to wave. She's pretty strapped in though, mate. Sitting in Excalibur, how do you come to be doing that, Deb?
I won a radio competition off a 6MM.
Jesus, how many blooming prizes do this radio station give away?
You get some mileage from them, don't you?
Yeah, no, it's good. We'll give them a rap. Who were they?
6MM.
And what'd you have to do? Just
Be the first caller through.
First caller. Okay, it's challenging, isn't it? Like, don't ask
Very
a
hard.
question or nothing. Yeah. So, you been watched the jet boats before, Deb?
No, first time.
Never seen them before?
No.
And you're sitting in one?
Yeah.
Holy.
Are you going to come back?
We'll see.
Mate, scary. How you going? You feeling all right? Or?
Yep, good.
You know, you got the balaclava over your face, you got the helmet, you're bloody strapped in tight, you sort of, it's a bit...
I feel like I'm in a sauna.
Yeah, it's hot too, isn't it? You'll be right, Deb, but all right, well, we'll have a chat when you get back because I'm sure you won't be nearly as talkative.
We'll see.
All right. Good on you, Deb. Go good.
Wade Davies certainly looks like he's got his race face on, and he's still set on the trailer.
Oh, you're looking at him. That's how you know. Yeah, Wade, he's 61 now.
Oh yeah, I've got tech. I've got a screen in front of me now, so I can see exactly what you're up to.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm watching you.
I have to bloody watch that. They just put their hands up in the air. That's doing the arm restraint check. Being given the signal in the water by our pit controller. And in the meantime, we've got a boat that's conked out over there.
Yeah, disappointing for Adam.
Know your enemy.
Hopefully they will get that boat sorted out.
Didn't want to play. So Dieter, our race organiser on the jet ski, we'll call him Superman because you can tell everybody what he did on the jet ski there one event, Richie, but he's gone to the rescue and he's trying to pull them in. Why is he called Superman, mate?
Well, I mean, I don't know the full story. It had something to do with a rather spectacular dismount from a jet ski, didn't it?
Yeah, mate. No, he was rocketing down the straight there, just showing off to the crowd, thinking he was hot stuff, going out to the rescue a boat, and he ran onto a mud bank. He just somersaulted straight over the handlebars and head first into the blooming mud. It was quite funny.
I bet Deet didn't think it was funny.
Yeah, we called him Superman from there on. No, he didn't think it was funny because he had his radio on, his telephone in his pocket, his watch, and did a bit of carnage, but he was okay.
We got some really cool shots coming out of the pit pool there. It looks like our camera's getting right down to water level.
Yeah, it's good, mate. So I just got Excalibur, mate. He started up on the trailer. He's just sitting, waiting for the boat that's broken down to get out of the way. There we go. So he's got Deb in there. So I don't know whether Deb's got a husband or a family member on the bank, but as I said, I'm sure she's not nearly as talkative when she gets back. She's waving. That won't last long either, I'd say.
Yeah, no.
She's waving to you. What's going on here, Rich?
Yeah, she's looking rather composed in there at the moment.
Yeah.
I just wish I could see her face, but I can't see it from here. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, bloody face.
Love the way Excalibur just about leapt out of the water. Oh, very, very bumpy. You don't normally see that from Rod. Very bumpy out of Samios S-bend and into 7, though. Looks pretty smooth in that bottom quarter.
That's Wado as well. Wade.
Sorry, it is too.
I shouldn't have corrected you. It didn't sound too good. Looking good out there, are they? I can't see.
It is looking good so far. There's been a couple of corners been a bit bumpier than we've seen from Wade.
Deb's not waving.
His best lap's a 52.97. He just went a 54. I don't know. I reckon that bit, going flat out into the pit pool and then just having to do that big 360 while there's this big wall of tyres in front of you, that would be the bit that scares me the most.
Yeah, it used to scare me a bit when I was driving. Yeah, geez, if something went wrong there and the steering locked or the motor cut out, mate, you'd be in. It'd be a big stop. So here's Deb. She's definitely not waving as she came back in past her friends up there on the bank.
Probably only just taking her first breath.
She's given the thumbs up. She's out of breath.
This is Rod Wood in the Triple X boat. Man, he's chucking this thing around as well.
Yeah, he's always a show-off, Rod. Rod looked a bit lost there for a second.
Nicely out of the bowl and into 7, across the middle of the track, and 54.36 for Triple X.
Okay, mate, I'm just here with Deb. Deb, as we know, just got back in Excalibur, so tell us how you felt about that, Deb, because I noticed you were waving on the way out and I noticed you weren't waving on the way back.
It was insane. It was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, so idled up to the line, thought it was, this is pretty cool. He put it, because you were waving, I saw that. And then he put his foot down. What did you think then? Holy shite.
I kept my eyes open though.
Yeah, just take a breath.
I don't think so.
Nah, it's pretty good, isn't it?
It's brilliant. You don't realise how tight the turns are until you're in one.
Yeah, and it comes home how skillful these guys are, isn't it? Because there's not much
So
room.
much skill.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lone.
All right, Debs. That's glad you enjoyed the run, and you're looking pretty all right. I thought you'd be absolutely shattered when you got back.
Adam Milam and his aptly named short fuse. Ooh. Very, very ugly out of 10, and the big left onto the back straight. That boat was bouncing around all over the place. And a 60-77 for Adam.
Just here with Rob. He's peeling his helmet off, but just got back in Triple X. Rob, obviously never been in a jet sprint boat before. What do you think?
No, I haven't, mate. That was
right up to the
no, I haven't, mate. That was definitely faster than I could see.
Faster than you can see. And have you been in anything, race car or anything before?
Mate, I used to drive the jet boat on Sydney Harbour, and it was nothing like that. Hey, where it was full of passengers, and it didn't turn anything like that. I was just hanging on and just enjoyed the ride.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
we watched those blokes out at Freo and over in New Zealand, in the river there and all that. And yeah, everybody says, oh, it was so awesome. And I've always said, man,
Mate,
get in a jet boat.
Yeah, no, fantastic. Yeah, I'd go again. Hey, unreal. Good on you, mate.
So I reckon you should buy one.
Yeah,
No?
that was great. Thank you.
Nah, good on
There's
you,
a
mate.
couple
All
for
right,
sale in the paddock.
Glad you loved it, and we'll see you down here again, eh? Paid. Sorry.
Thanks again to the guys from Grant's Car Stereo in Morley for helping us put this together, helping us put our live stream together, that is. As we see Nigel Johnson and his weapon of choice. Once again, he's got a paying passenger in the boat. Does it mean he backs off? No chance.
You've got to be careful how you say that too, Rich.
What's that?
Nigel Johnson and his weapon of choice.
It is his weapon of choice.
It is, I suppose, but all sorts of meanings there. Bloke here is got a fella here. When Nige gets back, they've got a blower, and they put the blower in around the motor there and try and cool it down. That's how much the heat's affecting things down here. So. I know, I think, no, one more paid ride, but look at it.
Nigel's best lap in qualifying was a 48.30. He's just done a 48.24. I was saying before that Grant's Car Audio in Morley are helping us with our live feed. Of course, the crew from Front Row Screens putting it all together and putting it to air as well. And if you are watching our live feed from anywhere around the world, especially to our friends in Taranaki in New Zealand who hopefully still watching this, be getting a little bit late over there, but hopefully you're still watching it and enjoying it. Kia ora to all of our Kiwi friends that might be watching.
Mate, we just had a bit of feedback here. Cavi rang, and he said it is awesome. They've been sitting there, the whole New Zealand crew, they've all been sitting there with the TV on, and they just love it. So credit to the live stream guys, and mate, dare I say it, credit to you and I.
Absolutely.
And but yeah, big hit over there. They just reckon it's an absolutely awesome event, an awesome night, and yeah, we've got to thank Grant for that.
Well, in New Zealand, if you're watching and you want this to happen at your events, Front Row Screens, give them a call. I'm sure they'll be happy to come over to New Zealand and do it for you.
Yeah, they do their fair share of live screening, but Yeah, we're the newbies, mate, and I think we're doing a pretty good job.
And if you need a couple of really cool announcers as well, give us a call.
Oh, Jesus, Kevin, you won't like that, mate. Got to have the three of us.
Oh, absolutely. Nice lap, 57. Let's try that again. 57.11 for Shea Francis. Oh, sorry, that was.
I'm going to give you this.
Yeah, that was Shane Allen in Predator. Sorry about that one.
Just here in the pits with a young lady called Marison. She's just got back in the weapon of choice boat. You're definitely shaking. I hold your hand out there.
Just a little bit. It was amazing.
Amazing. So
Yeah.
how do you come to be sitting in the boat? Just sit back, relax. Otherwise you'll pass out. So how did you come to be in the boat?
Ah, beautiful. Bit nervous, excited. It's just
Awesome. You'd recommend it to
Awesome.
everybody on the back?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
I
all
do
right.
recommend it.
And your husband's going out now or
Beautiful.
something. That's why you're in a hurry to
Yes.
get out of the boat, and I'm in your way, and I'm really sorry. But glad you loved the race, and
Thank you so much.
he does a pretty good job, doesn't he? Go and watch your husband. Which boat's he going out in?
Great shots from the drone. Above the pond here at Baldivis in Western Australia, 58.03 for Sean Stone. And that's his quickest lap to date. Don't forget, rider of your life, if you want to put somebody through this, then head on over to the paddocks, look for the blue tent, ride of your life, and just go and sign up. It's about $150, and it would be $150 very well spent. It could be a birthday present or whatever, or just hey, I reckon you'll like to try this present. So give it a go. Rider of your life. We've got 2 more meetings left this season. I think we've got the 11th of March and the 1st of April. Although you might just want to Google that and double check it, but I'm pretty certain it's about the 11th of March and 1st of April. There it is, 11th of March. And April 1. So you go 2 more meetings if you want to get in and sign someone up or yourself for the ride of your life. Pop on over and see Michelle or any of the team that are over there at the Ride of Your Life tent. Just a hold up while we get our mud rats to clear up a tyre. Guys get an opportunity to cool down a little bit in the water. And once again, a very big thank you to our mud rats. They're the first ones to jump in the water when we need their help. And, they are volunteers, so they're just doing this for a burger and a beer at the end of the night, perhaps. So thank you very much, guys. Without the mud rats, we certainly wouldn't be able to put a show on. So well done to all of you. If you're interested, you're keen, you want to get involved in jet boat racing, the club's always looking for volunteers. You can just get online to the website or go onto the Facebook page and make contact and say, hey, I want to help. We'd always love to see people here.
Mate, I just had one of those, one of them sweet round things. You go missing all the time, Richie.
Who, me?
Yeah, I said I just had one of them big round sweet things.
What?
A donut. It was bloody lovely.
They're good, aren't they?
Yeah, what are you on about? Your 6th or 8th or 10th?
No, only one.
Only one?
Yeah, but I figured after the sausage and the lemon and the chips and everything else,
Fair dinkum, I haven't seen any of that yet.
I've got to watch me waistline.
Yeah, you should do.
Yeah.
It's not hard for you to watch it. All you do is look down.
Yeah, no, it's getting easier too. It's getting bigger by the day.
No, mate. You're a picture of health. Subject to finance coming out, so we're just hoping that we're back on the noise. .350 class, Jeff Steele.
Yeah, again, I mean, that boat nearly stands up on its stern when he gave it some noise.
Yeah, Tomcat Hull, which is a locally built jet sprint boat. There's a few of them about.
You know what I don't think is fair? The driver's got the steering wheel to hold on to, but the poor old navigator's got nothing. There's no Jesus rail or anything in there. That is riding by the seat of your pants.
No, you did right, and yeah, every time you have a prang, it becomes really obvious that because the navigators usually get back, they got bark shins and bloody sore arms, and us drivers, we're pretty right.
62.88 for. Was that Jeff doing the driving there?
That was Jeff, I think.
Well, actually, the word I'm getting up here, I think that was Corrine.
Okay.
Anyway, Jeff or Corrine, whoever it was, good lap.
I'll have a look as they go by.
I'll tell you what, if that was Corrine, 62.88's her best lap by about 3 seconds. So.
Mate, it is Corrine too.
On you, Corrine. Good work.
Done good. No blue smoke either, so whatever.
Even better.
Whatever that gremlin was, they've got rid of it.
Well, Molly didn't come back and tell me that he's got his smoked brisket out of the smoker, but he was saying earlier that the smoked brisket, he's in the running. He wants to test a few sandwiches. He's trying out for the best sandwich in WA, and he's been smoking this brisket since about 5 o'clock this morning. He reckons it's going to be fabulous. So if you're feeling hungry, head on over to Molly's Kitchen and ask him about one of those smoked brisket rolls, and tell him what you think too. Let him know if it's good or not, because he wants to win a competition.
Maybe that's what he's going to do. I haven't had anything to eat yet, so maybe he's going to send me down a smoked brisket sandwich.
Molly, can you handle that?
Yeah.
Send our mate Chris a smoked brisket sandwich. I'm sure he'd love it. But Molly's Kitchen, if you're hungry or thirsty, grab yourself something to eat or drink. We've got donuts, we've got coffee, we've got everything except pizza. As we see the War Machine, and that was a big step off the throttle there. And it's all gone bad for Dan the Man.
No noise, no smoke, I can't see. So he's looking all right, just went the wrong way maybe?
No, I don't think he went the wrong way. Honestly, I wasn't watching at that stage. We'll have a look at a replay up there thanks to front row screens.
He's all right. He's just bloody angry. So you did the whirlpool in the spin-out pool. Dan the Man.
Yeah, so he's gone through the middle there. He's about to chuck the right-hander into 4, and this is where it went south for him. Big sprays of water, and I really can't see.
Mate, I'm just looking at his face. He is pissed off. Not a happy camper. I've just got Brett here. Brett Nail from Know Your Enemy. Mate, off the trailer. Floated across the pit beautifully, and then they saved you and pulled you back on the trailer. What happened?
Yeah, I guess there was one bonus. Didn't have to get the feet wet, so thanks, Tita. Not sure what the problem is right now. Probably carby related.
You just started her up, and she was revving there on the trailer, wasn't it? Did I hear that? Or
Yeah, will, but won't idle.
Oh, won't idle. Mate, so got Dougie, Sledgehammer Motors, another customer. So he's into it, and he's actually had a change of clothes. He's got a white T-shirt on. That's a bit ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, we've joined the queue, asking Dougie for help tonight.
Deals in biros, not tools. That's it. All right, mate. Well, we hope you get going again, and yeah, no bloody good. Navigator's
So do
fault,
I.
though. Navigator's fault, right? Navigator's fault.
Likely, yeah.
Yep. We got Dan the man here. He's standing on the side of the trailer here, Richie, looking at the motor. He's plugged some gizmo into the motor.
It looked like, to me and my untrained eye, coming out of 10, the left-hander into 4, and maybe he went a little bit wide and hit the tyres on the outside.
Yeah, he might have done that, but he's obviously got a bit of a motor problem because he's sussing something out there. You can hear he's revving it up, and he's got some little gizmo that's giving him a read out there, and he wasn't happy when he came back, that's for sure. So we'll find out. We'll see what we can find out in a second.
Seemed to have plenty of stick when it was there in the
spin-out pool.
In the spin-out pool.
Yeah, there's a bit of anger there.
So yeah, watching it on the replay again, I can't hear it, so it's a little hard to know what's going on.
And he won't talk to me, mate. I've got to sit here patiently on his boat. I'm going to bloody annoy him until he talks to me.
Hey, Chris, Molly's just handed me one of these smoked brisket rolls, and there's one coming down your way.
Oh, that's all right.
Let me tell you, they smell divine.
Smell good?
Smell gorgeous.
Yeah. So I'm just chasing Dan around the boat, mate. I could talk to the navigator, I suppose, but I will, actually. There you go, navigator. There's a microphone. You've never been interviewed before, and Dan won't talk to me, but what happened? You were out there, you were circulating pretty well, and then all of a sudden off the pedal and came home and then went berserk in the spin-out pool.
Yeah, not too sure. It's just that must be the trial run. Pretty exciting, though.
Pretty exciting. So, you know, as the navigator, you never noticed anything go wrong? Motor didn't go off? Nothing?
Maybe I gave him a bum steer.
You reckon he's just a bit grumpy at you? That's why you've stayed in the boat and you're not going to get out.
Yeah, we'll find out.
All right, mate. Well, we'll watch this with interest. There you go, mate. Just got Dan. He is going to talk to me. Phew.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, what'd you do, mate? You went out there like a blooming man on fire, and then all of a sudden just got off it, came home, and then went sick in the spin-out pool.
No, I didn't get off it, mate. It just hesitated momentarily, and because this nice gentleman's paying for his ride, I thought his missus might like coming home in one bit. So I err on the side of caution and come and have a look.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it, mate? If they cough and splatter, you don't want to keep going, because if they conk out, you're in a world of trouble, especially when you're up around 120, 130 clicks.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. So we're just going to have a check over everything. Make sure there's nothing untoward going on, and we'll go again.
All right, mate. Well, we all agree it goes really well in the spin-out pool.
Yeah, safe place to go around in circles.
All right, mate. Mate, I just got me roll. Thank you. All right, I'm going to be off the air for the next 20 minutes. It's going to take me 20 minutes to eat this bloody thing. Just got a text from Cavi there before the New Zealand guys. They're loving it. So there you go, Rich.
We're back into round 5 of qualifying. Now, I'm being told that they're not coming out in the order of our sheet, so we'll do the best to get them in the right names for you. Shea Francis and Ultimatum, round 5 of qualifying. His best lap so far, a 56.33. Shea in our LS class. Looked a little bit wide there out of 10 and into 4. The boat's being thrown around a lot as he comes out onto 8. Right-hander around the island, back into number 8. Across the middle, around the island he'll go again. Big left-hander onto the main straight, flat out down there to the Coast FM speed bowl. Nicely done across the middle and across the finishing line with a 55.44, his quickest lap of the night. Front row screens replay. We watch him through the Samios Plumbing S-bend. A little bit hesitant around the corner there. Boat's certainly looking good for most of it, but it was right about there. Just got the tail end of the boat out a little bit, had to correct it. Still his best lap, his quickest lap of the night, but one can't help but feel a little bit tidier through that corner there. There could have been an extra couple of tenths there for him, and that might be the difference between first and second later on tonight. Rachel Swartz and Altor. Winner last time around, currently our second quickest LS boat out in the field. Looking really nice, down the straight and into 9. Goes around the bottom end. Halfway around the speed bowl, across the middle of the track again. Tight left-hander around the island, another left. Another right, then left, and all the way down the main straight and around the speed bowl. Best lap so far, a 51.75. She's on the final last couple of turns. Flip-flop across the middle, into 10, a 52.61. Thank you, Molly, for the brisket roll. They're delicious, I can tell you. So there, if you're feeling hungry, go and grab yourself, go up to Molly's kitchen and ask for one of his smoked brisket rolls. Really are yum. As I say, been smoking since 5 o'clock this morning. Melt in your mouth stuff. There's a ton of people that help us make this event happen. Of course, Samios Plumbing Supplies. If we need to get water from one place to another, then they're the first ones that we call. Biggs Bobcat Hire. They've got Palachi's Earth Moving Repairs. Sharp Civil helped us with a lot of work over there with our terraced area as well. To 6MM and 973, thank you guys as well. LF Media. And, of course, Grant's Car Stereo as well for helping us with our awesome YouTube live feed. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you are around the world watching it. As we are continuing our way through round 5 of qualifying.
Grant's Car Stereo Morley. Proudly supplying and fitting quality car stereos for over 15 years. Selling top name brands like Alpine, Focal, Rockford Fosgate. From a simple upgrade to complete custom systems. Stop in and see Grant and the boys at 61 Russell Street, Morley. Or visit us online at carstereo.com.au. Grant's Car Stereo.
It's hammer time with Adam Morris. Adam Morris behind the wheel. Jason Belcher sat in the passenger seat. He's only been out a couple of times. 56.44 is his best lap, although he did go quicker when he had a passenger out a little while ago. Looking good across the first half of the track. Big right-hander around the island. Around the island he goes, throws it left onto the main straight, all the way down. Big speed through the Coast FM speed bowl. That boat looked beautiful as it come around the corner, perfectly placed to get him across the middle of the track. Nice out of 10 and a 54.89. His quickest lap of the night. Official lap, of course. 54.89. Well done, Adam. Watching the front row screens replay. Out of the Samios S-Bend. A little bit bumpy in that big right-hander there. Managed to gather it up. Kept it nice. Good line through there. Around 9 onto the main straight. Left-hander there, once again a little bit taily, but still managed to keep it looking good. Nice and smooth, nice and flat, good lines all the way around the track. Boat sitting nice and high out of the water. Less drag means they go a little bit quicker, also makes them a little bit harder to handle. But a nice job there from Adam Morris and the hammer time.
Not sure whether you heard that boat screaming out there in the pits here, but that was Dan the man just seeing if he had any dead spots in the motor. Must have been doing about 12,000 RPM. Very noisy, and I just had one of those sandwiches, those brisket things, and they are good, everybody up there. So if he's got any, go get one.
So we've got subject to finance coming out by the looks of it. Would that be Corrine behind the wheel this time around? I know we're a bit out of order.
Mate, I actually was not in a position to see that. Still cleaning me teeth.
Well, we're closer to order than having Corrine in the boat.
I'd say it's Corrine, mate.
And having Jeff in the boat. So let's go with Corrine, and I'm sure if Corrine's there, she'll come and tap you on the shoulder and say, that's not me driving.
That's Corrine driving.
She's doing a good job of this one. 65.95 is her best lap tonight. Looking good. Love watching the boats on this last half of the track. Down the main straight, all the way around the Coast FM speed bowl. Duck it across the middle. Quick flip flop, left, right.
Bit of smoke again, mate.
Into 10 and nicely done with a 61.11. And that is Corrine's quickest lap of the night. Sorry, Chris, you were going to say?
Yeah, mate, I was just going to say Brett Neal in Know Your Enemy. He's coming up now at a fair old pace. He'll get told off for that because he's going to swamp Corrine. Oh. Yep, drowned them. They're not happy. But he's away. So he had a few engine motor problems there a second ago, and looks like he still has them.
When the noise goes out, there's no water coming out of the jet, there's no steering, and you are a passenger.
That's it. Are you eating while you're talking?
Yes.
They're good, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. Corrine's, she's idled back to the trailer there, mate. More and more smoke coming out of that boat, so I think they've got their problems.
Now, Chris, that little excursion out of the water, of course, it wasn't high speed, didn't look dramatic. Would there be a bit of damage under the boat?
He went pretty straight, so probably not. They might do a bit of damage pushing it back in because you've got fins under there. Just usually 3 fins, one in the centre, up just under where the navigator and the driver sit. So the boat actually steers off them, and then you usually have 2 down the back that make the boat grip as it turns. And and the only thing that varies there is the different sizes. Sometimes depending on the water. Again, earlier in the night you'll have a longer fin on, or a deeper fin if you like, as the water soups up and all that, you'll put smaller fins on, because if you leave the big ones on, the boat will oversteer. It'll knife on you and things like that. So
is that something a couple of hits with a knocometer would fix, and they'd be back out in the water?
Yeah, mate. You usually just slip a spanner on it and bend them back straight, but sometimes they do snap off. But we've got them engineered so they're really easy to change. The only one that's a bit tricky is the one up in the middle, but that's a really solid piece of metal, so very rare that they get hurt. How's that, mate? Sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Sorry, mate, I'm eating again.
I realised that. So what do you think of it? You reckon he'll get first prize? Being honest.
It's very, very good. I haven't tasted any of the opposition, but that is very, very tasty.
Not bad, is it?
Mm.
Yeah, maybe just to be critical. What do you reckon? Just a fraction overcooked, Molly? Bit dry?
I ain't no chef. I liked it. It's tasty. Yes, maybe a little dry, but no, I liked it.
Yeah, I liked it.
I'm going to leave you to talk to yourself for a couple of minutes while I finish this off, Chris.
Jesus. Straight away, thrown in the deep end. Don't know what's going on. What are we waiting on, everybody? Where's our race controller? Oh, the bloody boat out there, of course. I've given the microphone to Adam Mileham. Okay, mate, it's your turn. Go for it. I'm going to sit here.
I'll be right.
How's the boat going? You got it sorted there? Short fuse in the Ford?
Yeah, we bet up a little bit then, except for we went the wrong way. But it was back to where it's been. So we'll see how it goes for finals. It's good enough. So
you're going to sit out until the final, or you're going to get a couple of laps in so you know the way around?
Nah, we'll know the way in the final. We're going to let it sit down, cool down a bit again, and give it everything for the last 2.
Yeah. All right, mate. And what has been the problem? Do you know, or?
Oh, we thought it was an oil temperature issue after a couple of runs, but it's not too bad now. It's around 100 degrees, which is a little bit higher than we'd like, but it's not terrible. But it just seems to drop that 10 pound more than we would like to see. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's gets through at the end of the night. So fingers crossed it hasn't changed.
So what oil pressure do you like? What's ideal?
I would like to see 60 at idle and 70 above 2,000, and it's kind of dropping down to the 50 and 60. So But yeah, he'll be right.
You'll be right. All right, Adam, mate. Glad
Cheers.
to know you're back in for the final anyway. Righto, mate. I think we're back racing, so I hope you finished that sandwich. Obviously you haven't, Rich.
And the answer to that question, Chris, would be yes, I have now.
Good, mate.
Oh, gosh, it was yummy.
That was a hell of a sandwich. It took you half an hour.
I wanted to enjoy it, mate. Savour every bite.
Did you? Was that good?
Chew it 32 times.
Ah, yeah, well, that would have taken a while.
If you believe that, I've got a bridge to sell you.
Yeah, I must admit I'm a bit of a gulper. Don't chew too much.
Oh, mate, you've got to see what I'm seeing. We've got onboard footage this time around with our front row screens.
Mate, spot on. It's good, isn't it? Awesome. I can't see it, but you got a monitor there, eh?
I have.
And who's the onboard? This one, as in Aussie Apocalypse, or
As in Aussie Apocalypse, Shane Francis and Michael Crook.
That's live.
Some awesome shots, I can tell you. It gives you I love what cameras have done these days and where they are able to put them, and just the whole perspective of everything changes when you're watching onboard footage. This is amazing. I hope you're enjoying it if you're watching our live feed. Thanks to Grant's car stereo, we can see the navigator's hand just pointing in the right direction. We're going, that'll be right. Watching him now, big right-hander, another right-hander. Another right-hander. We'll flick it around to the left down the main straight. Here we go at 130, 140 kilometres an hour. That corner comes up very, very quickly. All the way around the speed bowl. A quick left-hander. The flip-flop. A left, a right. Into 10 and across the finish line of 55.06.
Yeah, one of the guys has come up to me with it's on their mobile, mate. That is great footage. Shane, he'll put that away in the archives. He'll love that.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. Oh, he's going again. I didn't even see him stop then. Is he still going?
55.06, so it's not his quickest lap of the night, but that was a really good, really tight, nice and tidy, good lap.
Is this what it looks like when you're driving? You know, is this real true depiction?
I don't know if you got Matt around you and if you can...
Yeah, got Matt here, mate. If we got time for a quick interview. Matt, Brett, sorry, mate. What happened, mate? You're out there and she just went out, lights out, and straight up on the bank.
Yeah. I was obviously halfway through the chicane, just flamed out, but could have happened at a lot worse place on the track. Mate. Just a gentle little run off the track, and thanks to the guys for helping get us off the dirt and back here.
Mate, I could be real smart and say it's good to be taking home a boat that's still straight, eh?
I think it's still straight.
Yeah. No, mate, so Big Doug's going to have a look at it, or you're going to call it a night?
Probably call it a night, I think.
Yeah, chicken shit.
Those are fine words, Chris.
Good on you, Brett.
Birthday boy Wade Davies out there in Excalibur at the moment. We are in our Group A class. Nicely done across the middle as we head towards the final half of his lap around the pond. Left-hander onto the back straight. Keep it to the left, out of the bowl. into 7, across the middle, into 10, 53, 52. (53.52). Once again, it's not his quickest lap of the night. 52.97 is his quickest, but again, another good, clean lap. Oh, we got some light. And the man said, let there be light.
There you going out there, Shano. Aussie Apocalypse in the
Yeah,
new
we're going
Sprint
all right,
Tech.
mate. Just chasing a bit of horsepower at the moment, but we've
Yeah.
got it held to the boards, but we're just playing with a few nozzles and bits and pieces.
Mate, I just watched the inboard there. A bloke came up to me and it was on the mobile, so it's pretty interesting, isn't it? I keep an eye on you. Mate, your lines are pretty good. All you got to do is double the speed. But he did have it. I think he had it in slow-mo.
Yeah, no, we've already decided tonight we're building a new motor. So.
Oh, really, mate? Yeah, no, it's going well, and you're loving it, aren't you? The change in your driving and everything is amazing compared to what you were doing in the other boat, so good stuff.
Too easy, mate, thanks.
All right. Back to you, Richie.
Rod Wood and Triple X out there at the moment. He hasn't left too much on the trailer. He's flying around here at the moment. Might have gone in just a little bit shallow into number 11 there. Tossed him around a bit, but he's back. Down the main straight, all the way around the bend onto the last couple of turns. 51.94, his best lap so far of the night. And we've got 52.23.
Just here with Wado and Excalibur, just taking the helmet off, pulling the balaclava off, throwing the microphone in his mouth. Mate, that wasn't a bad run.
No, it was a lot better, Chris. Happy with it, but like to improve on it by, another half a second or a second would be brilliant.
Yeah, mate, no, I reckon you got that in you. You looked like you were fairly comfy with that one, so you just got to go out there and go a bit wilder.
Yeah, we'll give him a try.
All right, mate, good.
Thanks,
racing.
Chris.
Hey, just quickly, if you are leaving us or moving your car around the grounds, can you turn your headlights off, please? They can be a bit of a distraction to our drivers. If you're moving your car around, turn your headlights off.
Mate, I can't even see that boat, but I know it's Dan. Flat out.
The War Machine, Dan Patterson. Love the noise of Dan's boat. And he stands on this throttle and he just doesn't get off it at all. The only one of our LS boats to go under 50 seconds. He's done a 49.92. He's just gone a 48.75.
Mate, he threw it through the middle there. I was thinking, man, you are going on the boundary there. Bit of blue smoke too.
What do they say? If you're not on the edge, you're taking up too much space?
Mate, if you're not knocking the tyres, you're not racing. Just got Rob Wood here, stepped out of Triple X, mate. Tidy run. You'd have to be happy with that one.
Yeah, I am, mate, but we're down 50, 100 horsepower where we should be. It's absolutely flat. It's just so flat, the engine. Very disappointing.
All right, mate, I'll take the microphone off you. You're obviously very, very dejected. You're pissed off, mate. So I took the microphone off him, Richie, because I thought he was going to throw it out in the river.
Yeah, best you hang on to that.
So, nah, he's not happy, mate. He's not happy. He's frustrated.
Well, it would be when you know you've got a boat that can run quicker than it is. You've got to scratch yourself and think, gosh, what have I got to do to get this thing to work tonight? Nigel and Michelle Johnson.
Mate, he's out there to put in a big one, this one. Watch this one. You can tell.
Love the way it looks almost like the boat just sticks to the water as he turns it around. Gosh, Chris, this is fast.
Yeah, mate, he's on it.
Beautiful through that flip-flop. 48.03. He's just taken a good half a second off his previous quick qualifier.
Actually, tell me what Dan Patterson did then. He did a 48, did he?
Dan. Where are we? Yeah, he did a 48.75.
God almighty. I got to go and have a talk to Dan.
That is flying, isn't it?
For an LS. That's bloody ridiculous.
I think Dan runs the bigger 6.3 litre.
Yeah.
I'm just watching Nigel's lap on the replay. It looked a little bouncy through some of those corners, and if he can clear that up, there's probably another couple of tenths in there. Ooh.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what's tuning in on what there, mate, but you finished talking?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
I'm just here with Dan, mate, and I raced up to him and I said, mate, 48, you're on the noise with Nigel. And he just looked at me, he was very honest, and he just said, mate, I went the wrong way. So did you guys pick that up there?
Oh, nobody told me.
So time's standing, Dan.
There we go. Dan's in War Machine was a wrong way, hence the faster time. There we go.
Dobbed you in, mate.
Yep.
Mate, it was a good run though. I was watching you out there. You threw it all out there. You were just pretty wild.
Well, that's what we're here for.
Yeah, good point. But enjoying it, enjoying the run. Got any more left?
Yeah, mate. No, had a ball, but just a little hesitation before. I thought I'd better come back and check it out, and
yeah,
we found a minor thing that might have hiccup, so we sorted that and back into it.
Back into it, and what is your best time as a matter of interest?
I think we did 49.90 something.
That's on the pace though, Dan.
49.92.
49.92, mate. So compared to the rest of the season, you're on fire, buddy. You're doing real good.
Yeah, no, you can't wipe the grin off your face, mate.
Yeah, and old Rachel's over there. She's got the serious face on for a change.
Boots on the other foot.
Rach is the one doing the chasing tonight.
All right, mate. Great to watch.
Beautiful shots from front row screen, looking over the pond here at Baldivis. Hopefully, maybe you're watching over on our big screen that we've got set up next to Molly's kitchen as well.
I just found Rachel, mate. I went the other way. I thought you were down the other end of the pits, but you're right here. Mate, you're the chaser tonight.
Yeah, I don't know if I like it.
Oh, I was watching your face there when you came back before. You're not a happy Rach.
Yeah, no, well done to Dan. He deserves it.
So you got something up your sleeve? You're just going to come out and slam him on the last run or something, or what?
I wish I could say I did, but not really.
Not really? No, it's amazing, isn't it? He's jumped forward. You were probably a comfortable second or two in front of him all season, all last season as well, and suddenly he's got you.
Yeah, definitely. He's 2 seconds in front of us tonight. So.
Yeah, and you don't really have to blame your navigator, your mum, do you? Straight on to Marty, your husband. Marty?
Yeah, I better not say anything about Mum.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Get your finger out, mate. Make it go faster. That's what she wants.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick plug to our sponsors. Griffin Panel and Paint did a really good job at the start of the season. Sorry about the silver down the sides now. We've got Benson Contracting, Grains Insurance Solutions, Pro Talk Race Engines, and we've just been tuned by Active Automotivis. So thanks, guys.
I like the way you did that, Rach. You had to walk around the boat finding who sponsors you.
I tell you what.
Thanks to my husband.
Active Automotives, Eddie Tassoni and his guys up there, what they don't know about small blocks and LS engines isn't worth knowing, I can tell you.
Yeah, old Marty here, he's giving you the heads up and he agrees with you, mate. But
just a bit of trivia, Eddie Tassoni with Active Automotives was the first one at Summernats, I think, to go over 1,000 horsepower with an LS.
What's Marty saying, 2,000? Hey? Turbo to 2,000 there.
Yes, yeah.
Richie, Jesus.
It was quite some time ago at Summernats when he broke that record, and it's been smashed since. But yeah, he knows his way around small blocks and LS engines, that's for sure.
So Rachel's got the good mechanic, mate. We'll see her here. She'll have 2,000 horsepower. That'd be a bit hard to hang on to.
Only 2,000 horsepower in something like that. That'd be scary as.
Mate, there's boats like it. Not
Yeah.
with 2,000, but just about.
Well, actually, if you, I quite like watching some of the top fuel boats from the US, and top fuel, we're talking 7,000, 8,000 horsepower nitromethane beasts, and to put them in a boat, it's like insane.
Don't they explode out of the line? Those things, they're just crazy.
They got a rooster tail that's almost 400 metres long.
Yeah, no, it's
amazing to watch. But anyway, we're not top boat racing. We're jet boat racing.
I always like those things because they just hang on to that piece of rope right up until they go. I just find that ludicrous. But still, why have we stopped?
I have no idea. I'm just waiting.
What's happening?
I did get a message just to say, please no flash photography. Obviously, yeah, another distraction to our driver. It's one of the last things that we need, really, is distracted drivers.
The only blokes who are allowed to use the flashes are Grant and Neil. But I don't know. I don't know whether they do night photography. I'm walking around here trying to find out what's going on, mate. Tita's over. What's going on?
Well, we're heading into eliminations now. So what we do with eliminations is they get a couple of runs. That gets narrowed down to 3. In some cases, of course, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 350 boats, so that'll get narrowed down to 3. We've only got 1 turbo. We've only got 3 LS. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got about 6 Group A boats, so that'll be narrowed down to 3. And I think we've got just the 2 super boats.
That's it, mate. And that break was, we're still doing the 5-minute break because motors are still running hot down here. So, but through the eliminations, we will be full on. So, hang on to your hats.
We're talking about life in the pond before, and turtles sticking their heads up. When the water's nice and still, you can just see the water bubbling up all over the place. There is plenty of life in this pond.
Yeah, mate. We aerate it beautifully for them. That'd be Jeffrey.
Subject to finance. We are into eliminations now. Jeff Steele in the subject to finance boat, running in our 350 class. His best lap, his best qualifier was a 61.30. That was his first qualifier. They've been struggling with this boat right throughout the afternoon. I got to say, this doesn't look like a real flying lap. There is still traces of smoke around the track, so it's perhaps not the happiest of campers.
Yeah, little puffs coming out of it. That on the trailer, I reckon.
And a 59.74 for Jeff. Like I say, probably looked to me like he was taking it a little easy on the boat. Maybe he's saving it for Corrine, who's going to come out in a little while. But yeah, look, a nice steady lap, good lines all the way around the track. You see in some instances though that engine is breathing a little bit heavy, and you see puffs of smoke. Next up, another of our 350s. Sean Stone behind the wheel. Curtis McDermott sitting in the passenger seat. It is Indulgence. Sean's best lap of 58.53. He'll be wanting to get himself up inside that top 3. Remember, we've got 4 boats. One of them's got to go. Nice through the middle as he takes that big left-hander around ALS Auto's island. All the way around, another lefty down the main straight. The last handful of turns coming up now around the Coast FM Speed Bowl. There'll be a left-hander into 7. He'll flip-flop it across the middle. And nicely done with a 58.63.
Just down here with Jeff Steele, mate. I don't know, matey. I don't know what's going on out there. She seems breathing. You know, it goes all right at the beginning, and then it starts breathing. But you weren't driving hard then, anyway, were you?
I was giving it a little bit, but yeah, it's my first real effort tonight. So yeah, come back making a few noises. So yeah, we're not overly happy with it, but
I thought I could hear a bit of a noise as you come up on the trailer.
Yeah, you wouldn't sneak up behind anyone on it. But yeah, no, it yeah, see if it's good enough to buy away there. But yeah, just hope we haven't damaged it too much. And
so what's the go? You going to put her on the trailer or put her back out?
I'll get Corrine out there and see what points she can get. I don't know how her times are in relation to everyone else. And yeah,
don't hurt it, mate. Don't hurt it, man.
No, not planning on it, but yeah, like I say, I'm not sure what times everyone else are doing, so yeah, we'll just see where we're going. Could be flogging a dead horse, we're not sure.
Yeah, mate, check out the times and just calculate it.
Yeah, go for the championship, I think. We won't probably take the podium tonight, but get good points for the championship.
Yeah, if you blow it up, mate, it makes
yeah,
it even harder.
Yeah, it does, Chris, it does. Catch you later, mate.
On you, Jeff.
Yeah, just quickly there to Jeff. Corine's running in the low 60s, so you know, she's certainly at the bottom end of the field right at the moment. As we see Jane Milam and Misbehavin' out there at the moment, and there we go, some great onboard scenes again, thanks to front row screens, and of course Grant's Car Stereo in Morley for our live feed. Kia ora to all of our Kiwi friends who might be watching from there is a Taranaki in New Zealand. 56.99 for Misbehavin'. She has been going quicker and quicker and quicker every time around. And another quick lap there for Jane. Job well done.
Just got Sean here in Indulgence. Just pulled the helmet off there. Sean, how you going out there tonight, mate? Not sure whether that is... It should be working.
Yeah, not going too bad. It's the first night in this season that I've been able to hold it flat to the floor the whole time, so I think we're finally getting the handling set up a bit better.
Good stuff, mate.
Yep, no, she's doing good, but it's not fast enough, is it?
No, mate, you need a bigger motor now.
That's it. No worries.
All right, mate, good on you.
Shane Allen and the Predator hunting down another win. He was winner last time around. He's still the quickest boat out on the pond at the moment. Sets the boat up nicely for his first trip across the middle. A little bit bumpy into 11. Nicely down the middle, that big left-hander. Liking that, and a 56.98. 56.98 puts Shane in front right at the moment by 1/100th of a second.
Just here with Janie Mileham. She just got back in Misbehavin'. Business end of the night, Janie, and that was a pretty tidy run. I was watching you, so happy with that.
I was happy with that. Felt a bit better and a bit faster into some of the corners there,
So
where I was backing off a bit.
You're right up in the top runoffs, I think. So how you reckon you're going to go?
Hopefully good.
Yeah, you go all right. But no, well raced. You were really tidy that run, so well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, 1/100th of a second between the two. I think we're going to be in for an interesting last couple of rounds from these two.
Yeah, big finish, eh? I'll just tell her that so she knows. Janie, there's a 1/100th of a second between you two, so great racing, and bring it on. She's looked at me and she said, yeah.
Ken and Nick. Nick Neves doing the navigating tonight. Ken Bull behind the wheel of our only turbo boat out on the pond tonight. Turbo Lexus engine, his best lap so far is a 59.47. I think he went a little bit quicker than that when he had a paid ride in the boat earlier. Looks nice across the middle. Ooh, a little bit wide. Might have been a little bit lucky there not to touch one of the tyres on the outside as he came into 11 and around the ALS Island. Nice out of the bowl and into 7. Really cleanly across the middle. 59.92.
Just here with Shane, just taking off the balaclava, mate, but back in Predator. Pretty tidy run, that one too.
Sorry?
Tidy run, good run, you enjoyed that. Did you do good?
Yeah, a little bit scrappy, a couple of corners, but girls are putting the pressure on.
Yeah, mate, you've there's 1/100th of a second between the pair of you at the moment, so are you up to it?
Give it a crack.
Hey, you just said you're a little bit messy, so tidy it up.
Yeah, hopefully tidy it up in a couple of corners. A
might-
little bit different when it gets dark,
Just get
so it's a
the
little bit
edge.
late.
You bloody navigator, mate. Gave me the finger as you headed out. I'm like,
No, she actually did well tonight.
Yeah?
Yeah, she didn't say.
Hadn't said a word. Poor thing. I bet she's going to be noisy later, isn't she?
Yeah.
Good one, mate. So 1/100th of a second. That is going to be a really good finish.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Shay Francis and Ultimatum. First of our LS class boats. He's been going quicker all night as well. 55.44 is his quickest lap. He's still probably a good 2 or 3 seconds behind the other two boats in the field though. Nice around Al's Auto Island. Finishes it off nicely with a 5.444, 54.44.
Just here with Ken Bull, stepping out of the boat, out of the turbo boat. Who cares, Ken? Who cares, mate?
Well, who
Jeez,
does?
you missed that. You totally screwed that. Mate, you're out there, you're on your own, you're racing well, and you're improving your times. I haven't been keeping track.
Well, let's put it this way. 59 something, 59 something, 59 something.
So just hanging tight and
Consistency.
Consistency, yeah. So no trouble with the boat. The boat's gone well tonight because you've had your little ups and downs with it.
Yeah, it's come along quite nicely. It's
So-
had a couple of little pops out there. I've got to figure out what that was, but it's still running all right.
Mate, good stuff. You've been running all night, and yeah, Mr. Consistency, eh?
Well, be there at the end of the night is the name of the game.
Well, that's the thing, mate. You've got first place if you can stay there.
Even if I don't, I still got it.
You got first, second, and third. All right, mate. Good stuff.
Rachel Swartz and Tanya Uren. Great shot from behind the boat. You see this thing just stand up and leap out of the water as she planted the foot. Another of our LS boats, her best lap is a 51.75.
She's on a mission, mate, and this is the first time she's been under pressure, and let's see how she is under pressure, whether she gets sloppy or whether she keeps it clean and gets in a good time.
She finished ahead of Dan the Man at the last meeting, And yeah, I think she's feeling the squeeze at the moment because Dan is a good couple of seconds quicker than her.
This is when the mistakes happened, Richie.
Nice. Love watching the way they come out of the bowl at 120, 130 kilometres an hour. The flip-flop through the middle and a 54.16.
So she's still well off it, eh?
Yeah, she is actually. She's probably 3 seconds away from her best lap. Interesting. I wonder if perhaps there's something going on with the boat there, Chris.
Yeah, I was thinking the same, mate. She can pedal it, and if it had it there, she'd be there. So yeah, she's maybe something just playing around in the back there. I just with Shay Francis just pulling his helmet off, mate. Out there in Ultimatum, love this boat. Sounds so good, Shane. But how'd you go out there that run?
Yeah, no, that was I think that was our quickest time of the night. So yeah, it feels a lot better for what it is. Just as the air's getting a bit cooler, you can definitely tell the difference. But yeah, no, all good.
54.44 was the quickest lap of the night.
54.44, so you're up there. You'll probably be in the runoffs, mate, so that's good.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty happy with that. Like I said, with what we got in the back there, I'm happy with that, mate.
Good stuff, mate.
Dan Patterson and Mel Reid in the War Machine at the moment, and yep, he is here to win tonight. There is no other way to describe, the way that he's driving this boat. Got the boat set up beautifully. Good lines all the way around the racetrack. A little bit bumpy around 11 that time around, but didn't slow him down any. Nice, carrying good speed around the bowl. Nice and steady across the middle. And we're going to go, no, we didn't go sub 50, but a 5:0.14. Certainly the quickest lap of the night. So far in our eliminations for the LS class.
I just got Rachel here. She's just got back, and Rach, he's got the wood on you. He's got about 3 seconds, and I'm starting to think, because I know you can drive the skin off a boat, so we could a bit of a problem in the back. Do you think? Does it feel a bit flat or just not crisp?
I don't know. That felt quicker to me, but that was about 2 seconds slower than our normal run, so I'm not sure what's going on.
Yeah, just might be just getting that little bit tired, and you're driving your heart out, but you just can't get there. So let's hope it just comes good with the cooler air and right for the last run.
Yeah, she's actually pretty hot the last 2 runs, so hopefully she cools down and we'll get something else out of her.
All right, mate.
Thanks, Chris.
Chris, I don't know if you can look down the track. There's a big cloud of smoke over the track, and just wondering, it's obviously come out of Dan's boat. It didn't look as though it was smoking as he come out of the spill-out pool, but might be something going on there.
He's idling on the trailer a lot when he gets back, so he's obviously got a heat problem. The boat's hot, so he's got to idle it there for a while to get the water through it to bring the temperature down. So I'll ask him, mate.
Hammer time for Adam Morris and Jason Belcher. One of our Group A boats, quickest lap so far, a 54.89. Good to watch Adam get his boat around the pond. Every time he's come out, he seems to be attacking it a little bit harder each time. It's showing in his times that are coming down. As I said, 54.89 is his best lap so far. This is looking pretty good. We're around 49 at the moment. Nicely across the middle, and a 54.80. So better again by 9/100ths of a second.
Just here with Dan the man. Just got back on the trailer, Dan. Half a second slower than your sub 50, but a little bit of blue smoke out there. What's happening?
The blue smoke's no problem, mate. We've done away with our catch can and running a Morosso crankcase evacuator, so any oil that gets carried over just gets shot out the pipe and you get a bit of fog from it.
So nothing to worry about at all, mate.
No, not at all. It was actually a little bit overfull with oil when we started, so it's getting better.
Just
Sorting
emptying
myself
her
out.
out. All right, mate. Well, that's good to know. And just half a second off the pace and just a 50 and a bit. So we'll see you back on.
Well, we went the other way and tried a rather small nozzle just to see what the difference would be, and we'll go back the other way, I think.
Yeah, I think you will. All right, Dan. Good
Cheers,
stuff.
Chris.
This looks like the Aussie Apocalypse boat that's out now. Shane Francis and Michael Cook. .54.69, his best lap to date. Nicely done with a 54.72.
Just here with Adam Morris and Hammer. Just back in the trailer there, mate. How'd you go with that run?
Chris, yeah, mate. We're pretty happy with it. Yeah, foot flat to the board. So
should have been happy with it, mate. You haven't been around for a while.
Yeah, she's a buzz, mate. I tell you that. I've been missing it for 3 years. She's awesome.
Yeah, mate. No, you're grinning from ear to ear. I can see you loving it. So you seem to have got the bugs out of it now. So you're on for the final, eh?
Oh, we're in the final.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm just saying that.
Well, with 54.80, we've had two boats out.
Great
Currently
night.
second.
You're second at the moment.
Oh.
So there you go. So don't go getting undressed. Righto, mate. He's really grinning now. Thanks for that, Rich.
Just watching the front row screen replay. Good lap there from Aussie Apocalypse, Shane Francis and Michael Cook, 54.72.
Where's that place him, Rich? I'm just about to talk to him. Where is he in the
Well,
back?
that's first by 8/100ths of a second. Still got two boats to go.
Okay.
Three boats, sorry. Wade Davies and Glenn Britton, he would really love a win for his birthday. Excalibur, 51.94, his best lap so far of the night. Looks good down the back. Nice around the bottom half of the track. Into 8. Cross the middle for the first time. Big left-hander around Al's Island.
He's going well, Rich. He's putting in a goodie.
Just looking good. I'm liking the way that he's placing the boat down the middle. Nice and smooth every time. 53.61.
Just here with Shane Francis. Mate, you shouldn't drink coffee. It'll keep you awake. In Aussie Apocalypse, just back on the trailer, mate. You put in a pretty good time there, 54 and a bit. So, the birthday boy's just gone out there and got you by about a second. But how you feeling?
Yeah, no, we're feeling good, mate. We're lacking a bit of horsepower to all the rest of these boys.
So you'll have the new motor for the next race, mate?
No, we'll do the last 2 meets with this engine and then we'll build a killer engine for next year.
What about Adelaide? You going to Adelaide still?
We'll see what happens. No good going all the way out there if we can't compete, so see what happens.
All right, mate. Been really good watching you out there, so let's hope you're through into the final.
Rod Wood and Ariana Palacci in the Triple X boat. .400 cubic inch Chev on board, his best lap, a 51.94.
Oh, hook there.
Yeah, that was a bit of a check there. 52.06 still puts him at top of the heap at the moment. But yeah, looked like a bit of a moment.
Yeah, it did, mate. But just here with Wade from in Excalibur, mate, I'd say you're second now with Alan Mileham about to go out. So you have to be happy with that run. You look really tidy, and you're in the top three, mate.
Yeah, well, I was happy with the run. It was nice and smooth this time. And if we can smoothen up one more corner, I reckon we got another half a second.
Yeah, Rod's got just over half a second on you there,
Yeah,
mate.
I
So,
know.
Let's do it.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Back to you, Rich.
Adam Milam and Michelle Mullins. In the short fuse boat, the only Cleveland-powered boat out there on the pond. First time across the middle over the flip-flop. Looks pretty good. Series of right-handers around the island into that left-hander. Boats seem to dig in a little bit around that corner there, Chris.
Yeah, mate, lost a bit there. This is what he sacrifices here. He, he does very few runs, and what did he get? 51. So he's on the top of the Group A's at the moment, right?
Absolutely, a top of the Group 1s. Given that's only the second lap that he's done here tonight. So, yeah, the Group A's, 51.88 for Adam, 52.06 for Rod, and we've got a 53.61 for Wade Davis. They're our 1, 2, 3.
I just got Rob Wood here in Triple X, mate. He's sitting in the boat. Probably still disappointed like he was before. Mate, you pulled a 52, so that was pretty good. You went to the top. And Adam's gone out and done a high 51, so you're not far off it.
Oh, yeah, but I think we pulled a 52 in our second run tonight anyway. Still trying to get it sorted. It's just disappointing, mate.
Yeah, but only takes one little bumpy corner for Adam, mate, because you're that close.
Oh, yeah, it's a bit, couldn't see coming through the centre there, so I lost a back quarter of a second there, but, I mean, I'd have to do a perfect run in this thing, but I don't know how.
Let's do it, buddy.
Cheers.
Disappointed there, Richie. He's just absolutely full noise, and
well, I mean, there's only 2/10 of a second or so. Oh, hang on, sorry.
Yeah, a bit more, but
yeah, that was Rod Triple X you were talking to.
Yeah, mate. Yep.
So yeah, 51.88 to a 52.06. So about 4/10 of a second.
Yep.
And yeah, it's only one mistake. It can make a difference.
That's it, mate.
But of course, we haven't seen these guys making too many mistakes tonight. Great onboard shots from the weapon of choice of Nigel and Michelle Johnson out there on the pond right at the moment. Doing a great job through the first half of the track. Into that right-hander around the island. We're at 29 seconds so far. Nigel's best lap of the night is a 48.03. Looking good around the bowl. His last series of corners, we're at 42 seconds. Through 10, onto the finish line at a 48.13.
Just here with Adam Mileham in short fuse, mate. Bugger all runs tonight. You go out there and you jump straight to the front. But you're less than half a second, buddy. So one little mistake and the old Rod Wood might have you, but he is so disappointed.
Oh, that was a handful then. I straightened up to come in from the top near the speed bowl there and forgot where I was going. So the next 3 or 4 corners, I was watching the navigator the whole time. That's definitely not the fastest way around. So we rolled off a fair bit to remember where I was going again. But I'm glad we got that out of the way. We'll be right for the final. I was a bit nervous for that.
Yeah, no wonder you were laughing when you got out of the boat after doing that, not knowing your way and listening to a navigator.
Oh, God. No, it was all good, but yeah, the boat was quick enough, so I think it's probably got a second half or a little bit more in it maybe, so.
All right, mate, we look forward to seeing you put that down out there and win it convincingly, because at the moment you're a smidge.
we'll give it our best.
All right, mate.
So, Chris, we've got a short break, 5-minute break, and then we're going into our top three. Our 350 class is certainly looking interesting with Shane Allen is currently the quickest with a 56.98. Jane Milam, though, right behind with a 56.99. We talk about, little mistakes. It's only going to take one little mistake to turn that one around. Shane, Jane, and Sean Stone with a 58.63 make up our top three in the 350s. Of course, we've only got the one turbo in the LS class. It's Dan Patterson with a 51.4 is the quickest. 54.16 for Rachel second. Shay third with a 54.44. Then we go into our Group A's and our top threes of Group A's. A 51.88 for Adam and Short Fuse, 52.06 for Rod and Triple X, and a 53.61 for the birthday boy, Wade Davies and Excalibur. So, yeah, it's pretty close, and of course, into the finals, all it takes is one mistake. So that'll be coming up shortly. Stick around, we'll be back in a minute.
Sudden death, mate. I just handed the microphone to Nigel Johnson, who's sitting here. He's watching himself on the playback. He's always been a bit of a Hollywood to Nige, but so we won't say anything to him at the moment because I know he won't answer me.
Yeah, I reckon I'd go all right if you just stuck a mirror in front of me.
Yeah, you would, mate.
Sorry, mate. Just watching a bit of the in-boat footage from the guys. Oh, Jesus, I got close to those tyres. Amazing stuff these boys are doing, and the fact that it's going out live is it's awesome.
It's amazing when you look at your onboard, isn't it? And you just see how fast you are going, and how close you are getting to the tyres. And yeah, mate. So what were you thinking then when you were looking at it?
They always look good on TV on TV from the cameras in the boat, but then you take into account the noise, the G's, the wind and bugs in your face, and it's a whole different dimension, and it's you can't sort of get that on TV. But that was a good lap. It felt faster than what the time says, but we're playing with a few things with the boat tonight, and quickly learning what's worked and what hasn't on this track.
Yeah, so you got to set her up for the last run that'll see you do the get back down. I think you did a 48, didn't you?
Yeah, I've been hovering down the low 48s. I was happy to sit in the 48 and a half. So I sort of had a bit of a driving style happening that would sort of help me see what was working, and then Dan pulled out a 48.75, and I thought, nah, I'm not letting him get away with that. So I put the boot into it and ended up with a low 48, but I found out that Dan went the wrong way.
Yeah,
anyway,
so did I. I went up there and congratulated him, thought it was the best thing. I thought, Jesus, he's put pressure on you.
Yeah, so I wasn't going to let him have that, and so I went out there and did that, which I wasn't intending to do. But yeah, look, I was hoping to get into the 47s. I thought what I did then would get into the 47s, and it all felt good, but
47 this time, Nige.
We'll see.
No, go on. I'll make a bet with Rich.
All right.
Rich, Nigel's betting you a carton of beer. He can get to 47.
Yeah, and we're going to drink it on your boat, and if he does, I'm driving.
Well, actually, Richie can afford to put on beer from the 5,000 he won off you at the last race.
That's it, mate.
Yeah. I forgot about that. My cheque must be in the mail, is it?
All right, mate. Good run, and we look forward to the last one, and let's hope you get that 47.
Thanks, Chris.
Those two look too comfortable in that boat.
Mate, me batteries are going flat again. Give me a bit.
What are you doing? You're driving them too hard there, are you, Chris?
Yeah, bloody chewing them up tonight.
Okay, so once again, short break. Go and grab yourself something to eat and drink. Go and see Molly's Kitchen. Those smoked brisket rolls are delicious. The donuts are delicious. Thank you, Tony. Love your work there, sir. Still haven't got to the coffee van. I've got to be honest, it's not really coffee weather for me at least. But we've got coffee, we've got ice cream, we've got food and drink. Grab yourself something to eat and drink. And just chill out for 5. We shall be back in just a few minutes.
Grant's Car Stereo Morley, proudly supplying and fitting quality car stereos for over 15 years, selling top name brands like Alpine, Focal, Rockford Fosgate. From a simple upgrade to complete custom systems, stop in and see Grant and the boys at 61 Russell Street, Morley, or visit us online at carstereo.com.au.
obviously a lot.
I'm back. There we go. I'm back now. I just had to step outside the box and take a breath.
You're not one of these smokers, are you? You're not like
No,
Kerry.
no, God, no.
God, no.
I got more respect for myself from that.
That's good, mate. That's good. So, short break. Well, we've just got the Predator start up down there. So, top 3 run off, and what classes have got 3 in, and a win for the turbo boat already. But
Yeah, so it's the 350s in our Group A's that have got the 3. The LS has got 3. And, then we just got the turbo and the superboats.
Mate, there's some good racing, as you pointed out. There's some close boats there, so it's going to be right down to the wire, particularly between this boat and Ultimatum. Not Ultimatum, whoever.
So who have we got going out? Must be Predator.
Yep.
Okay, I guess because Predator is our quickest, he goes out first. Would that be how it works?
No, mate, he's got a choice.
He's got a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's obviously decided that he'll go out first and put down the time and put the other fellas under pressure, where a lot of blokes will go out last.
Love the LED around the roll bar. That is a really cool look on that boat.
Probably taking a second off his time, though.
So, where were we? 56.98. He was the quickest by 1/100th of a second.
So he's got to put in a perfect one to beat Jane Mylan, mate. So
I'll tell you what, though, it's looking pretty good out there at the moment. I don't want to put the announcer's curse on him, but I'm liking the look of this. Good lines all the way around.
Be focused.
Yep, he's put his name on this. Beautiful across the middle for the last time. He's been running 56ers, runs a 56.34.
I tell you what, me and Dieter both bloody grabbed each other and hung on there for a second because he damn near wrecked it as he came through the finish line there. Frightened us both.
Sean Stone and Indulgence. Next cab off the ranks. 56.34, that's a good, better than half a second, better than his elimination run. So guys will be looking at that.
Indulgence is coming up to the line, cut out. That can't be a good feel as you're going up to the line and you're about to go mad.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't fill you with confidence, would it?
No. Bit of cavitating off the line there. He lost a little bit of time there too straight away, Rich.
A bit of what did you say?
Cavitating. It spun the wheels, in other words.
Ah, yep. I'll tell you what, I think given this is Sean's first season of racing, he's already had an excursion out of the water. The boat wasn't at the last meeting, so he's probably only got a couple of meetings under his belt, and I think he's doing a pretty good job with this boat so far.
Yeah, he is, mate. He's loving the sport, he's loving what he's doing, and he's driving accordingly, and he'll be somebody to reckon with down the track.
.57.45. That is certainly his best lap of the night.
Yeah, good run.
Yeah, it is a good run. Like I say, it's his best lap of the night. You really can't ask for more than that. I don't think it's going to put him in the places. Well, put him in third place at the moment, given Jane's previous laps. But we never know what's going to happen.
Yep, let's see what Janey can do. Slow off the trailer, and maybe a little bit of wiseness there in the sense that she's being a bit slow and letting the water settle down a little bit before she gets to the start line. All she needs is that 100th of a second. Every little bit counts. You got smooth water out there, less eddies, less turbulence.
Well, Shane's thrown it down with that 56.34 in the 350 class. It's the quickest lap of the night.
She is focused, mate. She's not even blinking as she goes past me.
I'm sure she'd be confident knowing that this boat can keep up with Shane's. This is the last chance to do it, though. She needs to go better than 56.34. We've got a clean green. Jumps out of the hole nicely. Through the Samios Plumbing S-bend. Looking good across the middle, left hand, down onto the main straight. 56.34 is the time that she's looking for, that she needs to beat. She's a little bit bumpy as she goes into the middle of the pond.
A little bit bumpy because she hasn't lifted her foot once. She's just thrown it into the corners. Look at that. Whew.
Nice again, chucking the boat around through the centre. Right hand around the island, right hand back into the middle. The last few turns now of the race. 56.34 is what we're looking for. Fast down that back straight through the Coast FM speed bowl. Left-hander into the middle.
Mate, she's
across the middle into
close.
10. 56.34 is what we're looking for. A 56.72.
Mate, how good was that? She'll be real happy with that, mate. She'll be looking forward to the next race.
She certainly will be. 56.34. Looks like that'll be a winning time there for Shane. Jane will be second with a 56.72, and Sean third with that 57.44.
Good on her, mate. She came in here to pick up the flag, and we had to disappoint her and say you came second, though.
Oh, I tell you what, though. Yeah, that was a good lap as we watch the front row screens replay at the moment. And yeah, there's probably a couple of moments there where she might have just drifted a little bit wide through some of those corners, and maybe she did lose a tenth or two through there.
Yeah, she was a bit rough through a few there, mate. She did not lift her foot, and sometimes you just got to feather a little bit to keep it smooth through the corners, and as you saw, and as you can see in that feedback, probably that she got a little bit of bounce there. That cost you.
Certainly did, but you know, the cards were on the table and she went out there to play for them, and you got to take your hat off for that. An awesome job there by Jane, but an even awesomer job by Shane Allen and Nat Dunk, winners of our 350 class. They're going to take a victory lap. Give them a big round of applause as they make their way around. That's another Baldivis trophy heading back over to Victoria.
Yeah. Only just. I reckon we've got him next time. I reckon Janie will get him, mate.
Yeah, look out, Rod. You are in Jane's sights.
I just got the word that Shano's 10th year anniversary of racing boats, would you believe, tonight? So that's not a bad way to do the 10th year anniversary.
That will be one very happy camper. Shane Allen and Nat Dunk, the winning team in our 350 class tonight. Well done to everybody.
Just something for us to push to, Rich. After the event, there'll be presentations up there near Molly's Kitchen, about 9:30, we believe. So if you want to come up there and just get to know the guys a bit, bring up an ale, and the grass, the whole area up there now is just beautifully set up with lovely green grass and lawn, and yeah, come up and hang out with us while we do the presentation.
Got the big screen up there as well, so who knows, maybe if we ask Matt nicely, I don't know, have we got any movies we can put on, or we'll just watch this over again?
Yeah.
We'll watch it over again.
We'll watch it over again, mate. Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. So I'm told it's our LS class coming out next.
I think we're going to run the turbo through by the look of things down there,
Ken
Rich.
is coming out, okay.
Yeah, he's going to run through and just officially claim the flag. off the trailer and on his way out now, Rich. So this is, he has got first place, but Bully, Nolan Bully, he'll go, what is he, Mr. Consistency, you said? He's done a 59, 59, 59 or something?
61, 60, 59, 59, 59.
Righto, let's see if he can get a 58.
59.47 is his best lap. So he's only got himself to beat.
Yep.
Let's see if he can do better than a 59.47. That sticker that he's got on the sign, the vintage sticker, really just makes that look like a different boat. I went straight up to him earlier on today. I said, "Is this a different boat? Was it here last week?" He said, I was here at the last meeting. I won. I'm the only turbo boat." Oh, so you did.
You were attracted by the grapes.
Didn't seem to be quite as heavy on the throttle on the green light. As I said, 59.47 is the time that he wants to beat. That's his best time. Just looks to me like he's just backed it off a little bit.
Looks pretty casual out there, mate, so a bit disappointing. He's not trying to beat his time, but then he doesn't have to, does he? You know, as he says, my boat's called Who Cares? Oh, jeez, he got a bit bloody bouncy there.
And a 60.02 for Ken.
He's run within the 2 seconds of himself all night, eh? That is pretty consistent.
Well, if it was a dial your own racer, you'd be pretty happy with those sort of times, with that sort of consistency.
Grab the checkered flag, he'll do his lap of honour, and then we're into the LS. So that's going to be Rachel, and see if Rachel can pull the big one out.
Yeah, it'll be a pretty big ask. There was 4 seconds between the two in the in that elimination round. There's been an average of around about sort of 2 to 3 seconds between them in the qualifying rounds.
Yeah, fair bit to make up, eh, mate?
Certainly would be, but you don't know what's going to happen out there, do we?
Oop, he's got
As we see Ken Bull.
Got a bit of crud in the jet unit, mate, so it's going to be he's sucked up a bit of weed, I'd say. He's oh, it's hooked up now, so.
Ken Bull doing his victory lap. Give him a round of applause as he makes his way around.
Ken's brother, Pete. Pete's down here tonight. Pete used to race as well, but a few health issues, and he's unfortunately had to sit on the bank, but lovely guy. These, or both of them, they're good fellas, and love their jet sprinting.
Well, at least he's still able to sit on the bank, so you got to be thankful for that, don't you?
Yeah, I saw him in the water there before, actually, up to his neck, saving a boat. So he's still active down here, but just not steering them.
Once again, our front row screens crew doing an awesome job as we look at the front row screens replay. And you can just tell by the body language of the boat there, just by listening to the boat, Ken was really just going out here for a Sunday drive almost. Boat sitting up nice and high. What was it, the equation you were telling me, Chris? If the boat sits up high, it goes quick, but it's harder to handle. If it sits down low, it slows down a little bit, but it's easier to handle. Is that right?
Yeah, mate. Put simply, yes. You lift the nose right up. You're, less boat in the water, and so they go a bit quicker. But yeah, they can be a bit loose, and that's possibly where the stingers have got it. They can pretty sharp, so they can lift the nose a fair bit and still be fairly accurate around the track. Where the Sprintex, they sit nice and flat, and they're just like on rails all the way around the track. They've got no nasty habits, no grabs, no bites. But what they do is they gain in the corners, but drop a little bit in straight line speed. So both boats have got their strengths, both designs, but you've got to trade one off against the other. But up to you what you want to drive.
Into our LS class now, thanks Chris. Ultimatum, the first boat coming out. Shay Francis and Ash Jackson. Shay, the man behind the wheel. As I said, our LS class running an LS engine. This is something that is unique to Western Australia, this class, but more Australian clubs looking at it now, and as an entry level for racers to get into racing, then this is certainly a great way to go. We all know these LS engines, they're fairly cheap, they're easy to make horsepower, they're lightweight, and they make for good fun in jet boats. Nice start there for Shay, looks good across the middle for the first time. Left hand into the main straight, he'll get down there, and a big tight left-hander again around that island. Boat looking very, very bouncy through there. That'll cost him a couple of tenths.
Looking really tidy down through the middle there, Richie, so he's going all right.
Looking good around the middle as we get down to the last half of his lap around. Once again, might have gone out just a little touch wide out of 10 onto 4. Looking good across the middle for the last time as we head into 10 and a 55-53.
And the old Rach, what she's running in the 54s, mate, so at this point, we'd say she's got it, but one mistake, and Shay will have it.
Doesn't take much. Shay's, would you believe Rachel's best lap is a 51.75, so, she's certainly got the goods over Shay. 55.53 there for Shay. Perhaps, it's up there amongst some of his better laps. A 55.63 we've got there, so a 55.44, a 54. So once again, he's always been running within those few tenths of himself, but he's certainly a good couple of seconds behind Rachel and Dan, and I believe Rachel in the all-talk boat is the next one out.
This will be where we see whether a motor's just that fraction off or whatever, mate. It'll either be a blinder, or if everything's a bit tired in the back end there, it'll should be doing the 54 or thereabouts again. She's going to take advantage and come up to the line as fast as she can possibly get away with it without getting a red light.
Race faces are on. .51.75 is Rachel's best lap of the night. The boat jumps out of the water through the Samios plumbing chicane. Right around the island, across the middle, looking good for the first time across the centre of the pond.
She is throwing her all at this. She's got nothing to lose and everything to win. She's been on the back foot all night, so she is just going for it.
Jane Mylan was runner-up at the last meet. She really wants to go one better. Her best lap is a 51.74. She's probably been a couple of seconds behind Shane Allen all night. Would you believe Dan Patterson? And a 53.33. 53.33 for Rachel Swartz and Tanya Urin.
Dan, the man, already circulating here in the pits, mate. He is keen to get out there.
Like a shark, almost.
That's it.
Well, we know Dan can run much quicker than those times. His elimination time was a 50.1. He's the only of the LS boats to run under 50 seconds today. He ran a 49.92 in the heat of the day, so if he can do that in the heat of the day, what can he do in the cool of the night?
Yeah, he should be going quicker in theory, but then you've got the lights on the track. It's that bit harder to see, so you lose a bit in that.
53.33 is the time to beat. Dan Patterson. And the War Machine chucks it hard through the Samios Plumbing chicane. Left onto the main straight. Tight left around the island. Another right. Another right around the island. He'll go around into 8, across to the middle through the centre of the pond. Big left all the way around the island. Sorry, would you believe it's a right? Then there's a left.
All right, winners are grinners. He's got this one.
Winners are grinners. Look at that, 50.003.
There we go.
His second best lap for the night. Thank you, mother, for the rabbits. Going one better. Runner-up at the last meeting to Rachel. Winner this time around, with Rachel coming in as runner-up. A mighty fine effort there from Dan Patterson and Mel Reid. And I don't know what they've done to that boat, but it was flying tonight.
Mate, I was, and I thought he was going to go sick in the spin-out pool there, but he let me down.
Watching the replay, thanks to front row screens. Look at the boat. Flat and low all the way around that track. Good lines, keeping it through the centre of the channel. As we see the victory lap as well.
Mate, he is happy. Let's see if he does the whirlpool. Yeah, there we go.
Show off, just because you can. Dan Patterson and Mel Reid, winners in our LS class. Good job.
Everybody's giving him a big round down here, so good on him. He's been trying for blooming years, and he got it tonight. So, mate, the Group A's. There's going to be a good run-off too.
Yeah, there's not a lot between these. Short fuse, Adam Milam was the quickest with a 51.88. Only, about 4 tenths or so behind, a 52.06 for Rod Wood and Triple X. And then about a second and a half behind there is Birthday Boy, Wade Davies, and Excalibur. So a couple of seconds difference between first and third. You might think that Short Fuse would have this one, but of course, as we all know, in sprint boat racing, anything can happen, probably will, and more than once.
Yeah, I mean, old Wado, last I chatted to him when he came back in after his last run, and he said he was a little bit messy, and we all agreed on that. So he reckons he's got a good half a second or so if he just tidies it up, half a second to a second. So that'll put him right with him. And then if he flukes one, he might even take a bloody second and a half off.
Yeah, well, that's what he wants, to get himself up there in the Adam Milam category, that's for sure. So he'd want to pull something pretty special out. And I think is Wade the first cab off the ranks?
Yeah, mate. He's been sent out first by Adam Milam. He sent Wade out first, then Triple X, and then Adam will follow them all up. So I don't know whether you noticed, but Wade went all the way down to the other end of the spin-out pool. He's been a bit foxy and a bit cagey, and he's taking his time getting to the line because he wants that water to settle down.
His best lap was early in the day with a 52.97. He's been a couple of seconds off that all throughout the afternoon. So maybe, just maybe, they can get the boat back to where he wants it. If he can certainly get it into the 52s, then he might be in with a bit of a chance here tonight. As we see, though, looked a little bit soft there through the Samios Plumbing chicane.
He did. He got right off it there, so that cost him a lump.
A little bit of a step off the throttle there as well down the end of the main straight before he hooked left into 9.
It's all about tidy and smooth though, so he might be doing himself all right. Certainly threw it down through the centre there, Richie. Boy.
Love watching the way these guys are attacking that centre. They get 2 chances at it, and they, yeah, it's a case of picking the best and the straightest line, and a lot of them are doing it very, very well.
Yeah, look at that. That was smooth through there that time. Last time it was 2 bites.
Well, 53.7. Once again, that was off his elimination time. I think that's may not pose too much of a threat to Adam and Rod. As we always say, you just never know what's going to happen out there. Yeah, the boat. Sorry, Chris.
No, just you're dead right. You never know what's going to happen. Rod's doing the same thing, mate. He's heading down the spin-out pool. Coming back up now, so looking for a bit of quiet water. Got the yellow visors on. I know both Wade and Rod, they have a bit of trouble with the night light, so old age. So they wear the orange glasses and visors.
Rod Wood and Ariana Palachi. Crew of our Triple X boat. 52.05 is their quickest lap tonight. So far, they need to go better than a 53.7, and this looks good. Their first trip across the middle of the pond. Looking nice, looking fast. Clean through those corners. Clean through the centre, that right-hander around the island. Another right. There'll be another right. Quit left onto the main straight. The last handful of corners coming up now. Fast down the back straight, around the Coast FM speed bowl. Another right. Into 7, across the middle. 53.7 is what he has to go better than so far. A 51.05.
All right, he's put the pressure back on Adam. Adam's time, his last time was what?
A 51.88, so he certainly has gone. He's gone almost a full second quicker than his elimination time. And yeah, Adam come out before with a 51.88. He's certainly put the pressure on the Cleveland powered boat now.
Adam's yet to fire up. He's got to go on now.
Just watching the Triple X boat on the front row screens replay, and once again just good clean lines all the way through. There's very little upsetting of that boat. Nice and flat, a little bit bumpy as he went into the middle there. It wasn't enough to wash any speed off the boat. And yeah, as we see, 51.05, that is certainly his quickest lap of the night. And out of all of our Group A boats, just having a quick cast my eyes over, that could be our quickest lap of the night for Group A's as well.
That's good, bloody great. He's done good on him. He's been so disappointed with the performance of the motor, so that's good. That's a good way to finish.
All right, short fuse. Adam Milan, the Cleveland powered boat, out at the moment. 51.05 is the time he needs to beat. 51.88 is his best time. A little bit hesitant on the throttle as he goes into the left, into turn number 9. Comes out across the middle now. Bit bumpy out of 10 into 11. Tight into number 4. The last few corners, a 51.05 is the time that we're looking for. We've got 3 turns left, 2 turns left. 1. We go into 10. We're going across the finish line and a 5.077. Thank you, Mother for the Rabbits. I am going to take a win. 5.077.
That was so close.
An awesome finish there from Adam Mylan and Michelle Mullins.
Great racing, Triple X and Short Fuse. Great racing. He's happy.
Of course he's happy. Give him a big round of applause. He's worked hard. Well, he hasn't worked hard all that night. He's only come out 3 times.
Yeah.
And every time he did what he needed to do.
Yeah, he did a fair bit of work in the pits though, Richie. They were pretty under the pump back here, pulling oil out and putting oil in and changing things and pulling ring gears off.
The boat doesn't look quite as smoky as it did after the last meet, so maybe they're in the right direction now with what they're doing with the oils.
Yeah.
Well done, Adam Milam, your Group A winner with a 50.77.
Righto, weapon of choice, mate. Let's see what Nigel can do. He's Nigel being Nigel. He always tries to beat his time. He said to me he wants a 47. So
48.13 is his best lap.
So I'm betting that he will have a fair crack at that.
You reckon it'll be an all or nothing lap?
Yeah, no, Nigel. Gotta be. Squirting the magic methanol down the chutes there.
Get a nice big whiff of it as it comes past you on the jetty there, do you?
Yeah, mate, love it.
Love the smell of nitro in the evening.
Yeah. Makes
A
your
methanol
eyes
would
water,
be great.
takes your breath away, but it still smells good.
Uh-huh.
Boy, it doesn't smell, it just stings.
Mate, if you ever get the opportunity to stand on the start line between nitro cars, you've got to do it.
Yeah, you told me that.
I reckon it's like being in a room with a million onions. But it's an awesome feeling. There is nothing like it on earth.
Oh, yeah. We're going to send you out with Nigel in weapon of choice one day there, Richie. Then we'll ask you what's the best thing on earth then.
Bring it on. Club President Nigel Johnson, his wife Michelle alongside as the passenger. Grant's Car Stereo on board as supporters of the boat. And of course, Grant's Car Stereo, the people for helping us put this live feed on YouTube and front row screens, helping make it happen as well. Thank you to everybody. Big lot of sponsors that we need to say thank you to. Of course, Samios Plumbing Supplies. As we see Nigel get underway, 48.13 is his best lap. He's only got himself to beat. He said he wants to go into the 47s. Let's see what he does this time around. Looking good as he gets onto the main straight for the first time tonight. Tight series of corners at the bottom half of the track. It's coming across the middle now. Nice through the right left flip flop. Right around the corner. Lots of speed, lots of G-forces around the speed bowl. Coming across the middle now for the first time. He wants to run a 47. He's got a 48.67. Not his best lap of the night, but certainly a good lap, and that's enough to give him a checkered flag anyway.
Yeah, mate, he had that boat dancing.
Great shots on as we watch the FRS replay of this boat of Nigel's. You just see it just a couple of times there, just gets a little loose in some of those corners, and that's probably what washed off those very vital tenths of seconds.
They just picked up a photo of, you'll notice as Michelle goes around, one of our very popular club members, Huggy. He died last year, and very close to Michelle and Nigel, so I guess this win is in memory of Huggy. So A nice touch there.
Yeah, nice victory lap of a difference there for Nige as well. Nigel Johnson, winner of Superboat class. Give him a round of applause as he makes his way around the track. Once again, a bunch of people that we need to say thank you to. Sharp Civil, Complete Portables, Prestige Pump Rentals, Alcoa, CPA Switchboards, Castle Equipment, Green Acres Turf Group, Biggs Bobcat Hire, Palachi's Earth Moving Repairs, Coastline Mowers, LF Media, Printline, and 6MM 97.3 as well, Treen Technology, and Samios Plumbing Supplies. Thank you, everybody, for tonight. If you're travelling home, please travel safe. If you want to stick around for a little bit, trophy presentations, what'd you say, Chris, around 9:30?
9:30, mate, up on the grass there. And from all of us down here, all the drivers, navigators and pit crews, just thank you for coming along, watching our event. We love having you. We love racing. We love putting on a show. Drive home carefully, and we'll see you next race event. And Richie, an absolute pleasure working with you once again.
Thank you too. He's Chris Kent, I'm Richie Howlett. Thank you very much. We'll be back here on the 11th of March. Hopefully we'll see you back here as well. In the meantime, check us out online. Just look up WA Jet Sprint Boats and find us, and you'll find out more about how to get involved. Thank you, everybody, for tonight, and we'll see you again soon.
Grant's Car Stereo Morley, proudly supplying and fitting quality car stereos for over 15 years, selling top-name brands like Alpine, Focal, Rockford Fosgate. From a simple upgrade to complete custom systems, stop in and see Grant and the boys at 61 Russell Street, Morley, or visit us online at carstereo.com.au.